too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, oh. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, oh. Let me bleed. Let me bleed. Let me. Just stay one more night. I'll be by your side. We'll live for a new day. We live life the hard way, but not today. Just stay. Just stay. Just stay. One more night. We found our way again. We found our way again. We found our way. A new place.
So fragile, like it was built to break off the handle. How'd we get to this place? We're leaving everything behind for new and exciting feelings, but I won't leave you. Will everything we know be lost and changed for something new? Only time will tell, but I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you.
Standing on the edge of a cliff, realize there must be more to life than this. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand from heaven sent with me tonight. Trying to find our place. like a dragonfly. Keep your secrets there, hide them everywhere. Just you and I.
Like a broken soul in a wonderland without angels. That is how I feel when the mirror shows me a stranger. Yeah. And I know they're just fragments of a world where your absence all I get to see. Take me back to the planet where you and I are still meant to be. 'Cause I'm incomplete when you ain't by my side, when these sheets, 'cause I'm incomplete. Yeah, I'm incomplete. Hey, 'cause I'm incomplete. I need you here tonight to cover these empty sheets, 'cause I'm incomplete.
These roads intersect, on each one I reflect. These lines write my story. These places change me, each one replacing. Like night into morning, I miss the open air, the going anywhere, riding with you like we used to. Guess I'm better off alone, never know when I'll get home, but I know that home's where the heart is. Guess I'm better off this way, moving to better days, but I know that home's where the heart is. Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above our town, I can finally see you now. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we're radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, yeah, radiate, but now we're drowning. As the
We let the monsters in, and now we're running down the halls. No, we can't let them win. There's an evil inside that is lurking way down below. And if I can't hold my breath, then I'm bound to become hollow. Can you say that I disappeared? Can you say that I wasn't there for you when you went into hiding on the front steps of your porch? And I reflected on the memories, but I put out that torch. Hey! But I put out that torch.
You make me feel like home. You turn around, I feel the breeze over me. You watch your dreams unfold. Let it come around and let it breathe over me. It's time to go away into the light. I feel the calming energy. I see the darkness coming, and I'm calling you to help me set me free. I'm calling for you. I'm calling for you. I'm calling for you.
Throwing caution to the wind. I'll take a chance and let you in. Just take my hand and take me home tonight. We defeat all impossibilities. Yeah, you and me will take our
flank here from a C6 as well. And oh my goodness, on top of that, Beta. This could be the op. Oh,
One enemy remaining.
Oh, look away, children. Move through as quickly as possible. Speed might be the name of the game when it comes to this. An interesting placement for that turret just to check on the flank as Boom approach the A site. A gauntlet of utility is going to be in their way. Look at where Alert is right now. Playing in this corner. They just spray on through. That's 3. That's 4. Can you make it an 8? You bet that you can. Sound the alarm. Sound the alert. Because the Killjoy is here to slay.
This is not...
Peek me. I dare you. There's the first. It's easy clap. The second's crossed on over, but Nomfu is unable to connect at this moment. Dare they leave the safety of heaven? Dare they allow gravity to become their cruel mistress? They've lost out on Zeke, so they might need to try and augment this push, or at least augment the defense. Waiting right now for the smoke to drop. It's going to be re-smoked up by the Jet. The Cloudburst will continue to obfuscate Nomfu. Have they left? The answer's no. Attacker 1 found that out the hard way. And now it's going to be the third. Nizzy falls on down. It's through the Radiant box for drop with a shorty, baby. And not... Oh, Nomfu, he's just going to back off of this. Remember, that was a cyber cage that was getting in the way through. Oh my goodness. It was your ultimate, but it is our dominance. Nomfu grabs another, and that may be 50 calories, Kremer, but it's 100% of your recommended daily allowance of death.
Go for some aggression.
Oh my goodness. JD. What? 3K?
Well,
Y'all came out of C looking for trouble, and JD was like, yeah. Detention. No chance, mate. I like my subby aim shaken, not stunned. And let him go hunting. I want to see another ace.
Why not?
JD, get the knife out. If anyone else shoots this, I am reporting you to Riot. Here it comes. Jada. No, it's a big fumble. That is a massive fumble, but that is an ace.
There's a headshot
Lovely
anyway.
stuff.
For the time being, swings out, tries to do the odd bit of damage. Oh, Duke, he's got such a nice lurk here. Not that it matters, Juicy. What? The drive-by, it shuts him down.
Kill, flying up high, up against the Vandal here with the classic. Oh, that's already a dink. Run away, because now Subby's coming in from the other side. Tap, 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 tap. Pick up the baton. The relay needs to be done, and Subby can just play here for time. They're waiting to look for that half. There's the first. They can't quite transfer it into a second. Juicy gets himself a fourth, and the defuse on top of that. The is once again loose.
That man, he doesn't let go of Mouse 1. He just turns around 180, and he ruins his opponents there.
Cam is populated and operated by Flipsider.
He's going to hear all these stars go off. He needs to be so damn careful here. There's the flash, there's the execution. The info's good, and oh, he's even able to get one off the back of that. That's wonderful. And oh, the info gathering is beautiful.
Oh, God. It's a massacre. Flipsider is going to catch a couple of tendrils from their friend. Predator. Blaze was like, changes everything. The Jet Duel is important, and Berserks has won that.
So
JD now can try and swing in. Click got 2 with the aftershock. You gotta be kidding me, mate. That's trolling. That's not real. Berserks ends up in potentially the cheat. It could be an ace. 22 HP versus very little on the side of Click as well. Time is on their side. Click gets their man, but unfortunately time is just not tenable. I can't believe 2 people fell to an aftershock. What?
We're going to see Attacker and Heisey get their ults
Hold up,
as well.
Juicy. Hold up.
Juicy's had enough, though.
Oh,
Oh my
another.
God.
Juicy, the juice might well be loose at this moment. They're reinforced with the racking tendrils of the Hunter's Fury. Attacker 1 has fallen down. Eco, they say. We have what we need. Lena grabs another. Juicy looks for the last. They've found Jin.
Lord.
And, well, I know you've all been waiting for it. The juice is loose. Opponent yet. That's a full push there into Gardens. Darion's fallen on down, but Redco's so accurate when it comes to the classic. Playing within the bubble is Jin. But will it be burst right here? They just randomly throw themselves out of there.
Oh my God.
Jin just knows things differently.
Exactly.
Who needs sight? Eyes are overrated. And that was actually a little bit of a showing off of the hitboxes there, Valorant. You're just showing off now that that triple went all the way around Jin.
There's 35 seconds left. They're going to try and play for time. That's exactly what the Phoenix is doing now.
Presence confirmed on A, and so come down the smokes. Pinocchio tries to play within. That's great spray transfer. Can they get
perfect.
a third? A fourth, in fact. Pinocchio's got it. They just walked away and claim themselves an ace. Yes, my son, you can be a real boy. Bubble, toil and trouble. Brews up a potion of entry here, as they need to move in and try and take out Zeke. They're going to be facing the camera. Double Cypher cages right here. Will they decide to move on through? It's a flash coming through from Ivan that does so much.
Oh my
Zeke is
God.
able to work off the back of it into a 4K. Could it be? You bet.
What?
Off the back of the blind. They combine their f***s, and Kingsman finish in style.
What in the name of God was that, Harry? Zeke, he just tears through them.
Spycam is populated and operated by Flipsider.
He's going to hear all these stars go off. He needs to be so damn careful here. There's the flash. There's the execution. The info's good. And he's even able to get one off the back of that. That's wonderful. And the info gathering is beautiful.
Oh, God. It's a massacre. Flipsider is going to catch a couple of tendrils from their friend. Predator. Blaze was like, changes everything. The jet duel is important, and Berserks has won that.
So clean.
JD now can try and swing in. Click on 2 with the aftershock. You gotta be kidding me, mate. That's trolling. That's not real. Berserks ends up in potentially the cheat. That could be an ace. 22 HP versus very little on the side of Click as well. Time is on their side. Click gets their man, but unfortunately time is just not tenable. I can't believe 2 people fell to an aftershock. What?
We're going to see Attacker and Heisey get their ults
Hold up,
as well.
Juicy. Hold up.
Juicy's had enough,
find
though.
Izzy.
Whoa,
That's
my
another.
God.
Juicy, the juice might well be loose at this moment. They're reinforced with the racking tendrils of the Hunter's Fury. Attacker 1 has fallen down. Eco, they say. We have what we need. Leonard grabs another. Juicy looks for the last. They've found
dear
Jin.
Lord.
And, well, I know you've all been waiting for it. The juice.
Rolling Thunder onto Mosul is going to make it very easy. As well as the... I suspect this is going to be very short order.
Oh
How
my
on
goodness.
earth did he hit that?
What stun, Kremer? Concussed again, and finally they will be put down by Blaze, but the damage has already been done. They send out the shock dart. That's going to do huge amounts of damage to the Doctor, but they actually get healed through it by Rizza. A clutch heal is something that I don't usually get to say in Valorant, but that is the case. Could it be the ace from Blaze? Could Vasova be the one to make things happen? Could they rescue this half? It's 2 versus 1. They're playing together. Berserks manages to find Rizza, and while the ace is denied, the half is rescued. Just might be able to find one after planting is the question. If you can escape from this with 5 rifles, you will be super happy with Flipsider. Are they looking towards the back? They're so close to it. They're going to touch each other. They're just next to each other. I hear them breathing.
Let's open up for warmth, Harry. Yeah, we're going to see the winter months. Really slow round. I love this. That's the way to zone the Viper's ult. Beta, he's got to get the hell out of there. There's nothing much he can do. Perfect counterplay from the Killjoy. And with that, they hightail it. They've got to leave.
Can they escape in time? It's going to be very close, but they will
Ways to
Oh no,
save.
they are going to detain the Viper. She won't be able to return to the pit because she's going to be slowed down. A little bit of damage done, but no frag off the back of it. Going across the ropes right now. We'll see speed is the name of the game. Moving in close to Juicy. Can they grab even more? The door didn't buy anything because all... And it seems like they are unperturbed by the caliber that's put before them.
Pinocchio's this implication. It's known instantly by Lenny, and he... I mean, sure, he loses the drone in the process, but all he has to do is wait.
Lenny's just camping, man.
Oh, game over, man.
And this was the buy round. Remember, if the C6 can't clutch this, they're going into match point with pistols.
This is the best.
There's the shot.
Oh my God.
He's just a better Sova!
The Sova diff, it's huge. Lenny, what are you doing? He's toying with them.
It's going to be 12. Alert's looking in the wrong direction.
Oh, no!
No! Is that Soulcast on my screen? What a fumble from Lena! Heizi's been identified. The spike has been collected by Jin. And this time, they win out.
Oh my
That's
God!
a lovely flash. It's a bit of Yoru magic. And the magician is in.
That's sorcery. Really well placed smoke as well, Heizi. Oh my God. What on earth was that from Jin? A round they had no business in winning. And we quit. Oh, Harry, it's playoff times. Here we are. First round, Louvre versus South Built Esports. I cannot wait to get into this one. And something I want to highlight just straight off the bat is we were expecting the Juicy versus Yar Jet 1v1. But no, Juicy, he plays KO on this, on Breeze. So it's actually Darion versus Yar.
I mean, Darion, the Jet on Breeze, there is no reason for us to be lacking in confidence. They have been absolutely lights out on any of the duels that they've picked up. And Juicy on the KO here, they like to characterize themselves as a flex. And that's definitely going to be reflected here. Louvre, they are yet to drop a map in this tournament. We haven't even seen them for 5 days, Kremer. They've been busy bullying other teams elsewhere in the Southeast Asia region, while we've been keeping our nose to the ground in Group B and watching South Built Esports just eke their way in to the playoffs.
Now they have eked their way in. What's been interesting from South Built specifically is that they started this tournament, let's be honest, looking pretty bad. But in the sort of latter stages of it, in the kind of final 3 days, they really woke up. They suddenly turned into a solid team. And while Louvre, sure, they've been dominant all the way through, dare I say it, for South Built, I would argue some of the games are a bit harder. I think this is going to be closer than we may initially suspect.
Well, I mean, coming into this as well, while South Built did get a little bit embarrassed by the little brother Bren, we had big hopes for South Built because they had stormed through a Philippines local invitation, including against Team Secret, who were supposed to go to Champions in Berlin without dropping a single map. But it's been a bit different, Kramer. It's been a bit different. In Group B, in the wider-ranging competition, Paper Rex dominated this group, including up against Bren in our final matchup. But the previous performances don't matter anymore, Kramer. Your past can be thrown away, and you must look forward to the future on Breeze. It's going to be a best of 3, no more best of 2s. If any of you want to know our map veto, it's available on the Epulze Twitter, so you can see exactly who banned what.
This is going to be interesting. Can I have a prediction from you, Harry? Who do you think's taking this in? Not just on Breeze, but in the series.
I would be foolish to bet against Juicy.
I respect that. Fair enough. Well, Babachulo, one of the star players of yesterday, may be tested fairly soon, as it looks like a very fast 8 over to A now, spearheaded by Redco, diving through Switch.
Redco's down Redco's down the hallway. And Juicy here's taking themselves a long-range duel against Flippy. Already, little bit of damage handed on over. And Jar's taking themselves a nice little inside track here. They're going to start to find Darion, avoiding the ping as well. Dare you move on forward into Darion's crosshair. It's yet another headshot from Jar. Oh, they've picked up the duelists once more. They've left the Astra in the dirt, and they've left Louvre there as well. Unless Redco can do it all by themselves. Surely this is going to be Louvre dropping the first round of their playoffs.
It's going to be fairly tough for Redco, but not impossible. He does have angles to work with here, and the long range on the Ghost definitely makes it very unpredictable at times. So Scythe will be his first duel here.
Papachulo going to be waiting, and Papachulo is absolutely
quick,
prepped for that. What a good swing, though, from Jar to get sort of ahead of the curve on where that push was going to be, put themselves behind that box, and then be able to completely surprise Darion.
It's a problem that a lot of teams are facing at the moment, especially on Breeze, because it's such a big map, and because the gunfights you take are such a long range, even when you're pushing to sites, it means that you end up in a position where you lose players, you get picks really easily. So unless you're huddled together like penguins, you're gonna have to try and extend for a 1v1 and risk going a man down. In this case, Yar was given a bit of space, and he just did a lot with it.
Darion, what can they do against Aziz? Oh, not much. Aziz is just faster when it comes to the Marshal. They look to maybe double down, but the Marshal is going to be inherited here by Flaring, who does have a spike in hand as well. They'll drop it aside as they look to try. Aziz is just destroying them one after another. Come on, roll up, grab your spike, take your chance. You think that you're a winner? Papachulo certainly isn't, but Flippy down this area might be. Up against Lena. Oh, these Marshals, they are stacking up bodies, Kramer, but Lena is still all alone here. And while they aren't going to be taken out by the flash here, they are going to be wrapped around now upon by Micro. And they hear them coming. Easy swing for Micro. And that's going to be a pretty solid Antico there from the side of South Built.
A wonderful opening, 2-0 to start. And for South Built, this is a perfect way to start Breeze. Bear in mind, this is a slightly attacker-sided map. It's one of the more even maps, dare I say, because of just the rotation of just how long it takes to rotate from each site. It means that you're relying on your picks anyway, so it is down to whoever picks first, regardless of what side they're on. In this case, Louvre once again attempting this hit away. This time, though, they're doing it with a few rifles in hand while they go against the South Built bonus, but having two rifles on both Flippy and Micro means that they are more than prepared for this.
Look at Jar instantly moving up through mid here, but a long foray down the hallways. Louvre are not at all subtle about this. They're going to open up the door. Aziz might be exposed here, but that's a well-placed cyber cage. However, not fast enough to stop Juicy from finding their man. Darion has been fallen out with, and now Juicy has to make the decision. Jar's going to be instantly revealed in just a second. Once that cloudburst dropped, they're going to be so vulnerable. Papachulo has been seen in the corner, but Micro's already found themselves a frag elsewhere. Juicy from his high ground is absolutely demolishing every single member of South Built that they can get their eyes on, but only two rifles surviving Kramer is not ideal.
No, it's not. They take a fair few casualties in that round, but what's more important is Juicy, because he has such a stellar performance there. He's able to get that null command up, and that's going to be the first stop we're going to see online. Lenny, one away from his Hunter's Fury. Over on South Built, they're still waiting on a lot of their ults. Now, they are only two away in some cases. Papachulo one away from his ping, so they are going to have to... It's going to come up online this round, but what will be interesting is whether or not they use them spontaneously, or if they save them for maybe a counter to one of Luca's usages.
As is with one rifle to rule them all, and they'll sit at the end of this long sight line with it. Oh, that's a lovely shot onto Juicy. Oh, Aziz, are you really going to get me feeling like this early in the morning? Oh, sir, please have mercy. Redco won't. Look at this. Oh, they're well aware of where Papachulo is. More people will present themselves, but Aziz still with that hero rifle. There's going to be more to pick up if everyone wants to move on forward. Flippy's found themselves Darion, and it seems that maybe Louvre might have fumbled here against the eco. Flaring. Oh, that's an unfortunate bounce there on the molly. That's going to save Flaring, but they are still surrounded on all sides. And there they go. That is, what a round for South Built.
Really strong round, and those pistols, they reign supreme. For Lenny there, he gets a little bit ambitious. He tries to peek for a man advantage, or to just equalize the man count. As he does so, he swings right into Ya, who's already free-aiming the angle. Easy kill for Ya, and it just goes into a 3-on-1. There's not much that Flaring can do in that position. What is to note is that both Viper's pits have come online. So whether or not we see them used kind of instantly, it wouldn't surprise me if we see it instantly used by Micro. But for Flaring, we'll see if he tries to challenge it, or if once again we're going to see Louvre set up for A. I'm sensing a bit of a theme here, Harry.
Who was it? Who only went A? Was it Louvre? There was a team in Group A that just loved to continue going A on Ascent forever. Oh, this is here. This is not the most common position that you see people play. It can be quite easy to get forced out of here by something like a snake bite. And maybe that would be sent out by flaring. Yep, there it is. This is going to force Aziz to move. However, what is that?
Oh my god.
That's going in a highlight reel.
He does that from the acid as well.
And now here comes the big Marshal. The operator, all the movement accuracy there. Messed with Jar for a second. And Juicy's on the run now. With the Sheriff is going to double on back with a lob on the flashbang, I imagine. Send himself high. Tries to swing on out. Up against Jar. That's the op down. However, it's going to be difficult to recover that. Up against Flippy, and they don't have the health to survive a body shot. But hey, Aziz right there. I can't believe that they swing out while vulnerable and grab 3. That's mad.
I don't have a clue how he was able to do that, unless he was spraying completely, and he just happened to get the best bloom of his life, unless it's the best spray control of his life. Either way, that first bullet accuracy is stellar from AZs. You really need to watch out for that. That's 2 or 3 times now he's been able to peek, get a man advantage inherently, and then just back off, and or take another player with him. South built, they're on DEFCON Black carry. A lot of ults ready to throw at this round, as Louvre still 1 away from the knives on Darion. Lenny won't have his Hunter's Fury for a while, but what they will have is some aggression in mid.
Oh, your aggression has been met, and it's been met by Jar. And now that we know that you're coming over towards B, it's time to raise up our pits and see if you dare brave the territory of old Micro.
Back off now. So their attention back to mid and, well, I guess to A at the same time. They tried B, don't like it. We're going to stick to going A in this case. There's Juicy. He's going to lead that charge. AZ's unfortunately is still here, so battling the KO is going to be tough, but we'll see how this KO difference works out.
Do they want to use... Yes, they are going to use the ult here. No more utility if you're within range of Aziz. That's an interesting bounce on a flashbang right there. Not sure if it's entirely what was intended, but look who's got the flank. Juicy just leaps on through, completely ahead of this. And Lena is just going to sit in front of Aziz and get themselves a plant. Already some damage has been done. And I don't think it's going to be resible, unfortunately, for the downed Aziz. Papachulo walking in now. They just move straight into the spray of Redco. Easy catch right there. And on top of the no theft, everyone is going to be revealed. Jar swaps over now onto the Vandal, thinking it's a better weapon for this particular job. But Micro on the flank needs to be careful as well. They're pinching in on Lena, but the covering fire from Redco is going to be so good. They can stop a defuse. That's 1 headshot. And now they can just play the time if they need to. They take the swing. Micro for now. Gonna try and hold it. Redco. Body shot, body shot, body shot. Making a run, maybe to try and grab themselves an op. No. I think it was on Jar, but it's simply too far away. It's at the back of A site.
Solid round from Redco there, and I like, it's just something in Louvre have done as a team very well, and that's using their ults as they come online. A lot of teams, and we kind of saw it from South built there, they stack up on 5 ults, and they try to use them in reaction to Louvre's, or in reaction to something that happens. Louvre, they're using it spontaneously. The second that kill comes through, Redco 2v2, right, puts down the neural theft. Instant knowledge of where these players are coming from, and they look to punish it from there.
All right, Darion with the Blade Storm. What can you do for me? You can get suppressed, so the blades are put away for about a moment. Jar walks this! You tapped the orb, and you have been slain for your audacity. And now Jar, can they stop any further advances here? They need to try and cover themselves. Papachulo is just going to keep closing this door, controlling the attackers, and Jar makes sure that they aren't going to be revealed from the right-hand side. Darion moves on in as quickly as they can. Flaring gets a blinded shot, and now Darion's taking over fragging duties. They may have fallen low, but they're going to be safe within this area. Hunter's Fury comes on through. Remember, Darion can't survive more than 1 shot here, but none of them are going to be connecting. And so they double down to try and go for this plant, and Papachulo wraps around the edges. They penetrate into the pit. They see the Viper, but they can't get there fast enough. And now what can Flippy do? All by themselves, up against 3. Surely they're going to get outflanked by Darion, and that's definitely the case. And so it all falls down to the little man, the Micro. At the moment, they've got a good timing on Juicy, but if Juicy turns on back to clear this cave again, things could get difficult. Here comes Juicy. This one's free.
I don't think you saw it there, but Juicy, he was instrumental instrumental to the success of that round. Yeah, there was a contingency plan for a contingency plan. He lobs that knife right into the back of Switch, so we can see the flank from, I believe it was Redco. And that knife, what it did is it deactivated the tripwires that was set down by Papachulo. The fact that knife went off means he can go for a flank. It wasn't needed, but there was that contingency plan. Say the Viper's Pit gets cancelled. Say your planter gets cancelled. You don't get the spike down. You had that extra level of security there. Really, really strong stuff now. And for Micro, he's going to be called to action without the pits.
Eyes on Jar at the moment, moving up mid with these knives. Bloodthirst for the young Jet player. But they need to know that most likely these guys are traveling in packs. Down goes the Viper wall on B, and so they have to assume that this is going to be the entry. Darion's actually taken down by only a Frenzy. Micro's got 2 with a Frenzy! What is this? That's almost 3 with a Frenzy now for Micro. Surely you can't get a 3rd with just this rudimentary pistol. Yes, they will. Micro, you're doing so much at the moment. 3 kills with the pistol, and sure, Papachulo's the only one remaining. But look at how low all the members of Louvre are. They got about a thimble's worth of blood between them. Papachulo avoids getting pinged for now. They start to walk forward. Remember, this can remotely be disengaged by flaring. There's the timing. Papachulo moves. They make the noise to do so. That's 1. That's 2. Papachulo gets the clutch, but that was set up entirely by one little Viper and their tiny little gun.
It's a little gun, but it packs a big punch, Harry. A wonderful round from Frenzy there, And honestly, for Micro, that just sets his team up for good. That was a massive commitment from Louvre there. They end up losing the knives on Darion as well. More importantly, we look over to who lost his ult that round as well. That was meant to be the sort of eco from Southville. They were expecting to lose that, but Micro just dances around that position and just punishes the overextension of Louvre there. Solid round on his part, and it means that both teams now have an investment, but dare I say it, Louvre a little bit strapped for cash on Lenny and Darion.
Oh, Redco is going to be in a little bit of trouble here, and so too is Darion. The battle for halls. It's going to be all about Oh, Jar just won't let this door open. And they've seen Lena move out from behind the brick stack. They're just keeping that door closed as much as possible, ensuring that the right-hand flank of their players here are going to be easily found. And then Jar will open the door by themselves and find Juicy. Southbuilt Esports, what did they have for breakfast today?
I want some. I want some of it, because they are looking really damn strong, Harry. And for this entire side, even though they don't have an ult advantage, they have a financial advantage. Louvre, if this keeps up, they're going to be limping through the rest of this map, at least the rest of this half financially. Sure, it's only 3 rounds. Let's go 9-3 down. That is a very uncomfortable predicament to be in. Yar has another op to play with. Why not? Financially, you're there. Let's do it. Lenny and Darion delegated down to Spectres. Is it enough?
At this kind of range, it's going to be difficult, but here comes the pace already onto the site and already down. Juicy didn't stand a chance. Papachulo, Jar, Ziz, they all combine for more and more and more damage. You know exactly where Lena is, playing from the back of that cape, but they do grab Papachulo at least. And now if you peek this way, you don't even have time. Micro on the flank. Southbuilt collapse upon Louvre. They make them look silly, Crema.
Look, waves upon a shore, Harry. Louvre aren't really keeping up with the rising tide.
Press equals. Let's get these cinematics out.
Yes, let's find it. Tide, which one is it? There we go. It's relaxing that, isn't it? Anyway, we look back to Louvre, who are going to try and scramble a buy here. They're buying down to 0, Harry. They don't have money. There's that Bulldog and flaring, kind of, for me, the hallmark of a broken economy. For Southbuilt, they've got a 3 ult advantage going into this. They've got the op on Yar. They are fully equipped to take this half in a convincing fashion.
Seems like this is one of the first real efforts we've seen to control mid from Louvre, and it's down to Darion to make it happen. Everyone else moving up through elbow. It's like Diaspora leaning towards B, but uncommittal at this moment. Papachulo's position, but he can actually catch out Darion here quite easily. But no, Darion on the good side of the door to make sure that they're not going to be easily discovered. For now, Louvre, they're just going to allow for some paranoia to come to the fore.
Oh, it's all down to timing here. Do Louvre risk moving? They stay in position. For the most part, it looks like they're trying to bait Papachulo into peeking mid. Nothing yet, though.
No one going to be seen on A, especially not off the back of that knife. So now here comes the classic movement over towards B. Micro instantly falls on down. You've still got to deal with Jar. Well, they won't be able to dash away. Can they hit anyone with the operator right here? The flash, it fully blinds Jar, and that means that the execution is easy as they come. Papachulo about to move in through mid. They take down Len F for their troubles, but once again, they're left all alone in a 1 versus 4. And they've clutched these before, but it's not a reassuringly weighty economic bit of buffer that they've got, so they may consider saving when they've already got this 4-round delta between themselves and Louvre.
Papachulo. He seems to have infiltrated enemy lines here. There is a flank coming, but I think he's aware of it. I think he's kind of suspicious of it.
He's going to be able to avoid that knife. What do you say? Oh, Redco sees. They activate the camera at just the right moment. And now Papachulo's on the run. Turns around to try and fight Redco, but Redco doesn't give that one up easily. I believe that's a recovered operator there as well for Juicy. So potentially the Juice could be on the verge of becoming loose.
It's the first time we see this op come out. Unfortunately, the Juice staying contained for now.
The Juice remains in its box.
The Juice sealed off in the cupboard. It's remembered it could come out, but for now, Darion, he wants to have a try with this op, and it makes sense to put it on the Jet rather than your KO in this case. For now, that B hit really worked, but that was off the back of a very strong hit into mid. Nonetheless, though, they don't care how successful it was. They want to go over back to A, back to the unreliable.
Darion versus Jar. Look at this close angle that Jar has right here. They would be made vulnerable if they got hit by one of those knives. Wouldn't allow them to dash away, but Juicy is concerned with other angles right now, so likely that it isn't going to be coming on forward. Oh, they know that an off is over here. I believe that was sent the way of Aziz. And so Micro's just like, okay, there's no point in saving this ultimate. Jar wins out on the duel. They missed the second shot, though, and are brought down low to 30 HP. Meanwhile, Aziz has been taken out on other angles. And Jar, battered, bruised, and bloodied, we'll have to batten down the hatches behind the boxes as I continue to say B words.
Redco on a flank through mid is something to watch out for here. He may be able to get the timing on Micro as well, which he thoroughly has done.
Oh, they make me nervous, Crummer. They make me very nervous. The Cloudburst here will stop Jar from being put down too early. They see the Sova. They deliver the bolts. A single tick of this Molotov will put Jar in the grave. And they see where flaring is as well. That's a beautiful shot from Jar. They bring out the blades now to try and outduel Juicy. But it's never been an option. A 1 versus 2 now with 16 seconds on the clock. You can see that Micro doesn't particularly want to come and get involved in this fight. Papachulo can just drop. What was that? What? Juicy! Yeah. We said that it's still in the carton, but no, that Juice was definitely loose. Out goes the Flasher trying to walk ahead of this. They see Micro. They deliver the headshot. Okay. Ban him now.
That was incredible, Juicy. He just atomizes. He completely ruins Papachulo there.
I refuse for you to be present on this point any longer. You're deleted, mate.
Oh, Harry. The Juice is most certainly loose. Oh, South builds. That's going to leave a bitter taste as they move to their pistol round. Sure, they're 2 rounds ahead, but all Louvre need to do is convert this, and they're straight back, equal pegging. And, I mean, Juicy's going to be feeling pretty confident after that, let's be honest. What on earth was that?
I'm going to have phobic flashbacks to that shot for years, man.
You wake up in a cold sweat.
What is it like, Day? Juicy just hit a headshot.
Wait, in this case, are we sleeping next to each other?
Absolutely. Are you not into that?
I never said I wasn't, but it's been a warning.
Oh, look at the speed on this. They know exactly where Redco is. They're a little bit late to the duel with flaring, but they still can describe every single shot they give. 3 for 2 trades thus far. The defenders are a little bit undermanned, and Darion is afflicted with that vulnerable. Juicy now in a 1 versus 2, but we've seen this go their way just a few scant seconds ago. The fragment is sent out. That might send Micro reeling, but for now, we're just going to play around these pyramids for cover. Oh, the identification of Flippy. Trying to shoot through the wall right here over to a fresh Ghost, but this one has even fewer bullets left in it. Knife won't see much. Will catch Micro on the disengagement, but running through the wall just took away too much of their health, and they were drowned in body shots.
Go through that wall actually was a really smart idea. You almost catch out one of the members of South, but I believe it was Micro who was just trying to back off. Fortunately, 2v1, impossible to win in that case, especially when you're against the hellfire of body shots. For Louvre, 8-5 down, they move to a bit of an eco. There's the odd Sheriff, but that's not going to be able to stop South Built right now. With Spectres around the board, there's that Phantom on Ya. They have... South Built are prepped for this. Micro even going a bit ambitious by holding on to that Ghost. They're going to be against Darion, who looks to go very aggressive to start.
Brand new Ghost skin. Brand new me. Actually, it's a brand new retreat here. Oh, they see the wall coming up. And so they double on back. Redco's already fallen. Darion can only hit a body shot. And yep, Jar invested in the Phantom this time around. And it seems that their investment is going to pay some dividends, Crema.
It is just an eco. So you need to remember, take this around with a pinch of salt. But nonetheless, the confidence that South Built are going to get off the back of this, moreover, the economy they're going to get off the back of this as they can keep all 5 players left alive, is something that you can't ignore. And for Louvre, they moved to full bar after this, sure, but if that loses, they're out this first map. Bear in mind, this is a best of 3, not the best of 2s that we've been doing all tournaments, so there will be a winner here. You can't leave with a draw.
There will be one winner, but I don't think it's going to be Lena, if I'm honest. I think we're going to try and die to the spike through the wall here with the shorty, because they just don't want to give away that, Wait, I'm going to try and drag someone over to them. This is very aggressive. I'm surprised they didn't just want to die to the spike through the walls and not give away an ult point, but hey, you do you, boo.
I suppose against the KO, hoping to kill them, get your own ult point was the thought process there. Bit ambitious, doesn't work, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, bear in mind, Juicy is only, well, Aziz is only 4 out of 7. For the full investment of Louvre, their ults are on the horizon. Ya, 1 away from theirs, which is going to be the first one to come up online here. And considering he has the Phantom as opposed to the Spectres that line the rest of his team, it's entirely likely that we'll see it use this round.
SBE, they've been doing so well so far. Jar beats out Darion in the battle for mid and barely takes a scratch while doing it. They've earned themselves their Blade Storm. If they want to swap over weapons of one of their Spectre-wielding comrades and try to convert on this, it would mean economic ruin for Louvre. If it could be a connection, as is here, is going to be pinged. And Papachulo is just trying to control these upper chambers. Look at this roam here, though, from Juicy. They could be caught out by Micro. I think they might have actually just heard Micro jumping around. Oh, they fumbled the shot, though, Crema. And Micro, they've now opened up B a little bit more. The options are limitless.
They truly are. We see Flaring having to, I imagine, join his teammate here in a hope to at least have some form of bolstered defense. Unfortunately, the true man to be tested is going to be Redco. Sure, he's got a fairly strong cam here to see what's coming, but the noise of that flank is definitely going to worry him.
They've been flanked by Papachulo.
This is going to be worrisome.
Redco's making noise, though. They've definitely been heard by Leonard, and Leonard doesn't let that one go for free. What can Redco do, though? That's 1. That's good enough. 2 versus 3. Definitely doable here. For the side of the Louvre defense. But Leonard's going to need to be an absolute monster playing from arches. It's going to be a crossfire, so trades off each other are going to be more difficult. That's a beautiful recon arrow. Jar's already been brought a little bit low. Can Leonard be flipped upon? Yes, they can by Flippy. In fact, it will be. And now, Flaring up against 2. Tries to stop the other player from peeking using the snakebite, and it works out in their favor. They get one on Flippy. They can't convert it on Jar. That's going to be 3 kills for the Jet. 22 so far for Southbow Esports professional duelist.
22 to 8 as well. That is a really strong start for Ya. And he's sort of showing to the rest of Louvre that, you know, come at me. The juice may be loose, but in this case, the German efficiency is going to reign supreme. As Louvre, a couple of sheriffs, the old marshal. It's the double marshal setup. It's come into meta, kind of, and I really like it. It encourages you to go for body shots, which make your ghosts, your sheriffs, even scarier anyway.
Flaring. Can you find Jar? A headshot here would be so cheeky. Up the offensive toxic screen goes, and Flaring decides that with this noted, They're going to back off. Both, in fact, of these walls have been raised. The battlements have been constructed, and when they fall, who will be the first to catch arrows? Look at Jar here, taking a very aggressive angle. Can Flaring connect a headshot? It seems like the answer is going to be no. Only 15 HP left. And Lena from the top, Juicy's hits a headshot. Lena's doing plenty with the Marshal in hand. They're 1 against 2, so surely it's unwinnable now with 26 HP and only a Marshal in hand. But this is a significant amount of economic damage that's been managed here by Louvre, but I don't know if that's going to feel as good as it could when they're already 5 to 10. They get a ping here on Jar. They have no idea where Micro is. They've revealed their location, so they swap over to another Marshal with only 2 bullets in the chamber. They hear Jar moving on up. Lena, look at that. Brutal crosshair, and so too is Jar. With the brutal shots, 2 of these rifles will be maintained in South Built. They are getting closer and closer, Kremer, to taking away the first map from Louvre in this entire tournament.
Louvre, they've gone untouched this entire tournament, as you mentioned. They haven't dropped a map. In fact, teams haven't really got more than 10 rounds against them. So the fact that South Built have hit 11 here, that's got to rock the boat a bit. We do see that op revealed on Durion. We'll see where he aggresses with it. It looks like mid will be his targets. There's ults ready for Lenny, but South Built, all of them are ready to come online. 3 already available. Flippy 2 away from his. It's really, unless Louvre can have something go in their way very quickly, we're going to see a very ult-heavy South Built. Looks just close out the map.
Look at this walk with the op from Darion. This is so bloody cheeky. There would be no potential for a refrag here. You've got to hit your shot and go. And you've hit your shot. It's time to leave. That is good enough. But can you escape Papachulo? Oh, they've pinged the drone, so its pathing will be recognized. And you know what now? Mid is going to be considered a little bit more dangerous. Darion still has 2 updrafts to work with, but they don't know what kind of numbers they are up against.
Darion. I doubt we'll see him updraft with that op, but nonetheless, he could back
Redco's going to be in like a 1 versus 3 here. They get the first, they get the second. Redco gets 3 in a row. You can't be telling me that that's something that just happened. Darion misses the shot, unfortunately, onto Flippy. Actually, it might well have been a wallbang or even a leg. They've been left with only 45 HP. Flippy's battered and bruised. And of course, all alone. But Louvre, they can't take any risks when it comes to these duels. Their economy is so fragile, Tremor. The pings from the cyber cages mean they know Flippy's coming here. It's an interesting time to peek. Maybe hoping to take down Darion, but Darion gives the the option right back, maybe.
At 11 to 6, things are suddenly looking very dire for Louvre. Sure, they matched them on ult usage, but Flippy 1 away from theirs. Louvre, I've got Juicy and Flaring about to bring up both the Null Command and the Viper Spit, so we're going to see a very ult-heavy round, either now or the round after. After Yar, considering he's only holding on to the Sheriff, I suspect it's going to be now for him. Will it be enough to topple Louvre? I mean, it's entirely likely. Louvre not looking like the Louvre we've sort of known enough throughout Group A.
Oh, that one way from Flaring. In double doors, that could come to be a pretty vital bit of utility. Darion just continues to scout out and make sure that no one's going to populate this cave area. For now, good discipline from the default. No one's taken any early peeks. They're very wary. They're going to be going up against this op again. And Darion, they have no idea where Darion can be because Darion was so wild with that peek. Like, who peeks in elbow with an op? Oh my god, the fake's been... only the drone and 4 people are going to be on A. This just become a lot more complicated. Kremer, Char, what can they do with the Blaze Storm? Up comes both the wall and the poison orb. That's going to drain the fuel twice as fast. And an exodus from A brings an army of defenders right over to B, including that operator. The defensive Viper's Pit right here is designed to break all of these sight lines, but what can Lena find? We know that one of the greatest utilizers of this ultimate, and they found us this for free with this. Darion doubles on down. Operator shot after operator shot with 1 HP remaining. They head up top right now, and they're going to try their luck against Jar. The brutality of the duelists as they move on forward. They know Micro's inside. Can they try and hit the no-scope? Any spam onto Darion will take them down, but they're not worried about the decay because they're already 1 HP. Micro might do it all by by themselves. They're only up against Lena, and time is slowly ticking away. Lena has to stick it. Here comes the snake bite, and Micro, while they only have a classic in hand, is able to secure the round.
Oh, Harry, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect from South Built. What a way to hit your match point. Bear in mind that Louvre, they went into that into a 5-on-3. South Built, they play it perfectly. They realize they have to aggress if you're already a player down. They swing out, take the 1v1s, bring it down to a 1v3 for Micro against players who are already low on HP. From there on out, just shuts them down. Wonderful stuff from South Built there. And for Louvre, that's going to leave a really, really bitter taste. And sure, they've got that Darion again on the reinvestment, but that was their round.
Brenner, in CS, do you have teams that you consider to have a Giant Slayer buff?
Yes.
Because, remember, South Built Esports were the only team, I believe, that took a map off of Paper Rex in Group B.
They were. They're just built different, Harry.
Oh, flaring here. They're in trouble. They caught Jar on the entry, though. They need to be very careful. Returning to this Viper Split is going to be much more difficult now. Surely there's no way they can slip inside. That ping changed everything. And so the Viper's Pit will fall. This gives them a bit more room to work with, but flaring on the swing has found themselves as is. Up at the top, Papachulo has opened up this door and opened a new front of battle for these defenders. Redco's been identified, but Redco's so fast when it comes to the flicks. The Juice has found their man, and so too has Flaring with a third. Always, the Viper's Pit was just an accessory. I am the main event.
Perfect stuff, and I mean, that's just how you recover. You lose a round in a way you shouldn't have, you response, you drop your ults, you shut down the economy of South Built, and you win a round fairly convincingly. Keeping 3 players left alive means that they do get a bit of a financial kind of government grant, we'll call it, as right now. Those who survived are doing crap. Those who
benefits.
Yeah, they're struggling, because Darion does have that op-out. Juicy ready with the no command, and with rifles to accompany it, this should be their 8th.
Remember, South Built, they've been on match point this entire time. It would be uncanny if they can do it with an eco, but I'll tell you what. If I were to bet on any equation in this tournament, it would be Philippines plus Sheriff equals Chaos. Because they're so different with them. Juicy. Oh my goodness, that was an interesting crossfire that was generated right there. Darion now going up against Flippy. They're so low. Oh, the flick isn't fast enough. And now Flippy gets themselves a free upgrade if they can dare to move on forward. Down to 8 HP. They're going to be tagged right here. Lena might even just go for the shot dart instead. Ah, you want to stay within the trash? I'll make sure you stay there, buddy.
Juicy. Finish off the remainder. Looks like it's clean up crew for the rest of these players. Unless something horrific happens. And Micro. Yes, it's knack for making something horrific happen, Harry.
All of this is so painful. Remember that Lena wants to kind of stay in range of that operator. But Micro's got a good line of sight on it right now. Oh, they are creeping up towards where it fell. They know that this is a big economic power play to try and gain that. If they could dink Redco at this range, I don't think it would do 150 damage. I think it would do 145. But Micro might be good to try and adjust here. They're going to spill onto A, but they're not being very subtle about this. They're making their steps. They want to try and bait, potentially, Lena into a fight. Redco's got the first on the cross right here. And now Lena can just make sure there will be no plant. Thank you. Here's the sprint. Lena, the cardio god. Can they find me up? It's so close. Oh, damn.
Unfortunately, Lena unfortunately suffers from asthma, and so being able to get that up without the question.
Oh, poor guy.
Poor
Needs
guy.
inhaler.
Lena, on that note, though, he's one away from his Hunter's Fury. We've seen how effective he can be with these. He's one of the few players we've seen kind of consistently get multi-kills with his Hunter's Fury. And for South Built, in wariness of this, they're just going to be. With a couple of ults ready, they do have the Hunter's Fury of their own. They've also got that Neural Theft on Papachulo. So while aim is going to be important here, a lot of it will come down to ability usage. And if they can kill Darion on the aggression of elbow.
Devilon is doing it again. And with this stack up, it's entirely possible that they could get themselves a collateral, but it won't be the case. Just Jar they'll have to settle for. But you know what? I think that'll be absolutely fine. Redco has avoided being spotted by that drone. And now out comes the Hunter's Fury. Flippy is looking to try and take down that pesky jet. And while they have brought them low, they've been unable to confirm the kill. Split out now through mid. A couple of pings given, and Darion is just holding this angle with the operator for a moment. They need to be conscientious of their left flank. It's not controlled at the moment. And does Lena want to put their life on the line to try and hold that? Instead, it'll be the drone. And flaring. Oh, they've opened it up. Released a little bit of pressure. A no longer as much of an issue, as this has avoided detection for now, and they will continue doing so. Now Darion might think they're safe from Aziz, when that is far from being the case. Oh, if Aziz hit that shot, things would be very different in this round. Come on, remember, it's match point for South Built.
Oh, for a moment it looked likely, didn't it? In this case, Flippy. Get that refund dart out. There you go. They're going to ping Darion and hopefully the spam will come through here as the attack and the assault begins.
Darion with 30 HP. Any bullet would do it, but can any be delivered? Lena's going to be coming on through to give over a little bit of bonus. However, they've already been taken down. Darion. Oh!
That's the
and
round.
that gets a leg as well. Now they get a bit of a shorty. That was the collateral shots. And that's going to be the finish with the shorty. Darion's still alive, baby, and they're still kicking.
Oh, Harry, what a round from Darion there. And he had a fairly shaky start to this map, but he has really woken up now. He's got that up. And more importantly as well, that was a must-win round for Louvre. Not just in the fact it would have kept them alive in the map, but more importantly, it wrecks the economy of Southville. They're left down to just a single Neuro theft on Papichuolo. They now have the ult advantage, as well as the firepower advantage. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to overtime.
Very much could. Oh, already Darion hit. Do you take this peak against the Sheriffs with the op? Darion certainly seems to think so. They've got two people absolutely cornered right now, penned in. Leaving this area would be difficult, so maybe better to look at potential skirmishes elsewhere. Darion sends out the shot, and now they just continues to try and run them down. Aziz wants to be the next. All three going up top. The flash is good. The pre-shot is better. The shorty at range. Darion is the sniper with the shorty, and Aziz has found the business end of that twice in a row. But all this time, Louvre have been losing out on doors that maybe they shouldn't be. And all this space is being claimed now by Flippy. If they can open this door, they could get themselves an easy angle onto Darion. Do they hit the switch? They are going to do so. How does the aim move around? Lena's looking in the wrong direction now. They might have identified Jar. That makes it a little bit easier. Coming around the back now. Flippy. They want to try and get rid of that up, but I think Lena spotted them on the shoulder peak. The Dink at range, down to 5 HP. They call in reinforcements. They want Redco to be the one to come and finish us off. It's too risky to lose the rifle, too risky to lose the op, but Flippy forces the issue, and Darion's like, I'm going to have to put you down, son.
Bit of a misplay from Papichuolo there to sort of push without checking your angles. In this case, though, they're able to be toppled. Darion keeps a hold of that up. He continues to gain some momentum. And for Southbuilt, they try and break that momentum with the timeout. I love the fact they're going for timeouts here, because they need to find a way to deal with Darion, and they need to find a way to deal with him stat. Yar bringing an AWP out of his own, entirely likely. Bear in mind, he's currently going 27 to 14. He is hitting his shots, and he's been doing so start to finish. If he's able to take that duel with Darion and win it, a lot of not only the info gather of Louvre, granted they do have the server, they do have the Cypher, but a lot of that info has come off the back of Darion just peeking with the op. In this case, you shut him down, you force Louvre to fall back onto their utility. At man disadvantage, it means they can no longer play as aggressive, and it gives you a lot of space to work with, a lot of breathing room. And bear in mind, because you only have that neural theft, you've got to rely on your aim to get to sites.
Grammar, it's not even... It's just past 8 AM here. I'm not ready for Valorant this good.
No, I was hoping we'd have a slow start to the map. Everyone's sort of still warming up, and then we build up to map 2, and then we have a crescendo at map 3. This is stellar. We've only been here an hour.
I hope you guys have got some good food delivery services, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, because we might be here for a long time today. None of these teams want to give up their chance at our 10k prize pool. But there are no second chances. Single Ilium, best of 3, and the war party is assembled outside of B. Darion's going to walk it, and Flippy's going to feel the wrath of the operator.
Another man advantage. There you have it. It's the info from Louvre that doesn't come through utility. It comes through them just peeking and them just killing. It's a very, it's a very CS way of playing this. Bearing in mind that Louvre have played together. This was a team back before they came to Valorant. So the fact that they've sort of resorted to that playstyle is what they're comfortable with, and they've been comfortable with it for years. Perfect stuff there, and now with a man advantage, they can hold kind of more unorthodox angles, knowing that they have to push into them.
Oh, Darion could get themselves something good here. Just a touch further, and they'll be able to see Jar. Jar's going to move across their sightline soon. There it is, an easy flick upwards. And that means that Aziz now has to move on forward to try and grab Flaring while they're trying to take out the dart. Surely you win that fight. No, you don't. Flaring is too good. That's 11.
Oh, Harry,
What?
they're like wizards, swish and flick in this case. A wonderful opportunity.
Pulling out the dart, it's like, you're looking at me.
Yeah. What you think this is gonna hinder me? Just takes out the dart. Just goes wild.
Is that all you've got?
Yeah. Yes. Mapachurlo. He's had this Neurofest for a really long time. He just hasn't expended it. And in this time, Micro, we're going to see another Viper Spit ready. Flaring is going to match it with one of theirs outside A here. Mid control is going to be established, but look at the shoddy buy of South Build to try and just stick them over. To try and close it out before overtime.
Oh, the recon bolts. Wait, look at Jar. They've already moved in. They've come in. They've split through the double doors. Flaring's been taken down. Darion needs to do it all. That's one. Can they do anything more than this? No, they can't. Micro's just got the pace on them. And down goes the Viper's Pit. They've decided that there are no more shenanigans. Speed was the name of the game, and speed brewed so much contempt. Juicy, they're already reloading as they come on through, and it's all down to Redco, who's so low right here. They look for the wall bang, and while they are able to find that, the swing from Micro is bloody strong.
That's map 1 going in favour of South Built Esports Louvre. It turns out they truly are mortal in this case, as they lose their first map of the whole tournament. It's in our first best of 3 of playoffs. However, this is indeed a best of 3. We have 2 more maps to come should Louvre win this next one. My question is, can Ya mimic that performance? We saw he was starting to burn out in that final round. Those knives, he whiffed, I think, 4 of the 5. So he is also showing flaws here. South Built, while they have been able to topple a Titan, they are still but a man in this case. And honestly, Harry, I don't know how on earth this series is going to pan out.
The first map of the tournament that Louvre have dropped, and it's the first map of playoffs as well, Kremer, when it matters the most. South Built Esports, who came into this tournament, we assumed, as the best hope of the Philippines. Will that become reality in our quarterfinals? You can find out during map 2 after this break.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the love goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll take till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, of regularities, living all the dreams, playing all the games, and getting high in love. They can chase us down, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch, and getting high in love. We're invincible. Trust in me. We're invincible. Don't you see? We're invincible.
Welcome back. We just saw South Built Esports overthrow Louvre on their map pick and breeze. We now move to the SBE home ground of Haven. This is going to be a really close match, and if map 1 was anything to go by, map 2 is going to be even closer than that. I suspect full well we'll be seeing overtime here. Now we have Juicy back on the Jets, Darion on his favourite Reyna. I suspect Louvre may have a chance at taking their opponent's map pick and pushing us to a third.
However, do South-Built Esports, Kremer, have the God Killer buff? They took a map off Paper Rex. Paper Rex's favourite map, in fact, Icebox. And South-Built was so confident that they actually banned Icebox because Louvre picked it every single time they could in their Group A stage. Both of these teams are fantastic at this, but South-Built were like, no, we're not going to allow for Louvre to get what they want on Icebox. Juicy's moving away now from the KO back to this Jet like you talked about. But I'll tell you what, Aziz is kind of on another level today. They're having a pretty great game. Like we haven't viewed South-Built as like a duelist heavy roster. Like sometimes when Jar is on that Jet, we're like, okay, Jar's going to try and take over this game. But in general, Jar usually plays the Astra, and Aziz like isn't a domineering Jet player. Like we don't see him take over a game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We have a disconnect from Yar, so we may have to pause momentarily. There you go, we'll have a pause at 10. Quick tech issue, hopefully we can sort that pretty quickly. But you mentioned how Aziz had a good game. Yeah, he completely took the cake in that last match. I think he finished on 27 kills?
I just don't know if I expect them to be able to do it again on the Astra here. Like, we've seen Jar pull out some fantastic performances on the Astra, but usually are going to be playing a site anchor on the Astra, especially here on Haven, and that can make your frag count just a little bit lower due to the necessity of staying on somewhere like C. If you're like on extreme, like A or C, you're generally going to be anchoring that site for quite a while until you've at least confirmed that there is full aggression happening elsewhere.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And for Haven, you need to remember as well that because of the 3 sites, you really need your Sovas to deliver. You really need to get on point with that information. And what we see Paper Rex do quite a lot is when your information is kind of limited to just the Sova, or over on Louvre's case, the Sova and the Cypher, you see the two duelists, they'll extend just to try and catch out a player. So they would swing, we see it very commonly, a push-up A long, or even when they have the op, a push-up C long. And something that has worked fairly badly for Paper Rex in the past is when they push, they get, because their aim is nuts, they get a little bit cocky, dare I say, a little bit confident, and they start really trying to overextend, and that ends up playing against them.
Chat believes that Louvre is to win the next map 53%, so it's very close.
That is one of the closer polls we've had in kind of my experience, at least.
To be fair,
who did you pick, Harry?
I picked Louvre because I am Kremer, a dirty, biased caster, and I'm biased in that I want a map number 3.
I'm also extremely biased, which is why I picked South Built.
I too am extremely biased.
Yeah, we didn't say for the same teams, did we? But I think that South Built, they seem to have just, as you mentioned, they seem to have just the upsets with them. They are the Titan killers. They're the giant slayers.
The God Killer buff.
They actually are, and for some reason, well, we've said consistently, Louvre, one of the favourites to win the tournaments. They are the giants. They are the Titans here. That means South Built, they're going to be just that bit better, just that bit stronger. And
there's a very feasible world where with the God Killer buff, like, South Built could 2-0 this, and then go up against a team that's like seed 2 or 3 in the semi-finals and just get absolutely blasted.
Yeah. I believe South Built, they're against the winner of, is it Kingsman Bleed? I think it is.
Ooh, 1 second. Let me have a look.
Yes, it's Kingsman Bleed. So.
But they've already faced Bleed. Let me see if I can look up that scoreline. Bleed 2-0'd South Built last time they met, but one of them was in overtime and the other was very close.
Yeah, so this is we may see that matchup again, or we may see them have to come up against Kingsman, who in themselves have been very strong throughout this tournament.
Feels like forever since I've screamed Nonfu's name. But you know what? I'm looking forward to going back to it today.
I miss those muscles, man.
Nonfu with his galaxy tier forearms.
I genuinely am just surprised at how that man has time to both.
I mean, we can't say hospital flick when Nonfu is flicking, though, because,
If you have some people complain about how their mouse hits the wall and they can't, aim properly, Nonfu's mouse just goes through that wall.
Like, if anything, what we're going to need is, like, a masonry flick, where someone has to come in and repair the wall.
he can't get too angry. If he tenses, his mouse just crushes under his foot.
Caught me by surprise. I was thinking about the potential mouse sponsor where, like, not even Nonfu can crush it.
They're so alive in game now. And for South Built, it's going to be a start with a bit of a heavy push into B.
Oh my goodness, Juicy already going all the way out, and Jar refuses to continue to allow this. Everyone's going to try and get on top of this with 3 HP remaining. This skirmish from Adonis has been so heavily punished. Redco gets caught by a jumping right click from Papachulo, and this has been an absolute massacre, Kremer. Aziz might be able to get a good flank here onto Lene, but they're definitely heard creeping around. A spike had to be retrieved, and Lene now, will they catch us? Oh, they're going to get a good timing here. What a good dash away there from Aziz. I think they're going over to B. Does Lene know about the turret here? They seem to have avoided it. They see Papachulo. That's beautiful on the pistol work. And it comes down to a 1 versus 1. 2 shock darts available for Lene, and I think they've read this well. They could even shock dart the plant here. There's only 40 HP on Aziz.
I mean, bullets may have to do here, because Aziz, he's going to get caught out.
Counter rotate. There we go. Body shots are good enough. Lene gives Louvre the first round, but hey, this was pretty stressful for Louvre.
That it was. Lene needs to take a moment to just
Tag pause, guys. Tag pause.
Yeah, just take a moment to let them bathe, bask in their defeats. Whatever. That is how Louvre want to start. Bear in mind that they took a heartbreaking loss on Breeze, which was their map pick. To go 13-10 down, having made quite a strong comeback for most of that second half, it just wasn't quite enough. Now they don't want to mimic that mistake. They go straight into this, win the pistol round. They punish. They almost got punished from their aggression, and as mentioned, that's the exact same trap Paper Rex fall into, which is where you extend with your 2 duelists, one dies, the other feels obliged to try and trade, and you just end up going 2 players down. Luckily, Lene, he's nuts. They hadn't considered that little factor, but for now, he's sobers. Let's see where the opening is. Let's see where they try to fight for, as South Built barrel their way down mid.
Juicy here trying to make sure that this sewer is not going to be palatable. Flaring. What can they do with a Spectre in hand? A full blind, but they just hold down the trigger. And that puts Aziz in the grave. The spike yet to be planted as they are going to be surrounded. Papachulo hits exactly the shot that they need to. Flaring easily runs them down, and now Papachulo easily also falls. It's all easy all the time for Flaring until they get flanked on by Pro, and things just got a touch more complicated as Jar, where a Sheriff in hand, has made their inroad. Are they noted in terms of their position? They've picked up a Spectre themselves. Only 9 bullets in the chamber. But hey, that's a good start. Darion, they've been seen. Surely Jar can't get a 3K here. It's once again down to Lena, who needs to go and rescue a Spectre. Actually, it's a Vandal in hand. Oh my goodness, with that Vandal bought, this could be ruinous for Louvre if they end up falling here. But Lena, always reliable.
If that was any gun but the Spectre, that's a 1v3.
Yep.
That is really worrisome for Louvre in a bit of a reality check to go, okay, we need to be a bit more disciplined here. As we end up seeing Louvre go in, they don't get a bonus with only one player left standing with a Vandal. They just have to reinvest. They're equally low on cash here. Lenny is going to go for the financial route. Eventually, he drops that off to Juicy, and they need to hope that Juicy can deliver with it. For the stack outside A, it's entirely likely the Sop gets its first blood kind of moments after it's conceived.
A nice little bounce on the recon dart right there. Presence confirmed. Juicy, in fact, starts to walk on forward. And look at the covering fire here from Darion. This could make for a massive crossfire. As they try and move in now onto Juicy, Darion's going to take their swing potentially. Juicy has fallen. And Darion, they've avoided being pinged by the birds. This could be huge. Will Bruce spot them? Bruce has spotted them. Oh, Darion's concussed. Oh, they took too long to take their swing here. Maybe they should have done it when Juicy first fell. That's the op now gone. That's the Vandals gone too. The bounce there. Flaring can avoid being detected as they move on forward. But this has been disastrous for Louvre. The pre-fire on the Spectre reveals Flaring's location as Lippy puts them in the grave with no troubles whatsoever. Louvre, the pacing there was just bad?
They had the right idea. They had the right idea. Darion being able to get that aggressive that quickly. Perfect. Juicy missing the first shot. That's when Darion swings, when Juicy misses. However, Juicy, no Darion peek. All right, I guess I'll do a little bit more on my own. Gets the kill. Tries to run away. They're still fighting him, but Darion doesn't swing. He waits for them to pass him, hoping that they split into sewers to try and catch Juicy off. He doesn't anticipate that they actually just kill Juicy. Because of that, though, I doubt we'll see any more aggression from the duelists. Unless it's in mid with Sheriffs. It's a default for both sides for now.
I mean, it's an eco, so they want to get a little bit frisky, and Darion's going to be punished for it. Papachulo's just carving through player after player. And Redco sits at the other side of double doors, hoping that, you know what, maybe a right click, guys. Free gun, haha, hee. Question mark?
That's a bit youthful optimism that comes out of him there.
Young players yet to be jaded by the realities of esports.
Yeah. There you go. Looks like the free gun. Yeah, won't do much.
Yep. The classic at long range here. There is a spot onto Aziz. London does have the ult, but there's no way they use it here. That would be phenomenally weird.
Look where Yara is. You just cleared it all. That C site's open.
C's free, guys. Come on over. That plant's all yours.
I really like the discipline from South Built. They know they're against an eco, but they still choose to go to the unguarded site, kind of foregoing the kills. Just so they can kind of set themselves up.
Juicy could find Papachulo here. Oh, yes, they can. That's a rifle now for Juicy, and now things are going to get dangerous. 1 versus 4, sure. How's this aim? Oh, it's beautiful. They knew that Juicy was around there somewhere after taking down Papachulo. And hey, it seems like Self-Built. They're going to start checking some egos. They're going to start deflating some of them.
Oh, they are. Something to highlight as well. Bear in mind that this South-Built roster, it's come from CS. As has Louvre, as has the old Bren roster as well. Those 3 teams, they've played against each other a lot in multiple titles. You can sort of change how you play a position, but your play style, you shake. That you can't shake. That is you. In this case, the double duelist attack, they go onto B long this time. A long this time.
Oh my goodness, they just want to try and dominate, but they're unable to do so. The pings at range will take down Flippy. We know that Lena usually gets at least one of these ultimates. Juicy now, right next to their counter jet. The walk here from Aziz gives them the ping, and Juicy eventually wins out on that. But Darion was sacrificed in the midst of all of this. And now Redco, what can you do? All alone. All the Astra Stars come on down. Utility barrage coming through. And Jara's going to get pinged there behind that box. It should be easy, but actually gets sucked away. An assist happening one way or another. Redco, can they get themselves another? No, denied the 3K. But all alone now is Papachulo. The 1 versus 3 starts off well. That's 1, that's 2.
Oh, Harry. Oh, I love that. That is a warning. That is a warning from Papachulo. You can't try that with me. You need to pick me with utility. And Angel, no worries. Look at the ults that are starting to come online, Harry. 4 available for Louvre. There's 3 available for South Bill, but both Pro and Yart just 1 away from getting this. We see them stacked outside A. A fight for the ult orb here could absolutely secure them this. Juicy going to be pulling out the knives to kind of kickstart this round, accompanied by Darion. And this hit squad of the 2 duelists are going to try their luck once again on A.
This hit squad must be expected, though, now. Juicy was trying to play some kind of counter flash. And Darion's already got ahead of the curve. There is the stun that they needed. Juicy gives over a long-range headshot to Pro. And finally, these duelists have found some purchase. Darion with 9 bullets in the clip should be fine to continue on here. They're going to put down Bruce and back off for the moment. Aggression on A. Reconfirmed. I don't think that Juicy managed to impact with that knife. So now we've got 3. They've already given over a headshot, though, so already some value gained. There will be a battle between the Astras, and Jar is fit to win that. Now they've got control of B. That needs to be brought into by Lena. Won't be able to connect the second shot dart, but did find the first. And Jar is going to create so many problems here if they continue to occupy B. And the 3 stack on A is going to have to move in to try and deal with this ground that's been surrendered away to the South Tilt attack.
That's a very
Juicy.
fast flank.
This is a fast flank. Lena just trying to come in from the other exit, and so Redco is also going to potentially try and play this from window. They need to be fast, though. Darion's already been lost. Redco, they've got themselves an easy one here, but Flippy wins out the door. Juicy's fallen down. Lena's all alone, and Papachulo, what a game they are having. They are more than twice the kills of the next leading brand, 13 and 4.
What an opening, and as you mentioned, what a game from Papachulo. Not just in aim, but in utility there. I highlighted the flank of Redco there in mid. There's an alarm bot in the middle of nowhere from Papachulo to catch out that flank, and Redco can't do anything past that. He has to try and swing into a fight, despite the fact that he's got his presence known. At that point, of course, he's going to die. You then see that divide from Yart, a bit of an overinvestment in my opinion, but it all but forces Juicy to either fight now or just swing through it. Either way, he's caught out by Papachulo with some supreme aim. Like that, South Bill, they're now trying their luck on C against the eco of Louvre.
Redco's feeling some fear right now. The drum for War Dogs march on forward. Southville Esports a ping onto Redco with only 4 HP. Surely there's no way they survive here. The right-click moves between multiple members of a Filipino side, and Lena's going to be able to at least swap out to a Sheriff to maybe find themselves a headshot and attempt to try and avoid Bruce's scouting here. They will remain undetected for the moment. Could find themselves a timing on Pro, but will get pinged by this bird, and so everyone's going to start to adjust their crosshairs. And Lena, you know I love you, but it's not looking great here, chum.
Love can only go so far, can't it? Pro, easy headshot. Just flicks to the side, gets him out the round. For now, a clean round from Southfield gives them that economic padding. Does Aziz now bring out that up? I would love to see him do it, especially considering he knows he'll be combating Juicy's because of the eco. Instead, he brings out the Spectre, which means like it's entirely likely he uses the knives this round, and then uses the Spectre as a kind of contingency plan in case they fail. Juicy with this op, though, this time, for the first time in a while, actually, we don't see the duelists go for a hit squad. They spread out to either side. You've got Darion, Empress ready to head down C long, with Juicy hunting for the pick with the op.
Darion, if they can get into the cubby, things are going to become a little bit more complicated. They've taken down this area as well. Aziz never expected this to be coming on through. Darion uses the dismiss, so they'll get out for free, and now they pop the Empress. They'll hold their ground. They'll try to fight, but Flippy puts them straight in the grave. The refrag is good, though, from Redco. And this will stop this attack in its tracks. It will force them to make some new calculations, Kremer. What can we afford to do in a 3 versus 3? We need to break the momentum here. Jar just beats out Juicy so easily. Your operator means nothing to me. And while everyone is going to be pinged here and betray a movement to B, Lena starts walking but falls after 1. Redco has to do it all alone here. And even if they can, it won't rescue the Louvre economy. Redco's read it. He thinks they're going to A. He hears them moving. How many stars
so strong.
does Jar have to play with is the question. Heaven could be a really strong angle to play from if there's no star to obfuscate it. And I wonder, for Pro, what kind of post-plant utility we're looking at here? A pair of shock darts. That's going to make this timing very, very difficult. Redco gets for silent drop. Actually, it's probably going to be a little bit more loud than that, so they start to make some sound. They want to bait out a peek. They get the half, and they just try to stick it. However, it was going to be difficult either way. That was a good double peek coming through from Jar and Pro.
I really like the idea that Redco just tries to stick it. Bear in mind that in a 1 versus 2, you're unlikely to win 2 aim duels that are going to come what would probably be 2 very different angles. In that case, he has to turn 180, finish the job, and then get the defuse in time. For that, it starts defusing that spike, and like that, we're going to be seeing a kind of hope for a stick. Sometimes it worked. I mean, you saw it got about 7 seconds in. But nonetheless, it's not quite enough. Juicy, unable to use the op, having fallen last round, is going to go for the little brother, the scout. The Marshal.
Yes, Kremer. The Marshal.
The Marshal. We corrected ourselves.
Oh, good ping there onto Jar. Darion could find themselves a headshot here. Oh, they're unable to do so. And now the alarm bot caused the displacement of the crosshair. 2 bullets left in the chamber. The reload will be heard. Darion has to hit the shot. If they don't, they are royally screwed. And they get it done. However, they just move forward there with a dismiss. Or rather, the Devour. I'm surprised they didn't dismiss out, but a 1-for-1 trade, not bad in a rifle versus sheriff scenario. Redco's gone. And Juicy. They're feeling the pressure now. The beads of sweat are beginning to form on their brow as they weigh up their chances. Do I go into this area? Can I avoid being flashed? You can avoid being flashed, but not pinged here. So your presence will be registered. But they know as well that Leonard's here likely from an early usage of a recon dart. And in the meantime, Papachulo's just wandering up C. I'm going to clear it out.
This is twice now we've seen South built, shift to a site, and then completely just get it for free. In this case, it's been read by Flaring he wants to go aggressive, but it's too little too late. His opposition, they're already about to plant that spike. Aziz is now a bit of a flank. Sure, he may be caught off here, but to what avail?
Flaring, they can get this on. No! Flaring!
Oh,
my goodness,
Harry.
it was milliseconds. It was milliseconds, Kremer. I think that physically pained me to watch. I need someone to rub my tummy.
Oh, that was so crushing, Harry. So we could hold one another and try and console each other, because it may happen again.
Oh, Aziz, can we get the third? Yeah, you bet that they can. What a round from Aziz, but also Papachulo just getting so much value out of his lurks, clearing Seaside for free again and again.
What a round from South Built and Harry. They're really starting to craft a bit of a lead here. 3 rounds separate the 2 of them. Louvre, they just haven't had money. If they are able to get it this round, sure, they might be able to sort of end the half on a bit of a hurrah. But looking at the momentum, more importantly, looking at Papachulo, he's still double the kills of anyone on Louvre.
Back to the kill squad here. Darion and Juicy have aligned themselves on A. But no one's going to be there to meet them. But this could at least result in an interesting opening up. Lene hasn't got any pings. They're trying to scout out someone that their duelist could hit. And they put one of these prongs down each avenue. But they don't get any pings. In cover for Seekers, which needs to be destroyed by Flaring. They need to try and get some. Oh, they don't actually take out the one that's going for Lene. A little bit selfish there. Maybe a touch. But already, damage has been done. Redco gets plenty. And they'll finish off Pro. Finally,
exactly.
Louvre find themselves a groove on it. And they don't lose all their rifles in the process, Kremer, which has been really a sticking point where they have like one person surviving when they win a round.
You're absolutely right. This is exactly where we see this is exactly what you want to see from Louvre. Bear in mind that that hit squad, it works for getting a pick, but more importantly, they become a killer flank if they don't see anything. You sort of want to run into them just so you can try and contain them before they just spiral everywhere. In this case, they're able to go through mid, they cut off 3 of the players on the attack despite being on the opposite side. In this case, they're going to try it again, this time at the hands of Juicy.
Affirmative position here from Aziz. They want to chase down Darion while they're in that dismiss. They're going to give it a go, but Darion wins both of those doors in a row, and Juicy is once again activated. Still, Juicy and Lena, they fall in concert. And now the 2 remaining members of South Built are considering trying their luck on A. For now, they have sewers occupied, and they know that Darion's still here. And not only that, Darion's on a bit of a hot one right now. Still, it will be risked. The lockdown will be noted. You could try and make a play to take this out. Pro gets a good timing there. Won't be noted by Darion just yet, and everyone will just go into the safety of hell, and they'll be able to avoid being pinged, but Pro still manages to hit the shots that they need to. Pro gets 3 in this round. Can any more than this be gained? Flaring, walking ahead of the curve. That's going to make some noise, and Pro grabs 4.
Clean round by Pro, and it's just what you need if you're that Souther. You get the timing on the smoke, you have the information from the Shocker, you push in with the zoning from the Killjoy ult, and that is some sublime teamwork to be able to shut down that A defense despite being in a 4-2 circumstance. Ults were used a lot though. Pro is the only one who has an attacking ult right now, and for Aziz and Yar, I mean, they're the next ones who are closest, but that's still on the horizon. For Louvre, they've got their Empress, their knives as well, and more importantly, that Cosmic Divide ready for flaring. That's going to be influential to a comeback or to a retake. In this case, Pro looking to pave the way for a hit to C.
Juicy once again playing on this flank. This is such a conservative position from Jar right now. They just activate everything on the C site. They can exact their influence from far away. A remote battler. And Aziz is going to be the one who comes straight up close. Darion's already fallen down to the tendrils of the Hunter's Fury. Lennis starts to walk on forward, trying to take out the planter before they can get it down. However, the spike is now locked in place on C site. And this is going to be a difficult retake, especially with the angle that Jar has found themselves right now. This could be a free kill, and it will be 8-4 on the half for South Built Esports. They are 5 rounds away, Crema, from knocking Louvre, a team that previously not lost a map in our tournament, out of the quarterfinals. This is first seed from Group A versus 4th seed SBE, who barely, just about squeaked their way into playoffs.
They got through off the back of a single map. That was all that separated them from the from Beast. I think came 5th there. So they really were up against it in their group. They inched their way through. Here they are, Harry, and I tell you what, they're about to show why they earned this spot.
This would be important for the Filipino crowd. Re-establish some faith in this team that was supposed to be one of the best in their region. Admittedly, Bren has been cultivating a pretty sizable fan base off the back of a couple of their wins in these group stages, and we will get to see them later against Boom, I believe, which is going to be a very interesting matchup.
And it will be. We do have this a tech time now. This.
Yeah, I think Jar has called it.
But Jar he's been having issues all day, hasn't he? But
he's been given some issues as well.
Yeah, that's true. Luckily, that quickly resolved as we now move into the final the pistol round of this second half. This could be the final half for Louvre, and they need to start up with a pistol. If they allow South Built to start going 9-10-4 up, they're at a point now where it's sort of irrecoverable. In this case, though, Louvre, they have been pretty good with their pistols. They've been, dare I say, nasty with their pistols. So they prepare a hit and a bit of a split to see.
The good news is the pistol round is where you can really start to leverage a good Reyna. Getting those devours, becoming a bruiser. Down goes the alarm bot, and it feels like C is definitely going to be the site where everything happens. Jar's already opened up. The Alpha Astra has... Oh my god, Papachulo! Turn away! That is some nasty left click from the Classic. It's not just about getting up close and jumping. It's also a little bit nasty, but in the hands of a player like Papachulo and Louvre. Leonard, they can't do a 1v4. Louvre are falling apart.
That losing the pistol round's okay if it goes to a 1v1 and you get a spike plant. Only being able to kill one member, that
But
is
you have a huge
worrisome.
advantage on C as well. Like
Yeah.
the numbers there.
That is worrisome. In this case, though, Louvre, there's still hope, and they actually respond with a force spy. This could catch Southbuilt off guard if they're not careful. Bear in mind that with the Bulldog on Juicy, they actually out-firepower Southbuilt here. So, this is a really even round, and if Southbuilt aren't careful, this will completely catch them off guard.
Juicy at the moment, top rank for their team, but at the moment it doesn't really matter. Everyone's kind of having a bad game up against just the sheer force of Papachulo. Juicy trying to get ahead. They see someone sucked into the gravity well, but Flippy's able to get out rather quickly. They know now that the Bulldog's on its way, and that needs to be accounted for as Juicy once again takes these angles. Darion moving on forward. What can the force spy achieve? The crosshair displacement puts Juicy in the ground, and Darion has to do it all right now. Can anyone pick up the Bulldog? It might be down to Lene to do so, but look at this flank right now from Jar. They might find that Bulldog on the ground. They're going to be checked right here. It's Redco's on the way with 21 HP. Jar's gotten rid of them. Papachulo's picked up one. Papachulo, can you continue to do it? Can you be the bane of Louvre? Can you be the slayer of Singapore? Not in this case. Darion gets even more healing. Jar runs it! And the force buy has been forced to kneel before the king.
It does catch Southbuilt off guard, though, and it completely ruins any chance of Southbuilt really playing bonus here, as, well, we see 0 on Pro, it's got 200 on Papachulo and Flippy. That force buy was very strong from Louvre, and I love the fact they changed the tempo on a dime and use it to catch them off guard, because it does. Unfortunately, the spike plant, while the money's good from it, it's not enough. They're left with a Vandal on the Reyna. Bear in mind, one away from the Empress kind of gives reasoning behind it. But the others, they've got to go for this sort of garage buy where another force, sure, it could definitely catch Southbuilt off guard, but I don't usually see the same strat working twice, especially in a row.
How sustainable is it, though, Kremer? And how will the mental fare? This has been a humiliating couple of rounds here. Darion needs to get something. Up against the Ziz. They've been forced to move away. Look at the speed and power here. Redco going to lead the way now with the Spectre. Trying to clear all of these angles. Pinged by the recon bolt coming through from that recon drone. And Juicy punished both of their audacity. You dare move into my zone. Juicy just shoves the Spectre as far up Jar as they can and pull the trigger.
Well, Papachulo, blink and you miss it. Where's his team gone? As another force buy from Louvre. This time it works beautifully. Juicy. My God, his damage output, Harry. Papachulo can hear his death coming. There's no beating that.
Even in the 1v5, Papachulo gets one. Papachulo might be having one of the best maps of his career so far, Kremer. And it's when they are on match point against Louvre. 1-0 to Southbuilt Esports in this best of 3. And while Louvre may have granted themselves a stay of execution and maybe an extra little bit of hope, they are far from out of the woods.
What I quite like from this Southbuilt side is that, or from Louvre even, is they've completely shut down Southbuilt's economy. They're down to sheriffs here, despite having won the pistol round and the round afterwards. It's not a full buy from Louvre, but it's bloody close to one. With an ult advantage as well. You see, that's the opening you need.
Juicy had to give over a right click there. They panicked a tiny bit, but 1 for 1 isn't too bad. Here's for Shorty on the other side. It's delivered directly to Redco. Jar, what can you do with the Sheriff for me? Only take out their counterpart and Papachulo here. The classic warrior is able to swap on over to the Sheriff instead. They're going to be executed. And look at how quickly Darion turns there to get the spike plant. They know that they need to keep building up these credits. And Louvre, maybe they found themselves a touch of momentum here to try and play with, but they have to deal with Aziz on the off.
Louvre, they're sort of like a boulder, where pushing a boulder off a mountain is bloody hard. But once it's over that peak, good luck stopping it. That's kind of how I feel with their momentum. With Pro looking to accompany Aziz here, we may see a very aggressive round with the op being revealed. Fortunately, not quite yet. Louvre only on rifles here, no op in sight. Hey, if they kill Izzy's, it might be a bit of an upgrade.
Oh my goodness, Darion didn't even get to see the op. It was up high, positioned on the high ground, given the overwatch. And now as it is, they could easily get an advantage onto Redco. Surely this position has been reported. Lena just trying to keep Aziz's attention for now, and that they do, but at what cost, Kramer? At what cost? Crow starting to take the walk down sewers. This is no longer viable territory for Louvre. They're surrounded on all sides, at least until Aziz falls on down, but Redco's going to be easily traded here. Juicy expect... The claiming of the spike is going to be important. But all the way around the back, look at this position from Jar. This is a net that's closing around Juicy. And only truly powerful gunplay will allow Juicy to escape, but Jar just has the element of surprise. The trap is sprung, and spring is looking very, very green for Stealth Built.
That it is. 11-6 the scoreline now, 2 away from an upset against Louvre in a very, very convincing fashion. We see the ult advantage in favour of South Built as well, but that will be equalised pretty quickly with Flaring about to get the Cosmic Divide ready. For the rest of Louvre, Darion, he's had some great rounds. I would love to see him pop this Empress early and try and use it to aggress to C. Once again, we're going to see this up from Aziz over on A. This time, though, he's going to try and peek behind it.
Papachulo is a dangerous foe to anger. Not much subtlety on C. Already a pair of these stars have been laid on down. That hasn't taken Aziz off their lurk on A. Papachulo confirms their presence here. But Nova Pulse is going to stun them, but Jar's here with the covering fire. Excellent timing from the Astra Duelist combo. I don't know what you'd even call them. I'd call them a badass.
Rightfully so. Flippy, sister to try and be badass. Now the ping swings out. Oh, that's a lot of players coming.
18 HP. They might get themselves a timing here on Juicy, and they will. Next up is Flaring, followed by Lena. Flaring falls on down. There's the Neural Theft. It's going to find every single person, but they can't even see Jar through Lena. But Jar doesn't need to see anybody. All they do is hold down the trigger, transfer it from one to the other, and this is match point for South Built. This is the death knell of Louvre, and we could be witnessing a Black Parade.
What is happening, Harry? Louvre, here's the thing, Louvre aren't looking bad. They're winning a lot of these Angels. Their positioning's right. Their calls have been catching South Built off guard. It's just South Built are so well versed. Their teamwork is sublime. And they're at a position now where they could take this not only in the series, but in a one-sided fashion on your opponent's map pick.
South Built, if they win this, Kreml, what does that say about the quality of Group A versus Group B? Aziz here, prepared for the shot. Will they be able to hit it? They've been pretty spicy thus far when it comes to this operator. And the Empress is going to be used here by Darion. They want to be the one to clutch. They want to be the hero. They want to be the queen. But the question is, will they be able to do so? They catch Aziz as they move up high. You can't pull those tricks on Darion. I was molded by the jet, baby. I'm more jet than a 747. Moving through at the same old time. It's a massacre. And bloodily so. Redco with the Spectre up here against Flippy. This should be a free upgrade. They need to try and stay alive. That's a good ping. The preferential swing comes off of Lena. An upgrade is given over, and that's a flawless for Louvre. Exactly what they needed.
That was all Darion. I said I wanted to see that Empress box, and my god, does he not disappoint. Incredible round on his part. And Louvre, despite the victory they faced there, their ping is not looking good. Redco and Flaring desperately need a timeout here. That ain't pretty.
They've had to... They made a blood pact with the devil. Give us a flawless, and but at what price, Louvre?
Something I've noticed as well is in the entire like SEA scene, I don't know if they're networking their servers, they are way better than ours. I would give my kidney for 30 ping consistently. Like
30 ping. Like we see 9 often for Singaporean teams.
I know, it's insane. And
like, I live an hour from London and I get 30 ping to the London server.
Yeah, I'm 2 hours from London and I get about 60. Like, we have good internet. Like, we're running this stream, but the internet hasn't been too bad. Which is the networking in the UK. Either their networking is insane or ours is awful, Harry. In fact, actually, no, I say it aloud.
Incredible infrastructure.
Yeah, saying it aloud is probably us being awful, thinking about it.
Same thing happens in South Korea as well.
Does it? That doesn't surprise me at all.
And of course, Singapore's essentially a city-state, so everyone's pretty close to each other.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh. Do you want to move to Singapore with me?
we're gonna become full-time SEA Valorant casters.
I wouldn't mind being a full-time SEA caster. That'd be great.
An interesting proposal there, Kremer.
Yeah. We would also get to cast at humane hours as well.
It's okay. It's 16 past 9 now. This is livable for normal humans, not for me, but for normal humans.
What human could be excited at 9 AM, man? Or 8 AM, which is when we started as well. How come they have to give us the good game first? Like,
I mean, they're all good games, Kremer. I'm not going to play favorites.
That's true. They are all good games, but I meant we could have had like a show match or something.
Like, this was supposed to be the bad game.
You're right, it was, wasn't it?
This is Louvre hadn't dropped a map. South Built only just got into playoffs. They were supposed to kneel down and kiss the ring.
Yeah. South Built are just bloody good, aren't they? Louvre once again go for a hit up A long. This is going to be heard as well.
Oh my goodness. Back on top of the box as Ears is back. On that same grind, but coming around behind him is Juicy. Do they walk this smoke? Do they give it the dash? The second they walk on through, Pro is giving them warning shots. That's double headshot through the smoke. Is this how Louvre die? Caught out via Sova on the 3K? Sova's put in the ground.
Look at the flank of Yard. It's over.
Oh, the flank of Yard gets it all done. What a beautiful timing from the Astra. It doesn't matter what agent they're on. Jar just makes it painful, and they have knocked Louvre from the tournament.
Wonderful game from Southwood Esports there, and they have taken my heart, Harry. That was an incredible game from both Yar and Papi Chulo. In both maps, they were playing out of their mind. What a game that was. And for Louvre, bear in mind, Juicy and Darion, their kind of duelist wombo combo was just stunning. This is going to be a really interesting bracket, actually. I can't wait to see this pan out. But, Harry, we have an interview with South Built, don't we?
Yeah, we will get to talk to a couple of them once we can summon all the Filipino team into a call. So that's going to be coming your way if you happen to be watching right now. So make sure that you sit tight, and we'll be right back.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Yet you keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know.
Welcome back. We're joined by both Pro, Flippy, and the wonderful Black and Blue from Team South Built Esports. A nice little victory interview, isn't it? Because, let's be honest, that was a hell of a series.
As far as victory interviews go as well, I've got to admit, we weren't expecting South Built to win this dominantly. 2-0
That's true.
against Louvre. Did you guys expect it to be this thorough of a bashing that you were going to give over to Louvre?
I'll let the boys answer this one.
No, actually, we didn't expect to dominate this game because we saw Louvre's game about the other group. They won single-handedly every matches that they were given. Right? So, yeah, I was like not expecting to give them a 2-0. I was expecting for them to like give us a 1-1 and have a hard match on the third
Well,
half.
Okay, and kind of expecting it to be a bit of a hard map. This goes to kind of as IGLs and of course to you as well, Black and Blue. What sort of preparation did you do leading up to your game against Louvre?
Well, specifically this game, honestly, not like too much specifically. I've found that even, I've got this question also recently versus Team Secret and other teams where sometimes counter-stratting isn't the most effective thing because teams don't do the exact same thing every game. And so the best thing you can work on is yourself and bring yourself the most fully prepared you can. And the only real preparation we kind of did was, we watched the VODs individually. Then we talk about like, okay, this is a better map pick. This is what they do typically. Let's play our best.
So both Pro and Flippy fulfilled the IGL role today, but who did it for which map and why do you guys rotate who your IGL is?
Actually, on Breeze, I don't want to play that map, so I let Flippy play. I usually play there, and I'm the one who's also the IGL there, but it feels like I don't feel comfortable on that map, so I let Flippy take my role, and then it works well.
It's the only map that
That
Flippy
it's only
IGLs were.
yeah.
Is it the
The rest
only
of the
map?
map,
Oh, go on.
yeah. Sorry.
I was like, is that the only map that you guys have a rotating sixth on, or do you have kind of different rosters for each map?
Well, okay.
We
I
have
think
a
I'll take
different.
this one.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Okay, there, Flippy. Well, yeah, we have different like rotations per map. But Flippy, I think you play like 3 out of our 4 out of our 3 maps. 4 out of the 7 maps, right? The buff
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
what sort of influences who plays what? Is it just whoever's comfortable, or is there kind of reason and rhyme behind it?
It depends on the agents, the composition.
Composition of agents.
Yeah.
I think you guys are one of the only teams we have in the tournament who actually use a substitute player at all. Do you think that gives you an advantage at all across teams that have a little bit more of a rigid roster?
Of course, especially when our sixth is Flippy himself. But no, yeah, I really do think so. I think these guys are very good in every single role. You guys even see it, and Twitch chat was wondering like, why isn't Ja on the Jet this time? Well, I told him, well, he's just as good in Astra. Why is Flippy on why is Flippy on the Sky when he was playing Sova last game, and why is Pro the Sova now? Well, these guys are very well rounded. They can play any role you put them on, and I think that's one of our biggest strengths.
Well, I imagine it makes you really hard to anti-strat as well if you can't predict who's on what agent as well. On the topic of anti-stratting, your next game is going to be against the winner of Kingsman versus Bleed. Are you worried about that at all? Do you suspect that it's going to be a fairly easy game? Easier, harder than Louvre? What are your thoughts?
I'll leave that to like the what do you call this? To like our strengths tomorrow. We'll just show our best, try our best, and see what it will lead us on.
I think you guys are the only team that also took a map off Paper Rex in the group stage. Yeah. And during the cast, Krummer and I were discussing a concept that's from both of our origin games of CSGO and Overwatch, like a god killer buff for some teams, where up against the best, they just go up to that level and they will play against anyone who's a favorite and they will just sack them down. Do you guys think that you play better against the best opponents?
I think I want to let Chris answer this.
Can you repeat the answer?
Do you guys play better when you're up against like the best opponents, like Paper Rex and Louvre, compared to like miscellaneous opponents?
No, actually, we just every opponents we just do what we have to do. We don't. I mean, we respect all the teams here, like all the teams in this event. So what we do is just every opponent we just do what we do in our practice. We treat them as all as we with some what can I say this? Yeah, all the teams. I'm sorry, I can understand English very well, but I can't speak that too much.
That's fine, you're doing a great job.
Yeah.
And finally, this kind of goes to everyone. Do you have a kind of word of warning, a message for every other team you're going to face for the rest of the tournament?
That's quite hard.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Okay, I think I'm the one who has to put it out there.
Go for it,
falls
boss.
on my shoulders. All I'm gonna say is, well, maybe last year you guys weren't familiar of South Built, and what these guys are and what they've accomplished. But come year 2, everything's gonna change.
Everything's going to change. Thank you so much for the interview, guys. You've been absolutely awesome. We're going to take a brief little, about half-hour break. When we return, we're going to have Bleed versus Kingsman. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
We lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you also misery, it's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep, and you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll take till the finish line. 1,000 counted minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky.
Hold on to
much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, oh. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, oh. Let me bleed. Let me
so fragile, like it was built to break off the handle. How'd we get to this place? We're leaving everything behind for new and exciting feelings, but I won't leave you. Will everything we know be lost and changed for something new? Only time will tell, but I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you.
Standing on the edge of a cliff, realize there must be more to life than this. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand from heaven's end with me tonight. Trying to find our place for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Keep the secrets there, hide them everywhere. Just you and I.
Welcome to our second match of the day. We've got Kingsman versus Bleed in a best of 3 series. The winner will go on to play against Southbill Esports, a side who upset Louvre in a 2-0 victory in a very one-sided Haven. Maybe this Haven will be a mimic. Maybe it will be a bit more, maybe a little bit closer. We're going to have to see both of these teams qualified kind of mid-table of their groups. Kingsman second in Group A with Bleed third in Group B. This is going to be this is going to be a close one, Harry.
When it comes to the rankings, Kingsman, they got second in Group A with only 2 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, because it was draws all the way down in Group A. So technically, Bleed are coming into this with a better record, with 3 wins to their name. And Group A, they've already lost their first seed. Maybe the real first seed, Kramer, was the friends we made along the way, because Louvre are dead and gone.
So it's all about the adventure. That's what matters. That's what matters, Harry. We're going into this match.
It's a journey.
Yeah, exactly.
A short journey, but the journey.
That's what matters. Before we get into this fully, Harry, do you have a prediction? Who do you think's taking this?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. It's been too long since we've seen Kingsman. Like,
that's true.
I know casters should remember, but we've been casting 6 hours a day of Group B. That 30 hours of Valorant later, my memories of Kingsman are basically just Nomfu making me feel things.
Nomfu, man, he like arouses something, from a lot of people, and understandably so. That man is a walking tank. If you can mimic it in game, Harry, Bleeds don't stand a chance. Probably the best way to describe it. However, Bleed, on the flip side, they have Chrysania, who has been one of the most successful Vipers we've seen all tournament, as well as having Frosties, who has really come into his element. He had a very slow start, but after a few games, Frosties has been very damn strong. Also like the fact we're seeing the breach here from the Doctor.
Frosties is already feeling it here. Look at this. A pickup of the Sheriff. Bit of an ego buy for a jet. A dash and a big old weapon. That's all you've got to play with here, but hey, if you can aim it well, something might be able to happen. Also, it's interesting that we're seeing the breach come out again from the Doctor. It seemed like the breach was definitely more of a Group A kind of taste than the Group B one.
We're going to see the impact of the breach in just a moment, because it looks like Frosties and First Love are slowly killing their way over to B, and having lost that initial player over on A long, also turning their attention back to B, in which Frosties spots out the Doctor. Whoa. No kill yet, though.
Oh, nice wallbang there to take out that tripwire. The spike's actually been handed over to a jet. An interesting choice. They quickly tap it, and now they try to get away. The concussion and the gravity well both coming on through, but already Frosties has escaped. And now they're going to be relying more so on the flashes. The flash, good to go. The aftershock comes out first. The breach has invested heavily in utility here, and no one seems to be piercing through to try and stop Frosties from hitting the spike, but they will be hitting them right in the head. Nomfu's done so much already, but Chrysania puts them into the grave. From behind this box, Chrysania got a couple of frags, but unfortunately not enough to stop the advance of Kingsman.
Oh, that's a solid retake, Harry. I think we're going to see a pretty good game. RZA, that instant flash out of the Cosmic, out of the smoke there from the Astra gives a perfect man advantage, catching out Frosty, who couldn't quite get away. Non-Fu on the flank, he does the rest. It's a twofer for those two members, and just like that, Kingsman go 1-0 up. We're going to see the Guardian on Non-Fu as a weapon we don't usually see as a second round buy, but nonetheless, its effectiveness cannot be understated as Bleed move into a bit of a force. There's the old Marshal, a few Sheriffs. It's nothing too wild though, nothing too crazy, as they look to stack up outside of C.
Already a concussion given over on A, and this Guardian isn't going to see much action for a while. It's rarely bought on this round, because it's quite vulnerable to being rushed. Not a great rate of fire. Speaking of rates of fire, Ivan, on one jump peak, catches so much damage there. I think combination of Sheriff Fire Classics and a Marshal left them low, and now they need to be healed up by RZA.
So let's turn our attention back to Garage. The one place that's been left undefended. Riz has got hope for some timing here.
Once this tripwire gets pulled, though, Riz actually going to bring out the dog straight away. Here comes... Oh, that's 3 people confirmed in Garage. Riz are going to try for the pop flash. Going to go for a second now, in fact, but still doesn't exit through here. They've slowed it down a touch, and now Ivan's waiting to try and get onto someone. That's a crack through the smoke. Oh my goodness, Ivan. They've done plenty. But the Marshal still alive. Riz is just forced to go from side to side. The Doctor from the back gets the blind on someone, but it ain't onto Frosty. And Non-Fu with the Guardian. They need to aim true, but Frosty's is just cleaner.
Oh, he's ice cold. Call him Frosty the Snowman, Harry, because he just had a great opening there. And honestly, we don't usually see that much mileage from the Marshal, but when we do, my God, does it have some impact. A great little retrieval as well, now upgrading to the Guardian, something that also is what you'd consider a precision weapon. For Kingsman, having lost the anti-eco, they've now got to go down to a Sheriff Fly of their own, but even then it's strained. A couple of classics, it's not great. Non-Fu one away from being able to get the knives as well, so I'm surprised we don't see him on A long here actually trying to get that ult orb. Instead, it's going to be a bit of a default and some kind of shoulder aggression from most of this side.
Aggression might be checked though on Zeke's part by this turret. Currently set up in window. They have a Sheriff in hand. They are actually the biggest weapon available on Kingsman, who, having lost that anti-eco, they were in a couple of economic woes. They couldn't afford to really put up much of a fight. I'm surprised that RZA is staying here with 3 bullets in the chamber. Gonna go for a quick reload on A long. At this range, they're at a significant disadvantage. And it'd be difficult to try and find a cheeky right click, but now as they move on closer, the jump spot is good. Will Jarpix move on forward to try and claim this? They thought it might have been a bait. And so they're checking around behind them. Non-Fu, they're looking to try and hope someone's baited in. The concussions are good as everyone enters onto the A site. But already so much damage has been done. The Guardian strikes true straight into the head of so many adversaries. And now Ivan and Zeke move together as a singular unit, but only a Classic and a Sheriff between them. Already First Love has been spotted out. Their head won't be getting any additional holes in it thanks to a couple misses from the Sheriff. And now Zeke and Ivan, they're contemplating a new pathing.
This new pathing, it's burned too much time. It's a pathing for exits, if anything. And for Bleed, this is a solid way to start your map. A very clean round. More importantly, only one player's even scathed there. They're still looking strong. Zeke,
doubling down to run on through. They want these ult points. Ivan, Zeke gets 2. Zeke gets 3. Zeke gets 3. Okay. That's some more points right there, and that's going to get Zeke a touch closer to their ultimate. In fact, it's actually going to be ready now, thanks to that trio of headshots from the Sheriff. I'm surprised that Bleed there doubled back looking for his frags, and they were made to pay for it. That's 3 rifles worth of economy that's gone.
Well, you know how I mentioned only one player gets damaged from Bleed there? Yeah, that's out the window. As Kingsman, a wonderful round there to just make it expensive for Bleed. And we look at the money on both Sania and First Love. They felt that in the wallets. Kingsman, however, without the swipe, without the kind of spree around, they are also suffering financially. But they have 5 rifles, which is more than what Lexi can say for his team. As well as an ult advantage, Lexi, one away from the lockdown, might be able to get it under control soon, but they still need to find a way to get that extra ult point.
Non-Fu, they've already taken out a huge amount of utility here. And that means that this needs to be monitored with a body or with eyes. For RZA. Oh, this is a dangerous place to bring in, my friend. Down comes the wall. The jump spot is good. Out come the Seekers here. They want to ascertain how close everybody is. They look down towards the sewers. And already, Lexi's fallen. And now Nomfu coming around the back. Can they take out Jarbix? You bet they can. 3 more targets still remain in A-Long. And the noose is closing around them. A huge lack of map control here. And wherever Bleed go, there will be enemies. But they just have to pick their poison now. Nomfu stands poised on the edge of this cyber cage. And themselves and Zeke will set up a crossfire. They know that they don't have to be the ones to make the move, but still the smoke comes up, and Zeke might decide to try and push through this. Out there is the blind, but Cressania just tucked themselves into a corner. And for now, walking up is Frosties. They managed to penetrate this barrier. They've taken out Ivan. Can they beat the Doctor? The answer is no. And now Zeke. They are the blockade. They are the one keeping people stuck in here. They're the backboard. But First Love and Cressania need to beat if they want to be freed from this embrace, but they're running so low on time at this moment that it could be untenable. They could just be looking for saves. There's the first, and Zeke dispatches them readily. Cressania wins their duel against Rizza. The free fire is good, but Zeke is simply better.
That's so damn strong. An equalizer from Kingsman, and it's just what they need to be able to just put the brakes on to Bleed, make sure they don't run away with it, having been ecoed. Now that they have these rifles, more importantly, now that we're able to have such a successful round there, I love that bit of teamwork from Nomfu, and I believe, I think it was Zeke in mid. And what happened is Nomfu, he sees the alarm bot from the Killjoy, and he pings it to Zeke, who spams through the wall to kill the alarm bot, making sure that he doesn't reveal himself to be that close, which allows that flank to be so effective. Really nice spot teamwork, and with aggression on C long, this could be a very fast round.
Speaking of speed, Frosties for now might have to turn around and deal with Nomfu. Bladestorm versus Bladestorm. And Nomfu's going to be meeting Lexi first. Timmy, facing in the wrong direction here. And there is the Viper's Pit as well on B. Look at Nomfu's flank. They've gone so far around here. But Lexi knows. Now, I turn my attention over to Frosties in the pit. They need to try and move away from this aftershock. And the spikes hasn't been planted elsewhere. Jarpix has won their duel. And Lexi just keeps winning duels on the flank. The Sentinel, good for 2 before falling down. And now Rizza needs to go Initiator versus Initiator and remove Jarpix. A Hawk moves out. I believe it might actually be destroyed there by Jarpix. A good conversion. And now, pinching in from 2 sides. This Viper's Pit makes things incredibly difficult. Ivan can't escape. So they are going to be vulnerable. They pierce straight in, and First Love comes straight on out. We're just trying their best to avoid the snake bite here. A single tick of damage would destroy them. And they're faced with the grim reality that it might have to be a save here, Kremer, and that's going to be it. Everybody goes their separate ways. The Diaspora moves out to the opposite sides of Haven, and this will settle the round in favor of Bleed.
Wonderful, wonderful round there, and with that, let's see just what Bleed can do in this back and forth, in a constant to and fro. Money is always going to be a problem. It's always going to be impossible to bring out ops, for instance. You're always going to have limited rifles, and the second we see one of these teams win 2 in a row, then we're going to see a massive break in the economy. We see it now on Kingsman with only a Bulldog on Ivan. There's that Sheriff on Zeke. It's not a great position to be in if you're Kingsman. However, with that ult ready on Ivan, that Cosmic Divide can be so damn effective. Lockdown still available for Lexi. They do still have only 1 away from Jarpix, so it's a very, very power spike round for Bleeder.
What can they do with this? Zeke has a Sheriff only in hand, but might be able to take a preferential swing if they can hit a tracking dart from their camera. And Frosties, they've definitely come to match the aggression of Nomfu. And it's been necessary to do. Nomfu here is likely going to be noted by the drone. Oh no, that's a couple of misses from Rizza on the drone. And that means that Nomfu has to give up this area, or at least fake doing so. Maybe they could catch Jarpix here on a shoulder peek. But no, the timing's good enough. And so Ivan and Zeke, so much will rest on their shoulders on C. All 5 members might come down this main area here. I'm looking towards the Bulldog now in the hands of Ivan. What can they do? They take out 1. Any more than this for me, Ivan? Is it Ivan the Terrible? Or Ivan the Dead? Ivan the Dead in this case. The Sheriff still survives. Riz has entered the area. That's going to be 2 from Riz. The aftershock clears out behind, but Krasani is already on 4. The ace could be coming through from Viper. All they need to do is take out Nonfu, and they do so easily. Krasani even gets a bonus spike plant on top of that. And guess what, baby? I've got another Viper's Pit already. We just won on B with that Viper's Pit, and it's back up again.
You're poison through my veins. You're poison Krasania in this case. What a round against Kingsman there. A great little ace there on just a minuscule amount of HP for that final 1v1. They do line up for him, and he punishes it beautifully. Remember, this is Kingsman's map pick. Bleed decided to start on this attacking side, and they're showing exactly why. Equal ults going into this round, but with 1 away from first level on that Cosmic Divide, they're soon going to face the advantage.
If a ping comes through here. Oh, Zeke's already lost most of the armor here, so they're going to be backing off as quickly as possible on this eco. Cheeky positions are what Kingsman need to exploit. And realizing what kind of eco they're up against, I imagine Krasani won't be overly keen on investing the Viper's Pit.
I like this forwarded position from Nonfu here. I might be able to catch someone off guard.
Seems like in pro play these days, we rarely see this position populated by anyone except a post-plant attacker on B. Zeke does have a camera on B, but I wonder if this is a little bit of a redoubling of efforts. If you're going to have Nonfu here, what's the point of the camera behind him afterwards? Maybe for the second phase of this attack. A miss there on the concussion. No one's able to follow up after it, but Frosties is undeterred. Doctor takes the swing, and that's an easy frag. Will Nonfu try to make this work? They're going to peek into Frosties, but it's just kill after kill. And while Zeke is a bit of a wizard with that Sheriff, they can't do anything about how thoroughly point A has been taken.
Oh, Zeke needs to be so careful there. It's messy by Frosties, but he does punish it. With Ivan alone here. Can't be done, Harry.
All for Frosties. Look at that.
Another great round from Bleed, and this is our second hero play we've seen in the space of a good 7 rounds. Solid stuff from both Krasania and Frosties, and as they sort of sit at 10 and 9 kills apiece, they're really looking to make fairly significant headway into this game. And well, for Kingsman, a couple of ults ready. I say a couple, a fair few. They've still got that ult available on Nonfu as well. The kind of revelation of this may be able to sort of force Bleed into a different site, so wherever Nonfu reveals it. Unfortunately, it happens to go to the one place they're not.
Oh, I love that Poisonal Bear from Krasania. Making sure that the bird can't confirm presence because it's inside of a smoke, so it doesn't affect anybody. And that means that Rizza can't give over any accurate information to their team. Nonfu's operator. It's already gone on a long rotation. I think it was posted up at C to begin with. And now it's going to be moving into A heaven instead, but Bleed are pretty patient with their attack here.
Yeah, really slow start here. And you actually see Nonfu's just backed off. It leaves Rizza alone here. And Rizza, he doesn't have anything to kind of work with information. He's got a single Hawk. The dog isn't going to be available, so he genuinely has to just hide for now and hope the Seekers reveal enough. Luckily, they certainly do.
Rizzo getting a bit jumpy, getting a bit nervous, and Nonfu has to make a decision. Are they going to drop? Yes, they are, both metaphorically and physically. An attempt to try and stop any of those who would reinforce this site by using the Hunter's Fury, but Jarvix has to put it away early because, well, Rizzo needs a bullet to a bonce, that much is for certain. Still no spike planted just yet, but it's guaranteed to be on A at this rate. Zeke has come around the back, hoping to try and find something for free. They're so close to being able to connect. They've laid Frosties low. Down goes for Cyber Cage, hoping to try and discover anyone who might be moving around unperturbed. And Jarpix is going to be the victim of this one. First Love is pinged as they get up close with Ivan. Now Ivan is easily taken down by Krasania. Bleed are looking masterful here.
We spoke about how good Krasania is kind of earlier, how they are one of the best Vipers in this tournament, and they're showing exactly why. They completely ruined that site there, and for the rest of Kingsman, they have the right approach, which is when Krasania puts out an ult like that, especially on A, which is quite an exposed site, you can just spam and hope your bullets connect. I don't think the Doctor realizes just how kind of heartbreakingly close he was to hitting Krasania there. But nonetheless, it's going to be a fairly poor buy from the members of Kingsman as we look at Bleed, so they try to make it 7.
Oh, it's already starting to go wrong. Nomfu and Zeke, they're down. The doctor doesn't have any nurses on hand on B. It's a solo hospital. But can they put on a clinic when it comes to using this concussion? No, it's a great bit of hiding there from Jarpix. They'll force away any options with that aftershock to make sure no one's playing in the cubby, but the only option that Bleed are interested in is going to see, which has already been cleared by Chrysania, and note the Viper Wall here. Chrysania, we're going to talk about it likely in depth as these rounds go on. They have a Pavlovian wall. They just keep setting up the same one again and again to condition Kingsman into feeling paranoid about Viper presence on C.
And it worked beautifully. That round, they just get a sight. Granted, for an eco, you're always going to have a faster rotation. It's going to take less for people to rotate more. In this case, though, for Bleeds, I don't think they were even scathed in that round. That's how clean they're making this. And at 7-2, this has been a very fast start. And as the timeout's called by Kingsman, understandably so, they need to figure out what on earth needs to change. Because, dare I say, Harry, they're up against it right now.
Oh, Kingsman, they are not having the greatest time on the defense here. We consider Haven to be slightly attacker-sided, but not like this, Kremer. Things are getting a little bit dicey. And as our quarterfinals go on, it's going to continually call into question Group A versus Group B. Which was more difficult? Which had the higher caliber of gamers? And at the moment, Group B, I know it's early days, seems to have been a little bit more stacked.
That apparently so. I mean, we sort of knew it would be close, but I don't think we realised it would be. We knew Group B would be close, and we knew Group A was somewhat one-sided. I don't think we realised it was this much of a differential, though. This is looking really dominant, and for Kingsman, considering this is their map pick, something needs to change, and quickly. The op on Nomfu might be that change, but last time we saw him with it, he was caught out and killed before he even fired a bullet.
It was not fun for the operator.
No,
they just dove out of heaven, and the second that they released themselves from the smoke, Frosty's released them from the shackles of this mortal coil. Ivan, they've already used 2 of their stars here to try and create a ruckus over on A, but no one's there to try and grab them. Look at the speed of this execute. C is going to be instantly overwhelmed. Garage has been noted, and so Frosty's is going to move in again. Ivan tries to play within their smoke, but surely it will be dissipating soon. Frosty's the decide to use the updraft. Zeke is identified. They're looking for the same angle from Ivan again. I know your tricks, old man.
Oh, Harry, it's just gone downhill, hasn't it? It's just collapsed completely. Frosty's, he's looking to walk this as well. He might be able to catch out any of the players trying to save. In this case, it may be the Doctor as his rotation that bit later here.
The Doctor needs to leave. Nomfu is gone.
He's got the right idea.
Yeah, Nomfu's saving this up. The only way they know how. By going off the flank and looking for a frag, and you know what? They might find one. Easy clap. However, that's the operator identified, and now the Doctor is changing careers, because they are now the bodyguard. They're going to try and stop a flank onto Nomfu, potentially. They hear the movement of multiple people. They might be able to get a timing here on Chrysania. That's it with the knife out. The Doctor has a little bit of trouble with that for a moment, but it seems like Jarpix and Frosties are going to have trouble finding that operator, and it will survive yet another round.
From medicine to the morgue, Harry, the Doctor makes that transition, and luckily he's able to catch out another player as they leave, but you can't take silver linings like that. You can't say, it's alright, we killed 1 or 2 players. You're 8-2 down. You need these last 2 rounds, otherwise this is going to be a kind of game set match, and what almost feels like the first 20 minutes of gameplay. Like, this is really one-sided at the moment, and you need to remember, for Bleed, this isn't their map pick. They're just here for the ride.
Jarpix is here for the fun of it as well. The Odin's out, blasting through garage. If Zeke's in there, he's dead. And so they play in the connector and say, look at Chrysania again. Look at this lurk. They're just going to try and gain some kind of worry here, some kind of paranoia, and Ivan is quick to respond, looking to hold this angle with the judge. You know what? It's a good angle for a judge, but Chrysania has done all they need to now. They've taken care of that tripwire, and that means that now Ivan needs to stay here and watch this. And Zeke, they're going to see plenty with this camera. Have they seen that much, though? The concussion is good. Frosty's caught within the gravity well, and Ivan found Chrysania as they walked on forward. You've been checked too hard. Zeke, can they find a swing right here? They're brought down low, and they're going to be brought to 0 by First Love. Ivan by themselves wants to run away, chased down by the Odin. The shock dart on top of things is a good dodge, but they can't beat out the Allfather. 2-2, as weird as it sounds. This is the best chance that Kingsman have had in a while. And they're still facing down the lockdown from Lexi. They won't be able to stop the plant at all. And a retake with the op might be a touch more difficult. They're going to start walking towards where they know who is! The collateral, baby! It had to happen eventually, and it needed to be now.
Style points achieved for Kingsman there, and Nomfu. It's just what you need when you're in a retake. You're going in with an op. You need to be able to find a way to pick one player. Just give yourself a man advantage, switch to the rifle, and move with your teammate. What's better than one, Harry? That's killing both of them. You know what? He's even got his mind on Greenpeace. He's definitely being a bit ecological for us and doing it all in one bullet.
I've only got one, so you're going to have to share. You know what? Complete have learned all about sharing. Both its pluses and its negatives. And, man, that shot gave me dopamine, Kremer. Dopamine for the soul.
That a soul oozing soul oozing shot. As it looks like this could be Kingsman's road to recovery. They make it 8-4.
Lead have double op here, and they've already caught Nomfu. Chrysania's got themselves an operator as well here on C-Long. Just a recall or a permanent smoke. Here's a permanent smoke, and so Chrysania is just going to pick up their spare rifle. This is for last round, so they figured might as well grab everyone and op. Chrysania is going to get one step closer towards their third Viper's Pit of the half. I know. It's a little bit uncanny. And with a man advantage, they're happy to just hold back a little bit. This is likely going to be the double pathing to see again. Split through garage and some down long. They've worn down the stars of Ivan. Only one remains. One has been used now to try and assist with Zarpix. Oh my goodness, what an aggressive play there from Frosties. Gets right on top of Ivan. Zeke can't win the duel against Lexi. And now Frosties, they're doing so much damage down the lane here towards the Doctor. An attempt at the aftershock there, but Frosties just pokes on out and gets it done themselves. Rizza, what can they do to penetrate these barriers? Up against Lexi, they do well, but Chrysania just pierces out of the pit and plunges their dagger into the heart of Kingsman.
That's such a good read on Nomfu there to take the initiative and go for that swing. Bear in mind that, as we mentioned earlier, that was a really messy fight in Garage where we ended up seeing Lexi get stagnated and caught behind those doors. He comms that to Nomfu. Nomfu brings out the knives, darts to backside, finishes the job, and just like that, well, Lexi, sure, he can go for Garage and catch out a player, but he doesn't have to. He's not forced. His hand isn't forced. He could have gone the long way round, back up C-Long, got a plant, and you would have still had the utility for the after plant. A really strong reaction from Bleed, and as they sit at 9-3, this is as good as it gets for them. If they take this pistol around Harry, dare I say it, it's over.
A superstitious man would say that 9-3 is a bit of a cursed scoreline. Frosty's ain't a fan of curses, though. They took defense against the dark arts. There's the first, potentially, yes, it's a good headshot. Can they find themselves another? The Doctor has been stunned. That's a block there! Oh, no. Oh, the assist from First Love on the frag for Frosties. That's pain. That's pain.
That is a TeamSpeak echoing moment. There's still a man up, though, which is the silver lining in this.
They're going to meet Lexi, though.
Yeah, look how aggressive Lexi is.
I think Lexi doesn't want to break this tripwire just yet. They might wait for confirmation that people are moving on through mid, but no one's really there to gather the information right now. And it seems like they might get through garage for free. They're being very quiet with it. And Lexi's so deep in now, but Timmy's actually been deactivated. And they're putting down fake smokes on B. This is so smart from Kingsman. Do they know where Lexi is, though? They see Timmy's going to be deactivated here. Oh, they've actually gone to destroy the turret early. Not sure if I like that. This is going to make this plant much harder. Lexi can stop it from downtown. Why did you destroy the inactive turret? You invested in trying to make sure that the fake was sold, but then you gave the goose away. Kingsman with only 2 left now. They're going to be surrounded. They needed to get that plant for some money, but their pockets will be empty, punished rightfully so for a lack of trigger discipline on something that wasn't even a threat.
That's a tough position for Kingsman. The only noise that should have been made there was the spike plant. In that case, Kingsman, I punished heavily. I mean, credit where credit's due to Lexi. In fact, pushing that far and deactivating the turret actually sells a false sense of security and makes your opponents think that you rotated straight away. So really been a strong bit of mind games from Lexi to do that. And unfortunately for Kingsman, they're going to feel a very sharp sting from that. So they go for a fast hit in mid.
Oh, Crysania, look at their position here. That's 1, that's 2. Any more for Crysania? No. Zeke with a jump and the right click gets it done. And now they'll be able to go rendezvous with Ivan. But plenty of this utility from the Killjoy will be popped. Lexi not holding on site right now, though. They might want to try and take some time to give Frosties a moment to move around. If they can control C-Long here with the Marshal, it'd be very difficult to dislodge. And now, attempting to rove around with these lesser weapons are members of Kingsman. They're trying to actually wrap around behind right now. And the Doctor's picked up a Spectre. This could make matters more complicated. Up against the Ares, Jarpix! Oh, the God of War will have his fill today. Sup upon the blood of my enemies, claim bleed.
He's just so good. Yeah, he's just so good. Jarpix. Bear in mind, Jarpix is having one of the quieter games. It's Crysania and Frosties who are playing out their minds right now. We see the full buy come out for Kingsman, and this time the full buy is keeping bleed off of match point. Kingsman, this is their map pick. They need to play perfect if they want to take this to overtime. If they want to close it out in regulation, it's a tall order. Sure, it's tough. It certainly isn't impossible.
Jarpix, look at this pre-aim on the Ares. They know exactly where the Doctor will be, but they'll have to break down the...
Oh my god!
Oh, I feel ill.
Point to it again.
Stop it! Stop it! Bad Jarpix down. How many magazines do they have left in this Ares? About 1.5. There's a world where Jarpix feasibly runs out of ammo and has to just use the classic.
What do you feel when you kill someone? Recoil, he said with a smile. As Lexi has to try and hold Garage without Jarpix, but Jarpix realizing there's another chance to get a cheeky kill. It's straight back on the angle.
Wait, did someone say outside garage? I'm coming.
Yeah.
Don't kill them without me, man.
Just make them in. Lexi, could you die, please? Yeah.
Do classic shots. Make them think you're running an eco. Crysania is also an issue with that Bucky down in the sewers. If they're undiscovered while they're ratting up, then that's going to maintain a threat. And Jarpix here. They've got themselves... they got themselves a...
30 seconds left.
Oh, they got themselves their recon arrow. Jarpix is in danger here of running out of bullets and being made a fool of. But we'll have to see if that's going to be the case. Already the blind. They're going for shock darts instead to try and soften some players up. They hear the plant on B. They don't know that Nomfu's waiting on the other side of his smoke. Surely it will dissipate soon. It's going to be refreshed here by the cloudburst. Nomfu knows about the timing. And now Jarpix. They find where the first is, but they die before the magazine can be emptied. Ivan from the back. They've claimed the lives of 2, but can they stop the defuse right here? Frosties might be able to try and intercept. Lexi is pulled off for Spike as they hit the half. Holding it down is Frosties. They were given the vulnerable, so this becomes a lot more dangerous, but holding on the Spike is given everything that's needed over to Lexi, who got a bit of a choke right there.
Yeah, a bit of panic from Lexi, realizing that, oh, he's out of ammo. That's a bit awkward. Nonetheless, though, Kingsman, as they sit atop well, they sit down, bloodied and beaten. Another investment is scraped. The spike plant will help with that, but they're against Jarpix, who's now upgraded, and then Frosties
yes.
with a bigger gun. And the Doctor.
Oh, not again, not again.
Okay, he's got out of there.
Doctor, if you stand there again, I will be very upset with you.
He's decided I've stood up.
Oh my god, Nomfu actually charged on forward.
I think
there's no backing out now. No tailwind. Crysania is on the other side. Gonna wait for this Oh, they know that there's an op here now. Frosties has been concussed. Does Nomfu move on through? Chrysania has already laid down the snake bite here. And Zeke has been left a rotting corpse in sewers. 9 seconds to the next bird. Rizza, surely they wait until the bird is activated, and they actually just try and play that. They've brought Nomfu in for a little bit of backup to smoke them out of this area. And Ivan has gained the ire of Lexi at the moment. Kingsmen just have to try and figure out what they want to do. They at least have 2 people checking in B and C, so they can generate a man advantage here on A. They're still having to deal with a Viper wall. And Nomfu doesn't really have a good way to enter. They actually go up top here. They catch someone in astral form. Oh, baby, you think you're seeing stars? Wait till I put a bullet between your eyes. The operator's down, and now a 3 versus 4 retake. 1 execution from Kingsman there with limited resources. Nomfu found exactly what they needed to. Out go the game of cabbages for Seekers will reveal the locations of both Lexi and Jarpix, and I think Jarpix is happy to just hold on to their Odin. I mean, look at the round delta. They don't care about losing a round here, Kramer.
Yeah. That Odin's got a nice skin. Might as well hold on to it. There's method to the madness. In this case, though...
that is the best Odin skin.
It is. Kingsman, especially as well, they have the option to save the op here and pass it over to Nomfu. The fact they're not is quite surprising.
Uh-oh, Jarpix. Jarpix is on the angle. They can't ADS while concussed. Will they take the swing? I mean, they've got... They're going to give it a go. That's 1. Can we get anything more than this? Ivan behind the bomb. Penetration is too big. Economy? What economy?
Oh, Jarpix, man. This, I love him. I love him so much.
The war crimes across the board.
Yeah, the war crime machine is running rampant right now. When, unfortunately for Kingsman, they actually have an ult ready in the form of Zeke's neural theft. Nomfu's about to bring out the knives. Ivan's about to get the divide. For bleed, Chrysania has that pit, which is going to be a massive game changer here. With Jarpix, Lexi, Frosty, and First Love all but 1 away from getting their outside. Oh, it's another lineup, Harry.
New lineup, new me. New corpse.
For a moment.
Chrysania, look at them. They are well ahead of the curve here. They are going to be identified by this camera. But will Zeke try to chase it down? No, it's looking for the wall bang instead. Look what Jarpix taught me. Even though I've identified by the dog, Chrysania's only got 2 bullets in the chamber, but they're not even going to be able to use both of them. Jarpix is refragged very quickly. And Kingsman, they found themselves a battle in mid, and that's exactly what they wanted. Come to us, give us a straight gunfight, because that's where we excel.
That's absolutely where they excel. It falls down to this predicament in mid where they don't want to extend in case they run into the stack of both bleed players, but if they don't back off, then it gives an opportunity for bleed to loot these rifles. They instead choose to go to C, just wrapping around long, being very sensitive with it. They don't want to risk losing this advantage they have here. They have ults as a precautionary measure, but they won't be able to do much here. For First Love, all it takes is 2 or 3 headshots, and the round turns on a dime. We've seen how good Southeast Asian teams are when it comes to using these sheriffs.
30 seconds left.
First Love, though, not interested in this. Maybe they could go and grab the Odin, given that Garage is smoked off. It has actually been pinged here by Jarpix. Yep. First Love might have... Yep. Look at it. Grabby hands. Here we go, baby.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Is it a save here? Might be.
Looks like it
I
is.
mean, can't save every round, but maybe you can get the same exits that Jarpix could. Trying to fake an engagement here by using the gravity well. Very smart on the side of First Love. But I think they're pretty happy. Like, Jarpix only had 300 credits, so it makes sense that you'd try and save the Odin here.
Yep, then a back off. That spike will go off. 5 rounds. As you mentioned, the Delta is closing, but it's by no means closed. 12-5 the scoreline. This is still horrifically one-sided. It feels like for Kingsman, these could be the sort of death rattle they give rather than a complete haltage. I like the fact Bleed call for a timeout, though. They want to make sure that they get us under wraps as quick as humanly possible. They don't want to give Kingsman a chance to build momentum. Bearing in mind that this is still a map which can be... This is still Kingsman's map. They favour it here. This is their home ground. Bleed, they want to try and force us to our second map here. They want to try and take it in 2 bites.
Bleed are about to hit DEFCON Black here. almost all of their ultimates are available. But do you invest some cover here in sending either Lexi or First Love to A to get that defensively sided orb? Obviously, C is a lot more difficult to try and grab as an orb for the defenders, very much more attacker sided. And could you take a potentially underarmed fight where you're going to be playing with maybe Spectres, rifles, and half armor potentially? Jarpix can only afford a rifle at best, a Bulldog and a half armor maybe. Do you try and close that gap with the ultimates and finish it here? Because you do have time to regenerate them.
Yep, that's right, they do. I would absolutely prefer to see a just dump from Bleed, where they commit all their ults to a round, get it over and done with. In this case, it looks like a bit of a push into mid. That is a very big congregation in mid, and in this case, First Love with the Odin covering fire.
Suppressing fire! And Zeke is going to be mighty afeard of that, backing off for now. It's going to be Frosties who leads the charge. Blade Storm in hand. Backing away from it. That's a big concussion. Will anyone try and take the swing off of this, though? Not going to be the case. Still 5-5. Jarpix actually fully blind. Event tries to meet other people here. Oh, and Frosties, before they could even hit a knife, Zeke puts one in the head. A quick upgrade on the sidearms here. And Kingsman know where everyone is. All your secrets belong to me. And First Love, what can you do with the heirloom Odin?
This has survived a fair few wars, hasn't it? It's been handed down generation after generation.
It's a Viking weapon.
Yeah.
Gravity well right here. First Love is only at 30 HP. And remember, that Odin gives off traces, so we just bring out a couple, and then they back away again. Love taps here and there, and unable to thus far connect. Rizzer actually falls incredibly low, and Krasani's been caught out on the flank. That's what they were hoping would open this up, so... What is this, for the third round in a row, we're going to see this Odin saved?
Yeah, it's an important gun. It's heirloom. It's an artifact at this point.
This has been in our family for generations.
I now trust it onto you. Take care of it, First Love. It was your grandfather's and your grandfather's before him.
Oh, no!
Ooh, never mind. Nomfu, no respect for the artifact. Takes it straight out of First Love's hands and he doesn't even pick it up.
From those.
Leaves it in the dirt. Some archaeologist is going to find this in like 40 years' time and go, wow! But until then, Bleed. 4 ults ready to throw.
What technology did they have? Was it aliens?
Bleed. They got 4 ults to throw at this round, as opposed to the KGM2. There's a equal buy bar Frosties who's brought out that up. They're throwing everything at this round. The kitchen sink, the lot. They do not want Kingsman to gain any momentum off the back of this. And as they prepare for what looks like another default, it's aggressed off the back of Frosties.
This feels like the one mid. Not looking overly tasty right now to any attackers. Krasania has got a lot of coverage out of this pit, but remember, it doesn't actually hit any of the B spike site, which could cause some troubles later. For now, Nomfu on patrol, looking at that wall of goo. What could it be made of? Are we really prepared to deal with this? The one thing you've got to bear in mind, you've always got to make a decision if you're Kingsman. If time makes a fool of you, you're done on Haven.
Yeah, absolutely right. Looks like we might see a chance for Frosties here to hunt for that man advantage. We heard him shoot earlier, unable to draw blood, and because of that, Zeke's got to the other side of this angle. This could absolutely catch Frosties off guard.
Swing here from Zeke. Could be everything. But they're going to be forced to back off now. However, it doesn't look like Kingsman are actually going to commit here. Zeke's actually moving in behind now. There, suddenly the tip of a spear. Down goes the Cosmic Divide. And so this means that Frosties might want to try and rotate elsewhere. The movement onto A. Only 15 seconds left. The plant is required. Oh no, the Hunter's Tree, they could just die on the back of this. I don't think Ivan can be killed. Somehow, no one was hit by that Hunter's Fury. At least not taken down entirely. Frosties is waiting now for these clouds to drop. but they might decide to just exit Heaven instead. Maybe right on top of the Doctor, who's waiting right here with the Rolling Thunder. They're detained at the moment. 3 players have been detained. Here comes the hunting party. They've found 2 already, and 2 detained players are currently in sewers. They can't hear if a defuse has happened because of a counter. Up goes the Bladestorm. Nomthu's trying to do it all by themselves. They're so close to
Oh
the
my
enemy.
God!
Double from the shorty.
What?
Oh, jeez.
Oh
What in
my
the
God!
world? 3 kills with 1 short boy.
He just destroys them. Flicks down to the first player, turns 180 in midair, then wipes the remaining players. What a way to end a map if you're Bleed. More importantly, what a way to win a map if you're Frosties. He delivers there and he wipes Kingsman completely.
That is an absolutely mad performance from. I can't believe 3 players got detained at once. That was such a good lockdown. We knew that Bleed and Kingsman, it was always going to be contentious, but we didn't expect Bleed to be able to win this thoroughly on a map pick of Kingsman's.
Me neither. What a game that was. And I mean, for Kingsman, they have got a lot of considering to do before we move to our next map of today, being Ascent, I believe it is, in which we're going to see if Bleed can mimic this success on their own map pick. We'll be back in a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and
lose our sound in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. also misery, it's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy when we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll take till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down.
Let's be honest, Harry, something unspeakable happened to Kingsman on their opening map pick of Haven. We now move to Bleed's map pick of Ascent, and something tells me we may have a repeat of the same. We saw earlier, however, when Southbuilt went to map 2 with Louvre, they'd worked up to it. They were able to make it even closer, or even more one-sided. I hope that isn't the case here. I take solace in the fact that because Bleed is starting on their attacking side, if we see Kingsman get off to an early start, they could very well force us to a third. Unfortunately, that's an ideal world, and this still could go any way.
I mean, I'd be a lot more worried if Kingsman hadn't been able to string together a bunch of rounds towards the end of Haven. Like, if they'd got maybe one less round, things would be a lot tougher. At the same time, how bloody tilting is it that you lose out on a round that you've pretty nicely done when 3 of you get detained and 3 of you die to a shorty? That seems like a tilter to me, Kremer.
Yeah, it was a very messy afterplant there. And we had quite a break between those last 2 maps, so hopefully they've had a chance to sort of rest and recuperate and untilt themselves, you could say. As we move on to Ascent, bear in mind this is a defender-sided map. Slightly, not horrifically so. And for Bleed, it's going to be, if I were them, I'd be aiming for about 5 or 6 rounds. For Kingsman, though, I think they need to make it a hell of a lot more one-sided if they want to instill their confidence again.
Yeah, Kingsman, they need to feel like bosses, you know? They need to feel like they belong here in the quarterfinals, and they certainly do. They have a 2nd seed out of Group A, but the 1st seed has already been ignominiously defeated, and Group B is certainly looking very, very powerful right now in comparison.
That it is, and well, for the start of Bleed, looks like they're looking for a bit of a congestion, you could say, into mid, with Nomfu, the man to have to stop them. Alone with this Ghost. He had a fairly quiet game over on Haven. Let's see if he can change that here.
We'll be able to easily take out Recon Dart. A little bit early. Nomfu's going to be the one to control mid. Interesting that actually the door has been closed here, I believe, by Zeke. So Nomfu's methods of disengagement are going to be somewhat limited and may have trouble actually covering Zeke. I wonder why they've closed the door that early. At the moment, though, the Doctor going directly up against Crasania. You can see that wall that's already come up. I'll tell you to look over that again and again as these attack rounds continue. It will be all about that Pavlovian response. Nomfu's had to rotate over here. They're going to meet First Love. Oh, look at that. That's a beautiful usage. That's a beautiful call. The Gravity Well sucks in First Love. And while they do not fall, Lexi doesn't get any covering fire because, well, First Love's too busy worrying about themselves in this case. Ivan going to meet Jarpik soon. The knife peek allows him to get away from this safely. And from range, Rizza's going to be able to see First Love make this crossing. They get a body shot, but they're forced to reload. And with Ivan falling down, now it's going to come down to the Doctor to try and catch this aggression.
Got 30 seconds left as well, so he really can play for time if he wants. The spike will go down. I think the Doctor, he's in a retake position rather than a cancellation of the plant position.
Oh, that's a ping there onto Jarpix. And whoa, Doctor. Surgical, baby, surgical.
That is great. Just like that, we're going to be seeing Kingsman take the pistol round, and that's just what they needed. That confidence builder, that chance for them to go, okay, all right, this map one's out the window. Here we are, let's see what they can do here. Bearing in mind, was that 2 kills and 2 bullets there from the Doctor? I know the last one definitely was.
That was definitely 2 kills, 2 bullets. Yeah. A double ping as well. Worth noting from Brizza, that really helped to get the crosshair placement exactly where it needed to be for the Doctor to perform some pinpoint surgery.
I really like that from Zeke. You see that, how he opened the cyber cages just as the grav well hits outside B main, and it means that even if you are kind of momentarily pulled in, you're seen and there's nothing you can do about it. With a few one-way setup here, we're going to see this Cam try and play for info. Unfortunately, it's another push into mid here. However, there's a big stack from Kingsman.
Nomfu just goes up high for now. Hoping that crosshairs will be displaced. A little bit of damage potentially done there by Rizza. ADS with the Ares. We've seen some nasty stuff done with the Ares, mostly in the hands of Jarpix in this series. As the drone will foray down mid, and it will spot Crasania on the walkway as well. And so up goes the smoke, and this will give Crasania a moment to walk on over. That blind fire not only does damage to Frosties, but actually fully kills another. And Frosties starts to walk through the smoke into enemy territory. A little bit desperate, and it works out against them.
Lexi has a bit of a flank coming as well. Look at this.
Oh my goodness, they've just won every gun duel. How's Crasania done this? Also, it's worth noting, Bleed here, they went for a full force. Spectre's on so many members. The Ares is still on the floor. Does anyone want to pick it up? Seems like Spectre's going to be more comfortable here. Zeke, the second they break down that door. Lexi's on top of them. This force buy here has got some real value, Kremer.
That it does. Real value. It could win here, Harry. This has been a great opportunity for Bleed, and they just start winning their gunfights, as you mentioned.
Just taking these doors. Ivan coming from the back. They have a flash. 2, in fact. These will be critical. Try and make something work. There's the flash. The second they move in. First Love. Their aim is true, and so too is Lexi's. While First Love was traded out, their sacrifice will not be forgotten, especially in the scoreboard. And now this force is a KGM eco.
That's twice now we've seen the eco won by the opposing team. A really, really strong round, and I kind of worry for Kingsman, as this is another great position which Bleed have found themselves in, and it was off the momentum of this we saw such a one-sided affair earlier. In this case, a couple of pistols out from Kingsman here, and a massive stack outside A.
Krasani is on that Vandal vibe. They could pierce through multiple people here.
Oh,
look at all those pings. Oh, Jarpix sees all, and Jarpix knows your plans. And that means they've figured out that B is absolutely free, baby. Does Krasania move here to try and intercept any rotations? The timing is just good enough for the Doctor to be able to get away with this. And now, blind, delivered onto Lexi, but only for a moment. Briss has managed to grab one. The right click here is good, so Lexi's going to be easily traded on out. This is not ideal here for the team that have come in with weapons against a heavy eco, because somewhere along the line, they've lost a Vandal. I'm not sure where it is on the ground and if it might be recoverable for Zeke or someone else. That must be the Vandal right there. Zeke has found it, but they have been pinged. Unfortunate timing, and the second it gets into their hands, Jarpix got bullets in their back. Bleed will be able to, admittedly, expectedly convert this, but they do lose a little bit along the way.
Really strong round, and Bleed, as you mentioned, that for a moment looked actually quite costly for them. Kingsman, those last 2 kills were very damn effective. Unfortunately, they weren't quite able to follow it up. They weren't quite able to wield those weapons against their opposition, which means that Bleed can just stack up against the classics.
Riz is on this again.
I love it. I love it. It's just so dirty, isn't it? Just so dirty.
I don't think anyone's going to get caught by this here, but maybe Riz is actually just going to wait and decide not to reveal the penetration until a little bit later. No pings here means that it's likely going to be either A or mid. And I believe a camera was taken down on mid here, so Zeke believes that Nompu needs to continue holding this angle. The Doctor walking... Oh, they're actually counter-rotating here. They could try and take out the server if they pilot the drone, but they wait too long, and they're going to get hit by that track and dart.
Over in mid now. It's all down to Nomfu. 3 players ready to swing on him. Luckily, he has the Cypher to help him. What good does it do, though?
Looking ahead here. That's one easily for Nomfu. Can we get any more than this? Dashing on out. Oh, my goodness. Zeke only has to fire a couple of bullets, and they penetrate through both. They know that Jarpix has gone rogue here. In mid. Pings onto multiples, forced to move out of the astral form. Nomfu avoids getting afflicted with the variable, and look at this. The Doctor on the creep. This could be a freebie onto Jarpix, and it is. And now Lexi, they have a sheriff, and they have no chance, Kremer, no chance. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna fluff it up. Yeah, it's subterranean chance.
Yeah, no chance is what we're getting at as Kingsman. They're able to convert that round, and in what could have turned into a bit of a to and fro, a bit of tug of war as to who's able to just inch their way into the lead. For this time, it's going to be a full investment from Bleed. They kind of out-firepower Kingsman with Ivan only on the Spectre. Something to highlight, though, is that the ults as well are about to come online for Bleed. They're about to hit their big power spike, and with aggression in B, this could be a chance to stop them.
I love how they're looking to set up for the bird by using the camera. Really could give them the element of surprise by doubling up on this utility. Once again, it's a very slow start from Bleed, just getting a little bit of info here and there.
Oh, Frosties. Oh, that's clean. That's so clean, Harry.
Excellent movement, excellent crosshair placement, and excellent execution. And now RZA. They're going to be forced to back off if they want to use their strain. They can't put themselves in the line of fire. There's a world where maybe they get outpaced while this is used. They're going to see plenty of people on catwalk. That's one confirmed. They don't actually see more than that, but the recon arrow will likely reveal the rest of the secrets. Oh, come on in! I've been waiting for you, my friend. The shock dart does damage to both of those who would decide to foray onto A. And the Doctor, the second you open up that door, Doctor closes it in your face. Crasania is blown away, discorporated, eviscerated by the high caliber rounds of the Odin. It's a friendly flash from Ivan, and Lexi doesn't even catch a hint of it here. For the second they move into this zone, they're torn apart by multiple Kingsmen.
It turns out it is going to be a very close game. However, it won't be a back and forth. Kingsmen, they now find themselves ahead. They force bleed down to an eco, and with that, well, with a solid round from the Odin on RZA there, he sort of forces the members of the bleed attack to rush their push onto A just so they can avoid the Odin. They run straight into the Doctor, who has some very, very clean kills with that Phantom, forcing bleed into this Sheriff buy. Now, Sheriffs in the Southeast Asian region, let's be honest, have the power of an op. Fortunately, the consistency isn't quite there yet.
Filipino Sheriffs, they hit different, Grammar. I do wonder why Kingsmen closed this door so suddenly over time. In this case, it makes sense, right? Because they don't have someone who's actually controlling mid. They will wait for this tripwire to be broken, and now that it is, they're going to break down the door as well. Non-fu falling is not ideal. However, Lexi is isolated with the spike and could be identified here by the dog. Let's check out a touch earlier, though. Now it's down to Frosties. Can they hit a headshot? They can't adjust before Ivan just guns them down with the rifle.
Perfect stuff. More noise is made. But this is still very equal for what is just an eco. Remember that, Harry.
3-3. You're happy with this. And a looted rifle here on Lexi could be a huge difference maker. Lexi still alive at the back, has already claimed Ivan. One more on the side to try and deal with. It's going to be Zeke. We know what they can achieve right here, and they're already doing it well. That's a double! Zeke, the Sentinel, refuses to bow.
He does refuse to bow. However, his teammates certainly did there. With 3 players falling against the Sheriff buy of Bleed, it means that Bleed have been able to really... They've gone black. They've got all of their ults online now. They've got a buy to support it. Kingsmen, they do have countermeasures ready. They do still have that Hunter's Fury. They've got the Seekers for some early info. But will it be enough to stop them? Because Yarpix, his Hunter's Fury has been that to fear in the last map.
We've seen a load of impressive Hunter's Furies. Look at the huge stack on A. Maybe they're hoping that they're going to assume a slow tempo again. This is definitely something new for the side of Bleed. They just move on through. A body block there from the Doctor on the dash, but unfortunately, all they gain from their troubles and their positioning is pain. Riz is granted one, a merciful death at the hands of a Hunter. And Lexi, they're going to have to try and look for a plant here. Look at this, walking ahead of the drone. They were unseen, but Zeke, a fast reactions, 1 versus 3 now. We've seen Lexi take these 1vx's before. They are a clutch player. And RZA might reveal their location here with the Odin by trying to clear out hell. There's the gravity well. They see RZA, but this also confirms that Lexi is on the point. Up against an Op, a Vandal, and an Odin. A smorgasbord of artillery is aimed in their direction. And that is going to be a commitment of the shock dart. Up goes for smoke. If you dare walk this, look, Lexi will try and take care of you. Unfortunately, 1 versus 3 is just too much to ask, Gremmer. The operator will be recovered, and the spike will be defused.
This is the Kingsman we know and love, Harry. This is the Kingsman we were looking to see last map, and this is the Kingsman that very well could be forcing us to a third. These have been some solid retakes on their part. Sure, they take a lot of casualties, as just in general, but it doesn't seem to matter, because for the time being, they've been dominant against Bleed here. Sure, they're on the attacker's side. It's a very, very difficult attacking map, Ascent. However, I can't help but think that for Kingsman, they're starting to fabricate a very one-sided half. There's still that op on Nomfu that hasn't really been seen yet, which he may be able to craft a man advantage with.
Well, Nomfu here going to be faced with both First Love and Lexi if they decide to go a little bit further here. Hello, we've got ourselves a Hunter 3. That's 2 pings already. Can they find the Doctor as well? No, only their counterpart in Rizza. But hey, 1 kill's better than none. Nomfu finds Lexi on the other side. And surely no one can repeat this area now. Nomfu Braves moving forward with the slow. They know they have the dash to try and alleviate this. Sharpix could be in big trouble if they continue this pathing. How has this not been called out? They risk it. And they are rewarded. The movement up allows for a resurrection on Lexi. Back to full force. Our Bleed. They believe that this is their moment and that this is their chance.
Look at Ivan.
But Ivan could tear it all apart. They know they're suspected. They've lost the armor on this wall. As they begin to come on in, that's when Ivan can begin their rap. But who flanks for flankers? That would be Chrysania. Nomfu prepares to make the contact. Frosties has the Blade Storm good to go. It's going to be a tale of 2 duelists. And an era of Jets. Frosties there, mercifully saved by the barrier. What can Zeke do as they stand in the way? They're only good for 1 as Nomfu brings out their own Blade Storm, but most of them just impact with the Cosmic Barrier, and they can't be penetrated through now. And Nomfu has an updraft to work with. They're going to use it. They see exactly where the plant is. Look for a wallbang, but it isn't going to connect. But now the heavy armaments have been brought to bear. Nomfu dare they use another updraft. They will, but only a single knife in hand means they can't convince Jarpix to fall on down. You're going to need a bigger trade-off than that. And Nomfu's about to bring it. I offer you 1 operator bullet, and you give me 1 kill. Jarpix, though, has much more depth to deal out, and Ivan looks to try and convert on this. But Lexi says no. Bleed, the buck stops here. We're taking this round.
They're finally able to stop the momentum of Kingsman. And luckily from the 2 rounds they've won earlier, it does only keep the differential to 2. It does keep it close, but you need to win this round as well. You need to find a way to reset the Kingsman economy. Bear in mind, they're heavily investing in these rounds. They bring out Odins, they bring out Ops. They're cutting no corners with this. And unfortunately, in order to win that round, you have to commit a lot. You have to commit the Divide, the Hunter's Fury, and the Knives on Frosties. You really threw a loss at it, and you're going to have to try and find a way to win with less.
Nomfu on this walk again. Oh, I think they might have led shot Frosty. They did indeed. Oh, they were trying for the old TikTok shot. But Nomfu smelled it. Like, hey, that wall ain't supposed to be there. So it's a foot here, Kremer. And that was down to 1 foot, of course, after that leg shot.
Let's see what he can do here. Chrysania on Ivan. Let's all acknowledge one another's presence, but with no damage or kill yet. They just fight back off.
Get him, Bruce. Go kill. They see plenty here. Nomfu has to decide whether or not they want to be the one to catch this aggression. They will likely be walled off if they give this area away. And First Love still doesn't actually have a wall. I forgot they used it for TikTok earlier. Nomfu does avoid. The caustic splashes. But look at this. The Viper's Pit put down. Chrysania is going to be directly inside it on top of Nomfu. That means it's an easy frag. Rizza from the back. Frosty's is faster on the draw. What can Zeke do alone? Can they grab 1? That's some confusing movement right there. But the shorty is brought out. And I'm getting the weirdest sense of deja vu, Kremer. All over again. It's Haven for Kingsman.
What's a round there from Frosties, and as you mentioned, Deja Vu is still being a Deja Vu is suddenly ringing heavy here. That shorty, man, I've learned to love the shorty over the course of this tournament. At first I kind of at it, but you know what, I love it. Best gun in the game.
I mean, It's
tied
a
to the
tactical
Odin.
FPS, and there's no gun more tactical than the shorty.
I love how untactical it is. In what universe would you ever want a gun that point blank range? But
It's a barbarian gun.
yeah, absolutely.
Go forward, full of lead. Win game. Oh, speaking of winning game, Frosties wants to get this out of the way quickly, and they want to even up that scoreline. With RZA down, control of mid is going to become a little bit more difficult and a little bit more tenuous. Note that this is an eco here for Kingsman, so we can't expect them to be winning this outright, but damage to bleed is what is going to be requested, especially when you consider that the most credits they have at the moment is 2.5k. Economic damage, very viable.
Yeah, you're right. It's not much at all. I think they just invest next round if they lose this. On a whim, if they lose 4 players, it's considered a failure. The shoulder peak of Ivan now is so important.
Still losing out on RZA that early. You can see how it's hurt them. Ivan tries to get one, but Krasania refuses to allow. The Doctor waits within the smoke, and will they pierce the veil? Will they move into the breach? They're actually on the right side of a door here, but the right side of the door is subjective, Kramer, and I don't think that the Doctor would agree with me right there. They were at least ahead of the door closing upon them. Zeke is going to be pinged, and that means it's time to leave if you're Zeke. Nomfu, with a dash in hand, maybe you could just try and close the distance. Shortest style. Oh, hello. Messing with some utility. First Love has a little bit of a panic. And Zeke, while they have been on point with the Sheriff, I think that there's a little bit too much stress hormone in their veins. It's cortisol all the way. And Jarpix makes sure that there won't be any changes in hormone levels here, apart from their own little splash of dopamine.
That is a very fast, very, very fast round from Bleed there. And it works for them, sure. But at the end of Zeke, he seemed to dodge every single bullet like Neo. That was incredible. Like that, I think both Jarpix and Frosties missed more shots than they cared to admit on them. Nonetheless, though, we're going to be moving into this full buy in counteraction. With the op available on Nomfu, he's got to try and put a stop to this momentum from Bleed.
And to do it, once again, a brazen position in the archway. Will they be checked in advance? Usually, it is the job of a Sova to do so, but at the moment, they're actually backing up Krasania on A. Rotation's finally coming through right here, so we'll likely see a recon arrow, which is going to either... Oh, they're actually going with a drone first. Interesting, especially considering the Doctor can take that out in advance. There isn't actually a recon arrow available for Jarpix here, which would explain the lack of it. Oh, they're moving out into gardens. Oh, op versus op. And just like on Haven, Frosties is simply better. 2 shots, no dramas.
It's just the opening you want. RZA, he may be considering a play with the Odin, and that's a well-placed play with the Odin, could change the round.
That's one. Oh, Frosties on there. Oh. And Krasania just catches... They moved through that. I guess they were going to double peek, but they didn't have any way to check Wine. Do they not have Bruce the dog? Do they not have...
They just didn't clear it.
A flash?
They just didn't clear it, Harry. They turned facing A main.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so they're now left with a really tough position if you're Kingsman, considering you were 5-2 in the lead. 6-5. This has gone out the window for them. Bleed. They seem to, when they get their ults in a cycle, when they have their ops available, when they have rifles, they seem unstoppable. Because if you can keep them on low money, that's where things get interesting. That's when things look effective for you, and that's when you need to get your rounds.
The Doctor gets pinged, and so they will get punished a touch by that Odin. Doesn't sound so threatening from far away, to be honest. Up close, though, it sounds a little bit more intimidating, to be honest. And Nomfu here just holds the tight corner with the Spectre.
This Lexi Nomfu duel is going to be so important here. Bear in mind, there are 3 ops on Bleed right now.
That's a lot of ops, Grammar, here in our final round. Jarpix has expended a couple magazines worth of the Odin. You're useless to me now. I'm finished with you. First Love tucks into the cubby. Now we're going to be able to potentially catch Nomfu. They almost lose the door here to the Spectre. That would have been embarrassing. Now RZA with the Ares grabs one, and now with that smokes. This complicates your entries onto the sites. Things get a lot more different. And Frosties with the Blade Storm. What can they do? Invador will check the right-hand side. Just in time they will. 69 HP left and already a nice performance for the Jets. The plant will be forthcoming on B. And remember, you can be very tight with your post-plant positions now. So in the last round, Kremer, you're not worried about dying to the spike. Oh, no. Poor Ivan. Do you have anywhere to run? All you can do is lie down on the bench. But I'm afraid it's not for a rest. It's for a funeral.
Zeke moving into this now. This is going to be tough. 1 versus 4. Spot out instantly. He goes out the window. Harry. Jarpix. He delivers and Bleed. They go 7-5 up. What a recovery to your first half as well. Insane way to turn it around. You're now on the favoured defending side. And for Kingsman, they desperately need this timeout. It's a tech one, but it helps. It breaks the momentum. It stops Bleed from running rampant. And unfortunately for Bleed, you could say, a pistol round can set them up for a victory in this series.
And the old charity timeout. Bleed can't jump. And Kingsman need to figure out how to try and bring themselves back. But it's a difficult time to have this additional talking, Kremer, because at this point there's no stimulus for you to react to. Only what was on the other side. Like, you can't figure out what the default is yet from Bleed on the defense. You don't know who's going to be playing where. You don't know where that wall was going to be from Krasani. At least you're not dealing with a really annoying Sentinel like Killjoy or even a Cypher. No. You don't get to go through here without loudly announcing your presence.
That they do. Is the game completely lagged out for you as well?
No, I'm okay at the moment.
What?
That sounds bad. And ominous.
Yeah? I don't think we're ready. Could we say cast not ready, or are we too late? We may need to go to a quick break. We'll be back in a moment.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out with a
Sorry about that, we had a little bit of a crash. However, we're back, and I think we fixed that pretty quickly. So, no worries.
Tech God Kremer.
I'll level with you, Harry. I didn't do anything. Freshman mid to start, though, as Kingsman looking to just garner a bit of map control, unperturbed by Bleed at the moment.
Krasani is actually holding B with their body while the rest of the map is going to be bolstered by their wall. It's across mid and gardens and A main. This is a great setup for Krasania. They just need some information as to when to put it up. And first, they'll actually be able to disengage behind this wall when they come under pressure. Oh, they've fallen off the wall, possibly of their own design. And now they'll move back to A instead. However, after this wall's been opened up, it's not entirely clear whether or not Kingsman want to move into the breach.
As they perhaps do just that. Let's see. Caught out, and there's the man advantage. Now things get pear-shaped for them.
Jarpic trying to chase people out of the gardens here with a shock dart, but you thought that B was secure. That's where you were wrong. Crysania is waiting directly for you. That's a vulnerable enemy, and that's an easy clap. I'll wait for a moment on Ivan's popping of that bird. Means that things are a little bit more complicated, but Frosty's from the back. A headshot to the back of the head. Jarpic delivers a body, and that means that Ivan's gone in but a moment. Frosty's here looking for the knife, but it's been denied. First love, come on, man.
After that, we're going to be seeing a bit of a shaken Kingsman for Bleed. That was a really one-sided affair. Bear in mind, for Bleed, that came from the back of 1v1s they took just around the map. It was a bit of a split from both sides in terms of just holding a default for your pistol, then getting a feel as to where your opponents will position themselves. In this case, it just didn't happen. The default was held, Bleed, they take their initiative, they take their fight, and it just works for them. Eco coming from Kingsman now, and Ares out on Jarpix. Unfortunately, he won't be able to test it for now, as it looks like a bit of a funnel over to the safe site.
Lexi could do so much with a gravity well. Question is, how much presence will be announced before Kingsman actually make their move? That's a recon, and the Nova Pulse right here. So much to be done by Lexi. We're only able to get one Jarpix elsewhere. Oh, the ring of the Ares does so much damage. Kingsman looking for a plant right here. The Doctor's fallen low. And Ivan isn't in great shape themselves. The Doctor needs to be quick on the draw, but Jarpix is even quicker. Once again, we see a triple kill from an Ares. And you know what? It's not the cleanest anti-eco, but it's going to be a half bonus.
Yeah, 2 players falling, getting the defuse. Yeah, it's alright. I suppose it's about as close as acceptable for Bleed. So, you'll get a reinvestment. What's actually nice about losing 1 or 2 players on your force buy is it means that they have the option to reinvest to rifles, which give you an extra kind of bolsterment for when you take the fight afterwards. In this case, though, we'd have a brief little tech pause, non-food's disconnected. So, looks like we weren't the only ones with issues on this server. I'm glad it's not us, Harry. If it was just us, I feel really sad because it means I've done something wrong. But it's not.
I'm not sure which server we're on it, though.
We're on Hong Kong.
We'd probably be on Hong Kong?
Yeah, we did. Because I think at the start, when teams disagree, we do 1 map Singapore, 1 map Hong Kong, or 1 map wherever they else want to be. So
I feel given that Jarpix is on low ping, we might be on Singapore right now.
This could be
on Hong Kong before.
This will be the Singapore one then. Fair enough. Yeah.
Singapore server has been actually quite reliable over the last.
It has been.
Last couple of weeks, just having a couple hiccups today. It's okay, Singapore. Pat you on the head. You go when you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, we apparently there's a bit of server drama that happens quite a lot where teams only play, or have been claiming to, accused I should say, of only playing certain maps. We've not had that at all, really. Certain servers, sorry. We've had a fairly friendly discussion in the start of the games, and that's how we measure it. It's actually surprisingly friendly, actually. Now I put thought to it. Yeah.
Surprisingly friendly, baby.
Yeah, it is. Like, I'm used to people arguing over this, like proper arguing over this, but no, usually admins have to put their foot down and stuff, but no, these guys just come to an agreement. Yeah.
I feel like SEA Valorant is a scene right now that
it's wholesome, isn't it?
It's pretty familiar for a lot of the players, so like if you start puffing your chest out and making a real scene about servers, then word's gonna get around real fast that you're a bit of a naughty boy.
Yeah. On that note as well, when we were talking about how, because of course we do post-match interviews now for the winners, we were asking Bleed, hey, who do you guys want to do your interview? I think they said Lexi and Crysania. For Kingsman, we went, who do you want? And they volunteered Eno, who's the coach of Bleed. Now, we've been working since 5 AM, so we just sort of didn't question it. I went, well, I say it was me. I didn't question it. I went, yeah, that's fine. And then we had Eno for a bit, and they just, if they'd fought as hard to volunteer each other to interview, they'd have won this game ages ago. It was great. It was good fun.
Black's been left behind for now in A. So there's been a little bit of a skirmish out of here. Lexi might be spotted. The jump spot. Oh my goodness! Lexi goes for the jump spot, but the Doctor knows your tricks. Nah. You ain't getting out of the clinic that easy, son. Overreaction times.
He's looking across triage.
Serotonins, baby. First love. Oh, that's a bit of a fumble from the Doctor, but they're going to be able to convert it. That's 3 there on the A-Lurk. And now the question is, for the remaining player of Nomfu with a Marshal, what now?
Frosty's, he might be able to catch out an old player. 1 kill would be
Frosties,
nice.
I beg you to stop doing this quick scope. It's going to give me motion sickness.
Oh, that's an opening.
I don't know if I would have charged forward, but hey, shot's a shot.
The shot is indeed a shot. That's a really clean one at that. 96 the scoreline, and Kingsman kind of fighting back, show that, yeah, 3 rounds, that's not much. It hop, skip, and a jump, and we're equal. So, Kingsman having to, they're still fighting. I quite like this. They haven't sort of, they don't look defeated, despite being a map down. And for Bleed, yeah, they direct step, they may start sweating a little bit.
Nomfu might be able to catch up Chrysania here. Looks like they're trying to put down an early poison orb. Frosties is holding this, though, and they are holding it tightly. Grab your loved ones. There's an operator on the scene. But who will break first of these jets? Nomfu's starting to walk away for now, but I'm looking towards the other side of the map because First Love, the aggression of this jet, or rather of the with this position. For some reason I thought they were a jet. Of course, for a Sage. I know the agents, Kramer. This is a great dodge here from Frosties. That means Nomfu goes forward. Oh, beautiful counterman to the utility. They never saw Frosties coming. That's another jump spot. And now they know. But there's even more to come yet.
That drone gets absolutely ruined. Frosties. This is... Oh, he's got a gap in this as well.
Oh, your poor pixels might be exploited here. There's no gap in this smoke, though. The Doctor's made sure... Wait, that's the Doctor's smoke. Interesting. That they would be the one to give that over.
Look at the flank of Ivan.
This is huge. Oh no, the timing's not on their side. They were looking in the other direction. Jarpix has ruined them. They even shot the bird out of the sky.
That's soul crushing.
No mercy. First Love here, combined with Lexi, they can be in a great post-plant position.
They hear all this coming.
All they have to do is wait for the other guys to arrive. They might be able to stop the plant for free. Oh, First Love, they were too early. They needed to be a distraction, but now they've given 2 separate fronts at 2 different times. Rizzer at least will be overwhelmed by Chrysania, but Zeke's coming around the back. They might find a timing. They haven't heard the defuse. They're on the wrong side. They need to go in and check, and they're going to do so. But Frosties, what a reaction!
Oh, Harry. That, for a moment, Bleed looked really shaken. I think they got a bit greedy for the final 3 players, and so they extend 1/2 of the fork a bit too early. Punished for it deservedly. But it's the remaining 3 players, 3 on 2. They've got Frosties, no worries, mate. As they quickly convert that, get that defuse. 3 away from victory, 4 away from being caught up on by Kingsman, snapping at their heels every step of the way. But with what looks like quite a heavy stack of mid, we may see some aggression from this jet.
I don't think Frosties has put the op in mid yet. Mostly been playing around B, which Nomfu is currently covering. No real ostentatious presence here, aside from good old Bruce the dog that Ivan sent out to clear wine. And off the back of this, they're going to be able to earn their Seekers from the old orb. Oh my goodness, though.
They're going to get the spike.
Look at this foray up. Chrysania is going to be there trying to meet them. What can Chrysania do? Grab one, perhaps. Could they get even more than this? You bet that they can. Zeke's fallen down, but Ivan in the crossfire is able to take out the Viper. Playing from Catwalk right now. Lexi might be in a slightly exposed position as the Doctor comes down behind them. They simply stay still in the gravity well, and they hit every shot that they need to. And it only comes down to one. Frosties here has brought out the patented shorty, but they don't have a dash to work with. And not too much was gained off the back of that Hunter's Fury. And what can Frosties do? Can they find a wallbang somewhere? They know exactly where Ivan is. They tried to move away from a bird using... Oh, yep, Frosties has been found out, I do believe. Definitely seen. They just have to save the op.
I quite like the call to back off. Bear in mind that as he does save this up, it also denies Nomfu of getting it should they end up killing him. So it's more preventative action than self-care at this point. Bear in mind he probably could buy next round. I say that with a pinch of salt. Bleed aren't doing well economically. Sure, they're winning rounds, but they are taking some casualties in the process, so we haven't really seen the cleanliness that they would hope for. And as Kingsman convert another round, 10-7, suddenly things are looking that bit closer.
Touch closer. I'm just going to force an eco here out of Bleed. Of course, with the singular operator, it's a little bit uneven. It's a bell curve of investment now if you're looking at the tab screen.
That is it. Kind of garage buy is the term we use quite a lot. They've sort of rummaged around. They've sort of found what they can. Like, this relic, this old thing, this sheriff. Sure, it shoots. We'll use it. It works. For Kingsman, though, arms to the teeth as they prepare this assault away. They've got the Hunter's Fury available. There's a Viper's Pit ready to be used over on Bleed as well. I doubt we'll see the Cosmic Divide used by Lexi, so they may hold on to for a bit of a counter. For now, Frosty, that big red gun, what can it do?
Big red, what can you do? Will I see anything in my kill feed? One red falls, and Big Red has come to the forefront. Is it time for an updraft? They actually just can't dodge away. They refuse to go up because it would leave them too vulnerable. And even more pings gained by Rizza. 2 people on this site lit on up with 3-3. Feels like Kingsman are just happy to go and move away to B. This is going to give some looting time, though.
It's been read by Lexi, but what can Lexi really do? 20 HP, a sheriff, no armor. There is a speed bump, if anything.
Cosmic Divide on the boathouse, maybe?
I doubt we'll see that. I really hope we don't.
I think it would be poorly considered, Kremer.
It would be. So it goes down. It's revealed that it's going to be a hit to B. Lexi just has to try and hold.
Oh, they were looking in the wrong direction. And they're just going to fall there to a combination of bullets and lightning. Not an easy way to go, I'm not going to lie to you, Kremer. With plenty of time here, Jarpix and Crasania, they have an operator in hand as well, so they're thinking, yep, we can afford going 10-8. What we can't afford is losing this op.
You're absolutely right, and it gives them just that extra bit of money that just ticks them through. This is all... This game has been an economic one. Yeah, accountants would love this because it truly has been a matter of crunching numbers, investing what you can, how you can, when you can. And until then...
Look at this wrap here from Jarpix. Like, the ops main thing they have to worry about losing, and Crasania... Oh, that miss. They should have time to just run away for this. Just get the knife out. Time for a run, boys and girls. And yeah, no point in chasing here. The Doctor and Ivan, they were particularly low in their own right. 350 and 600 credits, respectively.
I like the fact they get out of there. I think it's a good call to save, and the fact they are able to hold means that once again they have that ability to go for the initial pick. They still have a considerable ult advantage now, considering how First Love is 1 away from getting the revive. That could be instrumental in a retake, especially if you can give Frosties 2 cracks at wielding that ult. It could definitely work for them.
Remember, it gives you 2 cracks at the ultimate as well. Look at the coverage here. That is a dirty Viper's Pit. That's going all the way out towards Gelado. There isn't going to be any information gathered in mid, however. And that could be a weakness. Yeah, he ain't touching that. Not with a 10-foot pole, mate. I like the safe demolition of this wall from range, just to make sure that First Love has to stay cognizant of who might be populating this area. Speaking of populations, Jarpix has populated the top of mid. And they are going to meet multiple people soon. That's a quick dink and no damage taken themselves. So you can just walk away with a slight dub. Especially since that's on the sky. They can't heal themselves.
For now, this position in mid from Kingsman, they have to really evaluate where to go. I mean, they're trying to pivot to a site, but because it's been so hard to get through mid, if you go to B, you're running straight through a cross. You're running straight through a chokehold, a choke point which is held by none other than Frosty, the op.
They were piloting the dog, Kremer. They were piloting the dog, and now with no flash What can you do to stop Frosty? Apparently nothing. Smokes don't matter. Aim doesn't matter. The doctor is gone. Your medical staff are dead. Hospital flick after hospital flick because the doctor's nowhere to be seen. Frosty might miss the last one, but Lexi does not, and Bleed claim their 11th.
I mean, Frosty can't hit everything, right? He can't hit every bullet he fires. He's got to miss one eventually, and when he does, his team are there to save him. We saw how important it was to save that up, and that is exactly why. Frosty, what a conversion, and now with equal level ults, we desperately need to see something from probably the Doctor when they get their Cosmic Divide up, just to try and dissect the site, hope it gives them a chance to go into a retake, which is where they really thrive with the amount of info gather they have. It's in the den of smokes.
TikTok wall. Frosties going up high here with the op. Instead, look at this Nomfu. So fast. Lexi. They've taken some damage on the site. What can Jarpix do? They need to win this out, but Nomfu's going to get their knife refreshed. Lexi's feeling very alone right now. There's the Cosmic Divide. Nomfu's inside. Lexi, the second you come in, you're going to be punished for your audacity. This is my secret little space. It's not for you. The resurrection. They don't know about the Doctor. But the Doctor's going to have to announce their presence very, very loudly if they want to be here in time. Zeke's holding it down by themselves for now. The Doctor, can they win out the first duel against First Love? No, they can't. So it's all down to one Zeke. That's one. That's two. Ooh. That was a dirty little flick right there. But Cristania hits the execution.
12 to 8 now, when Bleed, they look like they could be within just spitting mere moments away from closing it out, and understandably so. They have been so strong in the past, and they're now finally looking to just lift themselves over the line. Soul crushing for Kingsman, considering how effective they've been. Nonetheless, though, there could still be a chance for them.
Seed 1 and Seed 2 of Group A, Kramer. They could both drop without picking up a single map for their group. And more importantly, for themselves, with $10,000 on the line, dropping in the quarterfinals. That's a scar to the pride for a lot of these Southeast Asian teams who previously have had some pretty good results.
I worry quite a bit for Kingsman here. They're going for a very early push, but they're running right into First Love. They've already got a setup there, and look at the rotation ready for Frosties.
Already, Cristania, what can you do for me? Puts down a snake bite, making moving through this wall even more dangerous. They can't avoid getting pinged, and so they just moan down from the entrance. Rifle bullets pierce through their spine, and I'm afraid that it's all about Zeke now. They could try and catch up some of these rotations. They hear the movement, Kremmer. If Zeke can be good on spray transfers, this could be everything. It's all about patience. That's the first. Down goes for Cybercage, but they're caught in the corner now. Up against the Nodin. Escape is going to be difficult. Frosty just goes over the top, and it's a Mario-style Goomba Stomp. Badoom, one up.
First Love as well. He's going to hear this rotation. He knows it's going to be A. That plant makes it painfully obvious now. When with no ults, it's all aim. The Doctor certainly has some. The Doctor's in. What's his treatment, Harry?
Will the king be dethroned? It could happen right here. The Doctor has to do it all alone. The King's Apothecary needs to be summoned up against the Nodin. They put down the stars. Here comes the Shorty. In the same way that Haven ended is the same way that the Kingsmen will find themselves lowered into a shallow grave in the royal grounds.
What a game that is, and what a way to end. 13-8 the scoreline. Bleed, they emerge victorious, shutting down their opponents and showing not just us, but the world that they are dethroning this king.
A beautiful performance thus far from Bleed, and we might well have a winner's interview for you as Group B continues to be our premier roster of talent here in the Southeast Asia Royal SEA Challenge, Kramer.
That it may be. We're going to go to a quick little break. When we return, we'll be able to bring you guys with an interview. Trust me, you don't want to miss it. We'll be back soon.
your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
Hello. Welcome back to another brief interview. We're joined by the victors of our last map, Bleed. We've got Lexi in the top left. No, we've got Chrysania in the top left and Lexi in the bottom right. How are you guys feeling about that victory?
Feeling great.
Pretty good, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank God we didn't went into any overtimes like how we did yesterday.
Did you guys expect that these would be close matches against Kingsman? Were you expecting like a 2-1 victory?
Yeah, definitely. Kingsman is a very good team. I feel that they have so much potential in them, but I guess we just have the upper hand today, and we're able to read them quite well, especially on Haven with their defending tactics. So yeah.
When you go into games, we've spoke to kind of Southbuilt, and their way of practicing and preparing for a match is to focus on themselves. They don't really anti-strat. Are you guys the same? Do you sort of were you looking at Kingsman VODs to see how they play, or was it more focus on yourselves and play your own game?
I guess we are not much like Southbuilt Gaming. We are more of like adapting towards how they play. We are more focused towards adaptations, and yeah, sure, we do have anti-strats, but more or less we're just like we just focus on our own gameplay. We let them play to our game instead of we play their game, and then let them adapt towards us. So yeah.
Well, when it comes to adaptations on Ascent, you guys turned around your attack significantly when you lost 4 rounds in a row. Was there a major adaptation that you guys called to allow you to win the next 4?
Yeah,
Actually,
definitely.
Actually,
okay.
Actually, not really. Yeah, I don't think so. I think they just got impatient and they just keep pushing, and we just held their attack. I think that's where the turnover kind of started. Cause I think if I remember correctly, what Nomfu did is just keep pushing middle or hold the middle control. Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely have some few strats to they're playing defending like attacking, so yeah, so we just had to hold, and then we got
Yeah, we
upper
noticed
hand.
that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So last time you guys played against South Built, I believe it went to overtime on Haven, and then you just won 13-10 on Ascent. Do you guys see it being that close when you play against them tomorrow, or do you think that you're going to be able to kind of make it a bit more one-sided if you think you're going to win at all?
Definitely it will be a very close game, but I feel that we could close it out 2-1. Southview Gaming, I mean, they literally just 3-0 Team Secret, right, in their recent tournaments. So they definitely, it's a very good team, and it's a strong one. Especially Ja, I think he's a very good player. He's been opening the fronts for the team. So, but I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to 2-1 them. I think it's tomorrow, right?
Yeah, it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sticking on the topic of Filipino teams in the Royal SCA Challenge, up next is Bren versus Boom. Do you guys have any insights you'd like to give into that? Like, Boom definitely came in here as more of a known quantity, but Bren definitely seemed to have leveled up in this tournament.
I think. I think Bren caught us by surprise because they are a relatively new team, a new roster, and I think they definitely do stand a chance against Boom. And cause I think we got Scream both before, I think I'll give the advantage to Bren, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely Bren is the underdog of the tournament, I feel. I mean, I think the organization recently just reformed their new team, their new roster. So I guess they only have like a few weeks of practice. So coming into this tournament, winning almost every single team except for Paper X, I think they are definitely the underdog this tournament.
Yeah, even though they are new, like their teamwork and their firepower is pretty good. And I think if they manage to get some strats in, they should be pretty dominant.
Moving to our kind of final quarterfinal, we have Sharper versus Paper Rex. Do you think there's any chance Sharper upset? Do you think Paper Rex is going to dominate it? What are your thoughts on that one?
No doubt, I think Paper Rex would. Yeah. Maybe Sharper could pull out some magic in them if all of them are on point, but I still gotta go with Paper X 2-0, definitely.
Yeah, Paper X 2-0. Unless Forsaken, Jing, Davai, Benkai, and My Freak, all of them don't perform. I don't think Sharper is any. Yeah. They are made up such that even if like 2 or 3 of them doesn't perform, right, as long as Jing and Forsaken both hit their shots, they can still win. Look at how confident they play. It's just ridiculous, man.
No.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Thank you guys so much for the interview. We're going to go to a brief little break. We'll be back in about an hour or so when we have the Boom versus Bren match. That's all from us for today. That's all from Bleed for today. Thank you very much, Lexi and Chrysania, for doing this interview. Considering how much you didn't want to do it, you guys are one of the best interviews we've done so far. So, good job on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
ourselves. In the spirit of things, we lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know, so misery, it's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep, and you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll take till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, us down, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch, and getting high in love. We're invincible. Trust in me. We're invincible. Don't you see? We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. We're invincible. I just assumed I'd play the part of keeping you in the right direction. No matter how your confidence may fall, I'll be here as your foundation. And I say, hey, yo, just let it go. Your struggles won't remain. And I say, hey, yo, we're holding hope and wake up yesterday. So hold on to me. Hold on to me. Hold on to me.
Gave you too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts.
like it was built to break off the handle. How'd we get to this place? We're leaving everything behind for new and exciting feelings, but I won't leave you. Will everything we know be lost and changed for something new? Only time will tell, but I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you.
Standing on the edge of a cliff, realize there must be more to life than this. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand from heaven send with me tonight. Trying to find our place in this world. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Keep the secrets there, hide them everywhere. Just you and
like a broken soul in a wonderland without angels. That is how I feel when the mirror shows me a stranger. Yeah. And I know they're just fragments of a world where your absence all I get to see. Take me back to the planet where you and I are still meant to be. 'Cause I'm incomplete when you ain't by my side, when you don't wake up next to me. Yeah, I'm incomplete. I need you here tonight to cover up these empty sheets. 'Cause I'm incomplete. Yeah, I'm incomplete. Hey, 'cause I'm incomplete. I need you here tonight to cover up these empty sheets. 'Cause I'm incomplete.
These roads intersect, on each one I reflect. These lines write my story. These places change me, each one replacing. Like night into morning, I miss the open air, the going anywhere, riding with you like we used to. over the edge. Feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above the town, I can finally see you now. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain hidden in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, but now we're drowning. As the
I am you.
My head is heavy, let me lay it down. Into your lap, I would love to drown. I need that story I used to hear, to run on and to and disappear. Your story is to come from the heart. Put me together and tear me apart.
Burning down the walls, we let the monsters in, and now we're running down the halls. No, we can't let them win. There's an evil inside, just looking way down below. And if I can't hold my breath, then I'm bound to become hollow. Can you say that I disappeared? Can you say that I wasn't there for you when you went into hiding on the front steps of your porch? And I reflected on the memories, but I put out that torch. Hey! But I put out that torch. But I put out that torch.
You make me feel like home. You turn around, I feel the breeze over me. You watch your dreams unfold. Let it come around and let it breathe over me. It's time to go away into the light. I feel the coming
lift and let you in. Just take my hand, take me home tonight. We defeat all impossibilities. Yeah, you and me. We'll take our hearts and run free into the wild.
with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and
our sound in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost.
Harry, it's been a start of fairly one-sided playoffs, hasn't it? We saw South built 2-0 Louvre, we saw Bleed 2-0 Kingsman. However, I've got a slight inkling this is going to go all the way. We've got Bren taking on Boom in what is going to be our final best of three of the series, one of our final quarter-finals of the day. How are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling pretty hype, Kramer, because there's a little bit of tweet BM between these teams. A dramatic reading of a Blaze King tweet. Scrims against Bren Esports new lineups. It's a 1v4, and they throw the weapon away in front of last guy. Is that an act of disrespect / bad manner? It is for me. See you guys on tournament. Whoa,
the immortal reply
from Blaze.
The immortal reply. Hello, bro. We didn't have anything against you guys. He was just distracting and I told him to double peek. This is his POV of your quote-unquote complaint. Also, didn't one of your guys teabag and shoot my body on bind and I never complained about it nor tweet about it. Take it easy, brother. Smile face.
Big words from two big teams here in Southeast Asia, and now they shall settle it head-to-head. Group A versus Group B, the second seed out of Group B, Bren, the pride of the Philippines, going up against the Titans of Indonesia in Boom.
It's said it's going to be a great place to start this as well. It's a map that both teams have played very consistently. It's also, more importantly, a map which we've seen both teams win on. It makes me think that for, actually, the majority of this veto, our worry going into this was that we were going to see Boom pick into Fracture loads and just ruin everyone's veto. We're just not seeing that here. Instead, we have a... They actually ban out Fracture first, didn't they? So maybe they were worried about teams anti-stratting them on Fracture, and instead kept it in their pocket for what could be a semi-final.
Maybe so. They were the ones to ban Fracture, which did strike me as slightly weird. I thought that maybe they just played chicken with it. Hope that another team would spend one of their bans on Fracture. But yeah, you're right. Maybe they are just saving a couple strats. Brain freeze for Bren is actually picking up the breach here. We have seen less breach from the side. Oh my goodness, look at the aggression here. Wow. Savvy just goes straight into the midst of them. And already 3 members of Boom are dead despite Zavi losing their life early. Derek left with 9 HP, so this is not a steady numbers advantage that's been gained for Bren.
That was a very fast way to start your round. Look at the timing on this. Oh, that's perfect. That absolutely could have killed both members there.
Absolutely demolished. They need to get a headshot here. Oh, remember, any damage will do. There's the concussion. Berserk's is hit. But none of these pistol shots will, apart from when Brain Freeze arrives. Going to try and deny the plant right here. Remember, Frostmind. They can get a little bit of extra money. Keep Boom ticking on over. There goes Timmy. And here comes the plant. If Timmy catches the Sova first, Timmy will get a kill. But there's no need.
What a way to open. And for Bren, that is an aggressive way to start. Just pushing out like that, taking a straight fight, and just trying to swarm your opponents. And we saw the jet dash. We thought that was solo. But once the aggression came from both, I believe it was Josh and Xavi, when they went out from B main, they completely ruined that defense that had been lined up from Boom to try and counter the Jets. An incredibly fast way to start your pistol and start your series. More importantly, it gives Bren that one-round advantage. It gives them that full buy, something they're going to look to convert now. And looking at the positioning of Derek, Harry, I think we're going to see more Daka.
I smell the Daka! I do, Kremer. Ah, Cordite. Out it comes from Derek. No connections thus far, just a tap on Frostmind right here. And then just the cherry on top. And it's going to leave Timmy alone in the entrance to B. Now look at this. Predator over on the other side, just dancing about with the classic here. We're going up against Xavi and they have no armor, so a single body shot from Miss Marshall would put them in the grave for a long time.
And it would do. Luckily, the main body of the attack from Boom is actually coming through mid here. Not quite going to pop, but it's knowledge of it being there. Its presence is enough. Missed shot from Xavi. He might even have another crack at this, as Blazy's hit down so low on HP here.
I think we're saved there by wall penetration. Brain Freeze, though. Could be flashed. Flip side of how are they going to handle this entry? They don't actually have a flash to deal with. And they got no life to play with now either. This could be a nice little pinch coming in from Josh and Brain Freeze. That's lovely. Beautiful execution. They tear through it. Flawless style. This is going to be a beautiful eco and a bonus as well from Brain Freeze. But this was all in the script.
Bren are looking really confident going into this, actually, with their kind of positioning. They're looking to take fights. They're not waiting for a reaction. They're taking the tempo in their own hands. And similarly to how we saw our last map play between both Bleed and Kingsman, they sort of got a little bit cocky, a little bit ambitious with their peaks. And it meant that they ended up having a play against them because all Bleed did was just wait for them. In this case, it's a very different sort of aggression. It's one that's looking for a fight rather than one that's looking for map control.
I'm out here as a brawler. I want to punch something. Signed, Bren. Yours sincerely.
XXX.
Kisses. Berserks. Heading up through mid right now. They've already taken down the alarm bubbles here, so this area needs to be noted. And look at this. The drone's actually going to be the thing that comes out from Derek. They're going to note one player here. And I believe that after hearing both a Vandal and a Phantom, we would have to assume that there are two in this location. EJ. Trying to take matters into their own hands, but will be checked here by Timothy.
This presence in mid is going to be so difficult to get rid of from Brent unless they shut it down on an execution. Luckily, DJ caught out. That might kickstart this execution, Harry, because from the looks of it, it's about to get underway.
Damage done by Frostmind, though. A ping there on Berserks means they're torn apart by Derek. Bullet after bullet after bullet. And that must have been a misinformant there on the entry from Berserks because they saw the door was already closed right when they went up mid. Brain Freeze to sound to Bodle, and that means, hey, easy upgrade for Brain Freeze. They've already proven themselves to be quite the warrior. Now with a Vandal in hand, they could even ult their way through. If you could destroy the Vandal by using a Rolling Thunder, I think that's worth it every single time. And Brain Freeze does as well. No one can avoid this. Everyone's concussed. An attempt here to stop things by using all of the utility. Frostmind has got themselves 3. And Flipsider finds the final. Unfortunately, the rest of Bren didn't seem to be on the same page when it came to the speed of that engagement, Kremer.
That's perfect from Boom there, especially from Frostmine. To put down that swarm grenade, it means that for Bren, if they even want to consider a fight, they're going into it vulnerable. Sure, they're concussed, but with that extra damage, it almost counts as if you're shooting at the same fire rate. We see the full Bren come out, no prisoners taken with this one. The op instantly in the hands of Xavi, as he's going to hunt for this man advantage. Boom, they have the lockdown available. And considering the usage of the Rolling Thunder last round, it wouldn't surprise me if they feel emboldened to maybe use an early ult in response.
Try and get a little bit alpha on him. Maybe that'll be the case. Derek, as usual, going to be planting themselves outside of B, but no real reason to worry about any wall penetration, only a Phantom.
Slow start now, and look at this change of tempo from Bren. They're holding these angles. They've completely fallen back from the aggression that they opened this map. Berserk's going to make a bit of noise as he tries to break through this angle, but with no kill yet. It's all presence right now, and with the aggression of Xavi, this could really get a bit of a lot of information for Bren, actually, which may even embolden Brain Freeze to back through to defend his spawn, join the Astra, and then embolden the B defense.
Brain Freeze and Frostmind, which one do you think is the evil twin?
Oh,
because they are synonyms in a way.
I guess Frostmind.
I
guess
think that makes sense.
See the one who did the first tweet.
EJ avoids being suppressed, so still all of their utility will be active. They avoid a little bit of friendly fire from their own Nano Swarm. That's a beautiful flash right there, though. EJ just eats it completely, but will they be able to feast on the flesh of their enemies? The answer will be no. Cannibalism is bad, EJ. Cannibalism is bad. And once again, the B site going to get planted upon. Definitely seems favored thus far by Boom when it comes to their executions. And Blaze is the one who gets that additional ult point. Xavi, they might consider just saving this operator, but actually they're moving on forward. This is a very alpha move from the Jet. They swap over onto a Phantom, and I would have liked to have seen the op save there. They have 0 credits.
That is a perfect round from Boom. Not only do you get the spike plant, look how close Blaze, Berserk, and Flipside are to getting their ults up. This is going to be a massive power spike for Boom. We'll look over to Bren, who just have to hold on to a couple of Sheriffs, hope it's enough. For Xavi, I'd have liked to have seen him either hold on to the op in that clutch. Bearing in mind that second kill would have warranted him another dash. So I'd have liked to have seen him just peek into Blaze there, get that dash backwards when the Jet reveals themselves, and then punish from there. Instead, the fact they went for it, switching to the rifle, gave him a moment where they were vulnerable, and that moment was capitalized.
Derek does a little bit of poke damage. At least that's going to mean that people have to buy shields again. Silver linings. Oh, there's the entry right away from Berserks. Who will be the one to try and slay them? EJ might be the first call to action, but they have to worry about this Nano Swarm first. It's a very aggressive angle here from Derek, and they're going to be punished for taking such liberties. Xavi, Sheriff in hand, likely going to be hit here by the shotgun, but we managed to avoid this. The secondary one's also going to miss. EJ going to get some unwelcome guests up in market. They see the rifle, but they're unable to connect the headshot. Josh is already the same. Xavi gets himself a headshot. Can they get themselves to that ball? That's 2 kills. And that is a little bit of damage done for Xavi.
This is like a massive clash of playstyles. And I think it's pretty obvious from this that both teams don't like each other, Harry. As we've got these really no respect plays to try and kill people. We saw particularly from, I believe it was Derek, to extend to try and catch Berserks when he's pushed out. With the smoke in main, it means he doesn't have any support. He's just trying to get that man advantage, but he's committing heavily to it. He moves in so he's vulnerable, and he just keeps trying to get that fight. For now, though, Bren, another round where we're going to see the fight happen at B-Main.
Oh, Brain Freeze is already dead. That means that Xavi has to back on out for a moment. It seems like it's been a while since Bren have been able to actually line up something in conjunction with the breach utility. And now, Boom, they're feeling fairly confident, just backing off for a soft default, poking for some information, and seeing if anyone wants to take some risks.
They may try just that, but with the rotation back to A, EJ and Josh, this wombo combo is going to be called to action. They aren't really fighting for A. They're looking to play for a retake, hoping to maybe kill someone on the attack and go into it with a man advantage. The fake's there from the Killjoy, and it may have pulled Josh away here.
Derek might try and walk this. They may pass by each other and they aren't looking in the right direction. Great catch there from Frostmind. They are going to fall down to Xavi. But now the second wave of the attack comes in. Null command popped up by the KO. And that means that there's no utility for those who are in range. Out goes a flash and it can be turned away from. There's not going to be any major follow-up off the back of this. And so, Botal and Flipsider will just nestle themselves into hell and see what they can do. Resuppressed right here is Josh, so no fresh stars can be put down nor activated. And look at this backside defense here from Predator, or rather from Blaze. They have themselves a Hunter's Fury that can become quite troublesome. Xavi takes so much damage from that shock dart. That softened them up immensely as they try and drop into hell. Can they beat out Tayburdle? No chance! And Predator grabs two for themselves. Blazing fast reactions as the Blaze King takes his throne.
That is a great opportunity. That is a great opportunity for Blaze there. He has the Hunter's Fury. He realizes he doesn't need it because of his teammates doubled up under Heaven. They go for the straight aim duel. They just collapse onto the attacking members, and they look so damn solid. Harry, we said earlier, are the teams in Group A going to struggle against teams in Group B? 2 series into the day, it looked very likely. But tell you what, Group B may have found their match in the form of Boom.
Boom, we did expect to come out of that Group A in first, to be honest. Like, just when we were looking at the teams in the pre-tournament, we thought, yeah, Boom should have this. One of the best teams in Indonesia. Got a couple of semi-pro teams up against them. Louvre was a huge surprise. Tayburdle here. They're getting quite ballsy. Xavi, they're going to punish them from downrange, baby! Across all of Ascent. The knife still flies true. And the eco from Xavi. Some real power behind it. What can Josh do here with their own Sheriff in guard? And can they connect a headshot? They're running low on bullets. Flipside is going to be the one to catch that. Oh, Josh, you got anything more for me? 1 bullet left. Xavi connects themselves a headshot. That's even more fresh knives, but they can't deal with the amount of bullets Berserks is sending their way. And once again, Berserks themselves and Blaze are having a fantastic round. And to contextualize for people who may not know about recent Boom changes, Blaze is the oldest player here in terms of tenure on the team. Berserks and Tayburdle, they're both fairly new. And definitely during Group A, Berserk showed themselves over the course of many games to definitely deserve this spot as one of the premier Indonesian duelists.
What you need to remember as well is that this is Boom's map pick. This is their choice to be here, and understandably so. They're proving to have an incredibly strong ascent. Our next map, of course, being Bind, the pick by Bren. That is where we're going to see just how versatile Boom can be. For now, Bren, it's just a matter of trying to play catch-up. EJ looking to aggressor.
Here comes the drone. What's the entry going to be from Berserks? They move straight in now. They're the fulcrum. They're the leverage. Can they be exploited to turn this into something a little bit greater than just a site claim? Flipsider looks already for this plant, and the answer will be the lockdown. EJ has it poised and ready, but remember, still the Hunter's Fury is good to go, and Blaze doesn't hesitate for a single second in taking that one out. They send a third out straight to see if anyone would be pinged, and now cut off is a main. EJ, can they take the entry here against the other Killjoy? No, Frostmind's just slightly better in this case. And while Blaze is still stuck on the outside, that's fine. They don't care. Their team are already winning these duels and these fights. Derek's trying to change the order of things, but Flipsider refuses to allow it, and eventually, again, Blaze just throws themselves into the breach, hits 2 headshots, and I'm getting a weird feeling of deja vu.
This Blaze, man, he's really starting to come at this with some style. Bren calling for a timeout, understandably so. These last couple of rounds have not been pleasant for them. We look over to Bren, and kind of economically they're in this cycle, this brutal cycle, where they invest if they lose, down to a share if they have to reinvest, and it's a constant round difference where if they lose one of their buy rounds, almost counts as double for their opposition. And for the members of Boom, this is the perfect way to start. You need to be dominant when you come out the gate on your map pick. You need to show Bren that if they want any chance, it needs to be on their map pick. In terms of ult management, there is that advantage over on Bren. They've got that Rolling Thunder, they've got that Hunter's Fury. Hunter's Fury having a bit more impact than the knives would on Berserk, and with pistols having to sort of bolster the lines, I doubt they'll have an opportunity to use these ults on Bren until they have a full buy, which just gives Boom even more time to separate them from the herd.
We've seen some high-tier ecos thus far from Bren, but look at these 6 rounds strung together. Blaze was like, look, I'm not going to give them the opportunity to get 1v4 and throw their weapons at me. I refuse to allow this to happen again. I told them I would see them in tournament, and I meant it.
Ah, that's great. That's great. I can't wait. I can't wait to see if there's going to be any opportunities.
Get a winners interview.
Yeah. Oh, winners interview is going to be great. I look forward to that.
Oh, that's if Boom win. Actually, with either of these would be impressive.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Fun. Zabby, speaking of impressive, impressed me with the Sheriff in the good old arcane skin. Some say it gives you better aim. Zabby's out to prove it. But for now, they'll back off. They hear the incoming utility, and they know they need to seed this ground away as soon as possible. Slowly meandering, flowing. Back to be like water. Actually, they're indecisive right now. But you know what? They've got time to play with, Kramer. Still 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock.
I think they're worried that there's going to be a stack from Bren, which is something that we see quite commonly. In this case, Boom, they just back, they stick together, they work as a team, and I love this. I really don't like it when we see defaults against ecos. In this case, they're moving as a unit in an ability to trade one another.
I reckon Derek uses the ult here. Oh, once again, they're trying to intercept the Zergs, but the Tracers reveal their location. And Zabby, for now, keeps their cool. They might decide to try and flank around the back just to make for some interesting late-game plays. Only just now is the spike being planted, so they know they still have 45 seconds until this round is over if they can't get a defuse. But Zabby, no. They've lost their nerve. They don't want that flank. They think better to try and move in with EJ. Move in as a team. Win by numbers alone. Timothy, going to be the first one out, and Timothy is instantly deleted. EJ, we know you're a good aimer. Can you prove it right now? Up against Boom. Pride of the Philippines are feeling very much under pressure from this Indonesian side. And Zabby's considering it again. You're running out of time, you're running out of friends, and you're running out of chances. Zabby finally hits themselves a shot onto Frostmine, but everyone else is already dead, and it's time to throw ourselves into the Great Black Void. Ah, sweet release.
So Mozart, I think you probably heard them aggressing, worried that they'll get a rifle, instead just backs off and hides, and never mind. he hears them fling themselves into that kind of Call of the Void in that case, as Zabby holding on to that.
I hear losers running.
Yeah. What's that? The sound of tiny feet pitter-pattering into their trap. Op available on Zabby, and it looks like we may see some aggression off this. Ops have had a fairly limited usage in this game so far, so we'll see if Zabby's going to be the first to really show its power.
Oh, Zabby. What are you going to do for me? I want to see this be closer. This match was cooked up as one for the ages. But at the moment, 7 rounds in a row for Boom. The second that they got rifles in their hands, they felt unstoppable. Brain freeze with a Vandal down mid. They did offer him a duel, but wasn't too keen on taking it the jump spot here. I believe it was pre-aimed by Tabertle. And while Zabby is going to let off that shot, I believe, to destroy Timothy. Wait, attempt at a concussion here. But there's not really anyone who can follow it up.
There's some shoulder peaks. Josh
Oh,
just
flip
hoping
side,
towards
are
like
they
a
just going to
fight.
stay inside this smoke?
This could be perfect.
The null command here. Now there are no smokes. Now there's no sun. There's no Nova Pulse. Flip side, it can be resurrected if someone stays here, but EJ's got 2. Zabby's managed to find one with a wallbang. I'm not entirely sure how. The resurrection reveals the location, moving ahead of the curve. Say Birdle, it was a bait the entire time, baby. I'm back in the game.
They don't pick up the op. Boom actually hold on to their rifles, and I think if they'd gone for the rest, they might have just had enough time to do it. Nonetheless, though, with Bren moving to what should have been their most one-sided round so far, they had a great read on the Heaven flank coming from Boom there. They had, I think, 3 players committed to taking the fight, 2 of which in crossfires, and Boom, they just trade off one another as they push into it. We see a few ults ready from both sides. Nothing has been expended much in terms of that Rolling Thunder, bar the one we saw used instantly. As an eco has to come out from Bren. This could be leaving a very bitter taste indeed.
Oh, was that a triple peek there on Zabby? Never stood a chance. Absolutely riddled with Bolettos. And now, brain freeze. You got big ideas to walk with smoke. I admire the boldness of your character. They hear Berserk's near. They might try and slip him behind. A ping has been given over, the smoke has dropped. Burden caught in astral form. You don't have time for utility. But the great Swede is here. And he is angry. And he's dead.
Emotions have no place in the grave, Harry. Everyone knows that.
There's no counselling in the grave, Kramer.
Blaze, very clean peek. Do they expect the Astral such a close angle? No, they don't, but it's
that's a lovely
bit of a
headshot.
whiff. It's a nice headshot, but it came off the back of a bit of a whiff, so they were able to react in time.
They took their time.
Yeah,
they were
played
buffering that
with
headshot,
their food a bit, but eventually they're able to get it. Derek in a 1v3. Considering the economic situation of Bren, I would love to see him save here. They're buying next round anyway, but it means that you run the chance of getting an op, which everyone loves to see. And while Zappy's...
Like, they've got the ult already, Kremer. There's no reason here to feed in, right?
Well, he's just ruined.
Oh,
My God, Harry.
I'm not gonna lie, that's a massive feed. That is an unbelievable feed.
Yeah, that's a weird one. However, we do see that op out once again on Xavi. He has had some really limited success with it over the course of this first half. However, it may stay as limited because, boom, they want nothing to do with A. Stacked up outside B. It wouldn't surprise me if they end it on a hurrah to go for a very fast play. You've got the lockdown ready on your Killjoy. Berserks might just whip out those knives and dive in there. Entirely likely he's done it before.
Admittedly, Derek didn't have to worry too much about the long-term economy. This is the last round of the half. Oh my goodness, EJ. Surprise attack, baby. It's the duelist Killjoy back at it again. Your boy back at it with another Minecraft tutorial. They're going to try and combine here, likely the Gravity Well and the Nano Swarm as well. Here comes the movement. The pings are going to be ready. Oh, that's 2 kills from the Nano Swarm, but a molly for a molly, a life for a life, an eye for an eye, and 2 members of Boom remain. Flipsider, hailed down. And who remains but Tabertle, the newbie, the new guy. Ever impressive. They take out Brain Freeze. This becomes worryingly doable. They are going to get pinged, and surely this is wallbanged all the way. Yes, it is.
That it is. The new kid on the block, right? He has something to prove, and I mean, he's been pretty good, let's be honest. But as this half comes to a switch, 9-3 the scoreline, Harry. Rumour has it this is a slightly cursed scoreline. However,
some would say.
Some would say. In this case, Bren, this is going to be a tall order. They need to win this pistol round if they want any hope in winning this half. We have yet in the entire tournament to see a perfect half. You need that a couple of rounds buffer just in case you can't quite make it a full 13-0 or 12-0.
I mean, one of the few bright sparks we've seen from Bren in this map was their pistol round. They were very authoritative. They really used this breach to their advantage. I wonder why Xavi's on the table at the moment. This intrigues me. Is this some kind of dash lineup? No, they're just standing on the table, ruining the meals of various Italian patrons. Please let me eat my gelato in peace.
I'm gonna have foot in your gelato. That must suck.
Get out of my way!
Yeah. Come on, man. A gelato. He's stomping through it.
Just rude, really.
Yeah, like a bison through a cabbage patch.
Oh my goodness, look at how deep Berserks has gone. Oh, they're going to catch a timing on EJ, but are unable to connect the shot. And now if they peek into this, it is going to be a double. Bartender, give me a double. Actually, I'll settle for a single.
Bit of a miscom there to not expect him on a close angle.
Oh, Josh catches them as they miss that dash. But Derek, they've got nowhere to go when Flipsider lands yet another molly. That's 2 rounds in a row, 2 molly kills. That fragment doing bits right now.
He's low HP, so he is just going for shoulder peaks. He's just trying to catch out a member if possible. It's more info if anything, but they're not being quiet about this, are they?
25 for 25. Zavi's already caught these hands from Taybodal. The defender of the site and the drop down from Blaze is brutal. I care not for the high ground. I'm just going to ram this as far into your facial orifices as it'll go and pull the trigger.
Facial orifices?
Is that the plural of orifice?
I thought it was orifices.
You know what? You might be right, Kramer.
Yeah.
I'm sure chat will let us know in about 2 minutes' time.
I guess we can't speak English, man. People in the chat earlier were saying after this tournament, I'm gonna ask for water bottles, and that made me giggle quite a lot.
You got a license for that water bottle, mate?
Got a license for your water bottle.
Got a permit for that license. What's all this then?
You can end up stuck in that accent after this. You know that, right?
I'm trying to clear it as we speak. You know what, Kramer? Cast some Valorant while I return to my voice.
Whoa, what's all this then? A default to B? It looks like we're going to see Frostmind. I think he's awaiting a recon arrow. I quite like this kind of pre-aim to do so. He does have the rotation players from mid as well to assist. Blaze gets that first kill, and just like that, it's starting to slip from Bren.
EJ. We'll end up in a 1 versus 3. Here come the Bobbies. What's all this then? Heard someone's got a gun round here. It's okay. Got himself a turret. He's got a license for that. And we'll just back off. Don't want to deal with that today. Not paid enough for this. I got my shift. I got my lunch. I'm going to Greg's.
Police and spending their time at Greg's. Welcome to the UK, man.
Iconic.
Yeah, that is a staple.
He's got a great angle with the Bulldog. Here's the swing. That's 1 triple. That's 2. Triple taps all the way. Berserks has done the damage. Can they get anything more off the Eco is the question. 1 more kill. I would call it pretty successful. And you know what? There you go. That's fine.
They could do a bit more than that.
Don't have sheriffs in the UK. Got Bobbies. Although, that said, I don't think a Bobby headshot would do that much.
10 seconds left.
Oh my goodness, they get Flipsider as well. Frostmind just carves through them both, but hey, that's going to make the bonus a little bit anemic.
That's a really strong round, actually, looking back at it. I mean, sure, they end up losing a few players, but you need to remember, when you're 11-3 up, or at the time 10-3 up, it doesn't really matter how many players you lose. You've got the round count to be comfortable regardless of the outcome. You might as well go for a few ballsy swings, just so you can try to keep your momentum. In this case, the full buy of Bren is going to kind of stare down Turbosol, the only player on A right now. And looking at the position in mid, he is so very alone on A.
Oh, Berserks for pace on this guy. And they've been completely undetected. They were trying to pinch in on anyone who was going to be on B lobby, but this means that Taybodal, they are under-reinforced. What can they do with the Spectre here? They walk inside, but instantly catch a headshot. I'm afraid it may have been your smoke, but it's my Vandal that's really going to determine the pace right here. EJ sets up Generator Timmy for a touch more power. And Gardens is suddenly populated with multiple defenders. There is a man advantage here for Bren. They can't really afford to lose much right here, Kramer.
They are. It's going to be a really slow rotation from Berserks here. Is this a save? This is cool for a save, Harry.
I mean...
saving to 5-on-4. Brave. It's very brave.
I guess you can also deny some ult economy here as well.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like you don't want to give them these resources to try and string together into rounds.
And when you go for exits, your own ult economy can do well as well. You need to remember, the only ult available for Bren, and the only ult that will be available for quite a while, is that Rolling Thunder.
If they get too frisky here, Berserks will punish it. Does anyone dare move any further forward?
Oh, they don't.
Nope. Good reticent and cowed behavior.
I bet their 6th sense went, actually, I think he is safe enough. As they go apologise to the Italian guys having their previous team stomped in the gelato. They just got some pent-up anger, man. They were in a 1v4 and some guy threw a weapon at them. It's
gelato? Served by local Italian Chris Pratt?
Yeah. I am great. A bit of a default now from Bren here, and I quite like the fact that going into a default, they haven't really had a chance to sort of taste the boom defense. Bear in mind that last round was just Berserks pushing and then them rushing A. Now they get a feel for one another, they sort of see how they're positioning each player. And for boom, this is a really passive default.
I think Frostmind is happy to just take advantageous swings off their turret. Out goes the drone to see if there are any skirmishes happening up mid. Any claim space here, boys? Maybe one or two. We'll reinforce the collection of information, and yep, there's definitely at least a Vandal there. But now they won't have much to tell themselves if mid is actually being aggressed upon. There is a star here, and Berserk decides to test it with their own body. Flip side, they could pop flash. They still have one left as they sit inside a smoke. But Predator, Blaze, gets traded out. That means mid control. Now needs to be reinforced. Berserks is going to be the next one called to action here. But they're going to avoid each other. They're going to join instead onto Frostmind, who wants to try and stop this door from being closed behind them. Zavi's already done plenty of damage, and EJ is going to be joining the frenzy of feeding. They need to make their way onto site now. Running low, on time. Flipsider wins out their duel, and that is absolutely critical. But EJ, they take it aggressively. The alarm bot instantly destroyed. There's a nano swarm as well, but it's not even going to be needed. The second EJ raises their weapon, they raise their crosshair too, and Teoberto takes one between the eyes.
It's the same. It's exactly the same thing that happened in the pistol round, where we see the swarm grenade put on the floor. Frostbite, he chucks it down there. Despite being hit by the rolling thunder, a player will run through it to try and get the kill on the Killjoy, and he just survives because that vulnerable is so powerful. In this case, we finally see Boom sweat a little bit as they drop down to a bit of an eco, kind of hovering around about 1.8k. There's the odd stinger. Sure, there are a few sheriffs, but the reality is that their objective, 1 or 2 kills to make this round perfect.
I'm sure to see what Blaze can do with a stinger. Instantly, they thought that was a real smoke. Oh, a little bit of weak aim out, I think. I've never seen a Sova move that fast. Oh, Flipsider. They've survived a real gauntlet of utility thrown their way right here, and Zavi's going to use the more reserved positions to give themselves over a free ultimate orb, and the question is, does Josh want to make the same gamble over on B for that unclaimed orb that's currently sitting so tantalizingly close?
Blaze needs to be so careful now. An overextension of mid could completely ruin Frostbite. He's so alone on B right now.
Blaze is spotted. However, as the swing comes, can they beat out Flipside? They lose the duel against the Sheriff. And now, here comes the ultimate from Flipside. This means that anyone who's entering onto a site who's in range, they don't have utility. They could be pinned in, but Flipside doesn't want to do that alone.
Oh, Harry, the numbers game. Oh, the numbers game.
Apart.
Oh, the numbers game, Harry!
It's found even more! Flipside with a looted rifle. Thanks for the delivery, mate. That's real nice of you, Bren. Oh, they've fallen at every hurdle, and now Berserks. Can they win the duel versus the rifle? You bet that they can. It's a free upgrade round for the boys on the defense, and that's match point for Indonesia's pride.
That's soul crushing. It's just soul crushing for Bren. That was meant to be their easiest round, this map.
That was going to be the freebie.
It doesn't get easier than that. You're against unarmored sheriffs. Unfortunately, they're just a bit too tentative with their push. They're trying to be methodical. They're trying to just be so fastidious with the angles they're clearing. They end up going in one at a time. They run into a very happy Frostbite who's just ruined them with a Sheriff.
This is an awesome molly lineup here from Flipsider.
You should run.
Oh, could it be to destroy the lockdown? I'm going to keep an eye on this. That could be quite close to where the lockdown is. It's going to destroy the lockdown. That's so
perfect.
Badass.
That's perfect.
Amazing.
He's so good at this game.
Dude, I haven't seen a KO do that before.
That explains the KO
I haven't
thing.
seen much KO at all, but it's so good. That means you get to not have to rely on your Hunter's Fury as well. And now Blaze can use that into ult points for whatever they want.
Look at how Bren have stagnated.
Yeah, Bren are like, wait, what?
What do we do now? I suppose they have the Rolling Thunder, which may be their only solution to get to this site now, but you're not going to get to bottle out this corner with a Rolling Thunder.
All right, option number 2, Zavi moving straight on in, getting on top of the generator here. They see a couple of pings, but can they deliver the bullets to them? They lose out against the concussed Epulze. No, it's all going wrong. It's kill after kill going the way of Boom, and Bren have simply imploded right here. Josh wins out this first duel, but Flipsider finishes it off for Boom. Indonesia in map 1 reigns supreme.
Supreme doesn't even come close to it. 13-5. What on earth was that? A incredible performance from both teams. However, it's Boom who just take the limelight there. What a game. And for me, that KO pick, on Ascent, it's unorthodox, sure, but it got its worth in that round, that final round entirely.
Kremer. I'm not going to use my bad words, but Bren need to get their poo together, and they need to do it now. We'll see you and figure out if they have after this break.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and
sound, in the spirit of things, we lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away, yet you keep coming back, keep coming.
Oh, Harry, we just saw something frankly abominable on Ascent. Boom just ran.
Should have given that word another second to form.
Yeah, that was. It was bad, Harry. It was bad.
That is not an oven-ready Brexit. It's okay. I want to tell you a stat, Kremer. Are you with me?
Oh, I guess I have. Yeah, go on. Let's hear the stat.
All right. Bren have played Bind 3 times in this tournament.
Yep.
They've won it every single time. This is Bren's stomping ground.
That is reassuring. Do you think that today is their stomping day, or maybe Boom have got something planned?
You know what? I don't think we've seen Bren angry yet.
What does an angry Bren look like?
I don't know. I mean, Bren from Platchop when he's angry, he's quite a beast. He's from Gloucester, you know, so he's got that primal blood in him.
So you said Bren played it 3 times, won it every time. Boom, they've played it twice. Can you guess how well they did on those times?
I guess they lost?
In one of them, yes. In the other, it was a quintuple overtime against DXG, where it went
that was a struggle versus DXG.
Yes, it was. However, DXG having woken up in the latter stages of the tournament, I don't know if that was DXG playing really well, because they were really good on Bind. They beat Sharper on Bind as well. So I don't know if it's them being really good, or if Boom struggle on this map. We're about to find out. I also can't wait to get started. I'm your caster Kramer 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Leg Day. We've got to introduce ourselves at the start of this, but luckily now you know who we are.
Look at this fat stack on A from the defense.
Stack. Are they going to mimic what they did to start off Split?
I mean, both Jets are super aggressive on their defensive pistol rounds.
Yeah, look at this.
I mean, Tabel doesn't have a blast pack here, so they don't really have a way for burst mobility. But the way they're stacking just gives me signals that they're here for war.
Josh on the shoulder peek. Has he read this? Well, he may have.
Josh might have read this. Nope, no chance now for Zabby. What can you do? Absolutely nothing. All the frenzies fill the area with bullets. Among Derek may have got something done. They get stunned and eviscerated. Boom are claiming space. However, they are getting planted behind right now. A couple of shenanigans here from Brain Freeze. Oh, while you're over there, don't mind if I just pop over here and plant, do you? French laugh.
They're so evil they turned French.
2 versus 4. EJ here. Can they win a 1 versus 2? EJ's having to take a fight on 3 fronts right now. They need to take out Berserks first. They just don't have time to do so. Brain Freeze, though. They've got themselves 3. They won't find the last. Berserks was so low. But Boom, off the back of that initial aggression, will be able to claim themselves a pistol round.
Let's just win a numbers game, Harry. For Bren, this is going to be a really... That's going to leave a bitter taste. Considering how that was exactly what they did to Boom on Ascent, now it's being done onto them.
What's happening with these picks, by the way?
Why is Tabosel on Raze?
Everyone's swapped around. Blaze, why aren't you on Sova? Frostmind, why aren't you on Astra? Why isn't Flipsider on
I guess a Viper
Raze?
makes sense. Yeah.
And Tayburdle isn't on Breach. But is this BM? Is this bad manners? I see it in tournament.
It's subtle. It's very subtle if it is. But you know what, Harry? I like subtlety.
It's for subtle BM, but it's the most powerful. The attempt at the combo utility there. Table's going to meet multiple people. That's a lot of blocking. That's a lot of blocking. And that's a lot of corpses.
No!
Oh, that is a ruined battlefield like the Somme right there. Oh, what beautiful utility. And Bren, I hate to say it, but that's really tilting. Look, Table almost died to 4 damage there.
Oh, no.
No. Exactly. It's a heavy oh-no scenario here, Kramer.
Yeah. Bodies they litter for done, and in this case, Derek, he may be soon to join them.
Berserk's having a bit of a Barney here. Derek. Berserk's just got to hold back. There's no point in losing that Bulldog. Just let someone else deal with this. You got a couple of teammates, and Frostmind is good to go.
I like how he gets shot by the chef and goes, you know what? Someone else's problem. I don't want to deal with this anymore. you deal with it. Frostmind, can you kill him? Frostmind goes, yeah,
I've got to patch up my brain.
Yeah. With the full buy coming out from Bren, this is where they try to at least damage Boom economically, but for Turbottle already has a showstopper. I would love to see a round 3 showstopper, Harry. That would make me exceedingly happy, especially because it gives you that one-shot potentially against the rifles, which on paper out-firepower you.
Alright, in the script, this is where Bren win. Admittedly, last round was a little bit of a massacre, but all is as expected in Valorant. But Bren, they need to convert this. They can't be unnerved. They can't be scared. One step at a time, and play the game plan that we've seen them execute on thousands of times. Well, maybe tens of times.
Single digits of times. But for Frostbite, he's going to hear Bruce coming. Surprise.
Alright, that's the opening pick that they needed. Now, moving on forwards, Avi, Cactus, and Bulldog. That ain't fun. I'm reassessing things right now. They think that they've dragged enough rotations over towards this area that they might be able to catch someone alone. It's Tabertle, who stands in the way. He got themselves a tight little angle. And you can see that here's a wall that I prepared earlier.
I want to see the showstopper so badly, Harry. This would be the perfect time.
I mean, it would be a great time to try and break the momentum of Bren. Tabertle, they've got to make a decision. But for now, patience is their greatest ally. Josh gets into this corner. They go back into astral form. Tabertle might be ahead of the curve right here. They've got themselves one. Out comes the showstopper, but they're actually disabled. Oh no, they were suppressed. Goodbye to the precious ultimate. 3 versus 2 now. 3 versus 1. Derek's all alone. They're running out of time. The spike's not in their sight. And Berserk's into headshot. Oh, Bren.
Oh, Harry, it turns out the bottle not needing the showstopper. The Spectre's enough. I was going to criticize him for hesitating massively there. You saw him sort of juggling that paint grenade, not wanting to throw it just yet, sort of dancing around with it. Eventually, he resorts to firepower, and in this case, the Spectre was enough. A really strong round from Boom, and more importantly, they get to convert their bonus. Rifles on every single player, having retrieved it from the fallen, well, having retrieved it from the dead, as Bren left with just a couple of sheriffs now to try and make up for this.
Alright. Back to a drawing board. New rounds, new me, new Bren. But still, same old economy. Same tatters generated on Ascent. A full upgrade round for Boom has meant that they have quite the rich trust fund to pull from in future rounds. Frostmind could be overwhelmed here, sheerly by numbers. But Xavi might be kind of reticent about leaving Hookah already. Their compatriot has fallen. EJ is gone. Frostmind's got 2. It's a bit of a fumble on the blast back entrance. And once again, Derek's all that's left.
Derek left in a 1v5. His opponents, have they even been damaged?
If Frostmind gets this, they get their ult. Ooh, well, they get their ult anyway, but not in the way that they were envisioning. That's Derek now with a Viper's Pit. I mean, I don't think the Viper's Pit is particularly viable here, but they hear the teleporter, and now they're going up against Blaze. There we go, another headshot. This is the kind of feel-good frag that Derek needs. It might not transpire into a round, but what it does do is give you some confidence. Think like, yo, I'm one of the best aimers in the Philippines. I can make this work. In comes Tabertle, you're dead as well. Derek's starting to feel it now. It's all starting to come together. But the flip side of finds the timing. And Derek, they're going to be feeling pretty good about that round.
That is shaky from Bren. I mean, sure, Bren lose that round, but did they really lose it? Derek, he schooled Boom there for a moment.
And boom, they just went straight onto the back foot. With players falling, it means they can eventually get guns that they would have not been able to get purely because they have something else, that being the op on Berserks. But you need to note, on Bren, only 2 people have actually killed.
Oh. Berserks is opening it up strong, showing themselves off to be a good acquisition for this Bren team. EJ down as well, just running into this operators. Made things so difficult. Berserks dies finally. Once again, it's Derek all alone again. Got themselves 2. Maybe they can make this into 3. They have themselves the Viper Spit. Derek says the buck stops here. This is where Bren claim their rounds. Unfortunately, Flipsider finds them on the backside themselves. That's 5 rounds in a row here for Boom.
This is starting to look really one-sided. Owen is very much present right now, with Josh, Xavi, and EJ yet to kill. I mean, I appreciate the kind of following the teachings of Gandhi, but time and a place, you know. As Boom, they have 2 ults available. They're going to be able to get Flipsider's ult as well in just a moment. Over on Bren, with just the Seekers, info gathering is definitely an option, but there's nothing there that will assist them in killing. And it's in the killing, it's in the Angels, which is where they're really struggling against Boom at the moment.
Remind you guys, Bren had a really good group stage. I believe they went 4-1 overall. Only losing out to Paper X. It wasn't a 2-0 fashion, and it wasn't the most glorious end of a group stage. You really were expecting Paper X versus Bren to be one of the matches of a tournament. I like the stack here, though. Derek, they had an excess of money from the amount of frags they've got, so they've been the one to buy the Vandal. It feels like Derek really needs to be the leader right now. Hype everyone up. Bring them to that battle chance that you need. The concussion, Derek is knocked into it, but for now they are going to be able to avoid the Hunter's Fury. It's going to be pinged onto multiple, but can Frostmind convert it? The answer is going to be no. Blaze waits within one of these smokes, and Tebodo has found themselves in showers. It's a good turn away from the flash, and that allows for Derek to survive a little bit longer. As they try and get this plant, Tebodo moves themselves out of the showers. But Josh is doing plenty with the Sheriff. It's 3 versus 3, and every member of Boom is so low. Every member of Bren, rather. And Tebodo turns it into a 4K. Oh, I don't know, Kremer.
Josh has fun in your blood, which is good. For me, for Bren in particular, I would want to see of rushes with the sky flashes. I want to see them, especially on B long, where they don't actually have anything that stops you. They have the jet smoke, but that fades very quickly. I want to see a very, very quick round where they try and catch off guard both the Sova and the jet and use that to go into an afterplant, because right now you're going into defaults, you're looking for skirmishes, you're looking for angels, but the only one who's proven to be able to hold their own is Derek. Your Viper. You need your duelists to wake up, Harry.
Derek can make something work here. We're up against 2. This would be hard to do, but if anyone can do it, Derek can. Checking on their flank for now. This Lurk has got huge amounts of personnel distracted on A. But the spike isn't in the hands right now of any of these Bren members. They have a 2-1 advantage on B site. Can they convert it into frags as Derek? They're going to wrap around behind the rotation here. But they might actually catch Josh as they return to retrieve the spike. They're going to be so fast on this. Now Derek needs to leverage this. They're coming in behind Blaze. They actually give up on that flank. And Brain Freeze enters the same area. You guys know someone's here. They've already killed on this point. Blaze is going to double down. EJ needs to win this. They're preparing utility. There's the flash. Return away is good. And Blaze just wins another fight. Xavi finally finds their mojo. And it's a different player left for last. Xavi, they're loud on their approach. Likely going to be hit here by some breach utility. They get concussed. They get burned on down. And it's feeling like a funeral march right now, Kremler, as much as I have to say it.
I really want to see a timeout from... There we go. That's all I wanted to see. Timeout from Bren, just so they can take a moment to try and halt this pace. That round was soul-crushing. Both the flank of Tebodo, the Flipsider, Derek, bless him. He sees that first player, gets that kill, and just assumes it's a solo push. There's no way they'll push together with one of their Sentinels, right?
Right. Unfortunately, in the back line, we see Bottle just able to line it up, get one kill after the other, because they're still... The issue Bren are facing right now is they are feeding 1v1s to Boom. Boom, they have shown time and time again they can aim, and they invite 1v1s. We've seen that is the utility that needs to be used to try and catch them out. We look at the ults. There's 4 ults apiece. There isn't anything stopping Bren from these fast plays, accompanied with the Seekers, accompanied with a divide. We haven't seen the Seekers used once this game, and Xavi himself, one of the best raises we've seen this tournament, hasn't even used a showstopper yet. EJ's yet to kill.
And Boom are kind of rolling on their off agents right now.
Yeah.
Bren, they face a mountain. They need to steal their resolve, and that is what this tactical pause is for, and might not even necessarily be for an executory tactic. You should get your head back in the game. We're one of the pride rosters of the Philippines. We're not here to fall over and die. We're here to make it further. Already the Filipino fans today, they have had their pound of flesh. They have eliminated Louvre. South Built did so well. Can Bren match that?
They're going to attempt to, but there's a mountain to climb here, Harry, and they haven't even touched first base yet.
Haven't even packed their bags.
They're actually looking longingly at a photo of the mountain.
They've Google image searched it.
Frostbite on a bit of an off angle, hoping to catch out this rotation. Bren, they've done a good job to get this close to Hookah without being detected yet. For Frostbite, this may be a bit of a challenge for him, actually, against this many players.
Frostmind could be overwhelmed here. They've had trouble in removing this Sova from the B site. Of course, the Cosmic Divide. Interesting that it actually gives a lot of cover over to Hookah, but now you're entering into the site blind. Here comes the showstopper, in from Xavi. They need to do this before the KO arrives. They find Berserk. They're unable to connect, and as they take the double peek, Josh is going to fall, but still, a looted operator is better than nothing at all. Now Xavi needs to go big with this weaponry. Will Frostmind move into their sights? It's a slow walk. It's a good hit. This is what Bren needed. After their tactical pause, the showstopper comes on now. It's delivered directly to 2. Tebodo says, no, I'm not going to allow you to return to this. Xavi, 1 versus 2 against the odds. Blaze is going for the defuse. Half of it is there. They can't line up the collateral. And as close as they get, as if they're within touching distance, they reach out and their hand is slapped away.
Their heads just pokes above the parapet, and Tabotal is just there to kick them straight back down. EJ still yet to kill. Josh only on 1 frag. This is that was 4 ults that were thrown into that round from Bren, and they just couldn't merit the round. Tabotal, credit where credit's due to him. That was an incredible showstopper. At a moment, it was absolutely needed. 2 kills propels them forward as well as the other side of the divide, where they catch out EJ and continue the momentum. Because of the 8 rounds in a row win spree, Berserks, of course, he can afford the op here. There's nothing from Bren, and they seem to fall back into the same default, which has been really their biggest enemy of this game.
Tebodo once again on Shower's duty will get suppressed. EJ taps at the orb. And Tebodo backs off looking for a more even duel. And now Bren have to make their decisions. Every single round they lose, the pressure builds. How do we get this right? Where have we gone wrong before?
Looking at the stack over on A from Blaze here, and more importantly from the rest of Boom, this puts a lot of pressure on Frostbite, who right now is in danger of being isolated on this site. No one's pinged by this either, so it's going to be a false positive for him. He's going to have to just hide on site, hope that as the attack comes, he has enough time to delay. 30 seconds left, and there's still no rotation from Boom.
Fake stars are put down on A. That's going to mean that this rotation comes through more slowly. They're taken out by a combination of the gravity well and the explosive ordnance. High explosive, just as their push was. 5 members of Bren are alive on B in the post plant. They have themselves a numbers advantage. This has got to be it, Kremer. This has to. They can't drop this. Not now. Not after that group stage. They can't fall down this ignominiously. Here comes the flash. It's going to be a double entry here. One of the duelists has already fallen, but Berserks is trying to make something happen. Out comes the operator. It's delivered directly to the back. But Josh and Xavi combine here to make sure that Bren will not go quietly into that good night.
There's finally a round in favour of Bren. They finally find a way to topple Boom, and they do so by playing dead. They go quiet round the map. They try to lull Boom into a false sense of security, and it works beautifully. Boom, realising there's only 30 seconds left, just roll the dice on where they stack. They turn their attention over to A. They go for the 4-man commitment despite there only being 30 seconds left. It's all onto the Sova, and there's nothing a Sova can do against that much utility. Caught out 5-on-4, and there aren't many times a retake the 5-on-4 is going to work.
This time B, a touch more stacked. Easy reinvestment here for Berserks. After the amount of rounds that they've won, they don't have to worry about that operator economy being real scarring. If you could take out Tebodal early here, that would be such a boon. Tebodal's had one of the games of their career, considering how youthful they are on this Boom roster.
Tebodal, he's going to hear this aggression in showers, but he can't confirm how many. Instead, the only bit of info they have is that Berserks is very deep into long right now, and that's all the info he has.
Watch Xavi. If they come out of here, they're going to get opt. They get good timing on Berserks.
Oh, that timing. That may all but
Blaze
affirm it, say though.
Going forward. Blaze is feeling it. Blaze wants to move into Derek. They're waiting for the arrival, but Derek, what a rotation! The aftershock elsewhere has claimed Josh, and now Flipside is going to be hit by that vulnerable, but they've out-timed Xavi right here. Tebodal is eventually going to fall. 1 versus 3. Derek can't do it alone. And Bren, they'll fall 9-1.
Boom, they've made it very clear to Bren that this isn't a... That round, it wasn't them finding a solution. That was fluke. They now want this to be as dominant as possible. 9 rounds on your defensive side is a godsend. Anything more, and you're looking at a humiliation. Berserks brings out that big stick. Granted, it's not worked for him. Yeah, it's not worked for him very much. But, in the one time it will be instrumental to the success of Boom.
It could be everything. Once again, the operator is trained down B long. And it feels like Bren really haven't made much of an effort to contest this area. And why would you when Berserk's playing like this? They've been absolutely clowning on you quite a few times in a row. Will they extend further, though? Will they try and take this angle down into B lobby? Look how close Derek is to this contact here. Can they win? No! Flipsider puts them in the grave. And that's your Clutch King gone. Now Hookah. The movement through here is going to be difficult. It is a little bit of an eco in the hands of Xavi at least. Maybe they were hoping that they'd be able to grab themselves an ultimate orb. Get that showstopper. Put it in the right places. And right now, all the right places, Crema, seem to be A.
Blaze alone with Tebodal. Tebodal just one away from another showstopper, and if that last one's anything to go by, this one's going to be pretty bloody effective. There's Blaze. Concussed, just has to get out of there.
Stunned by the Nova Pulse, stunned ever more. It feels like Blaze has been completely overwhelmed here in U-Haul, but still their life is maintained. What can Xavi do out of this location? The plant should be good from Egypt. The Flipside is walking in with the flash. Frostmine wins the duel for U-Haul. It's all going the way of Boom again. It's just so different in terms of the gunplay. So Bodal doesn't even need the showstopper. It gets unleashed, and by the time they reach the scene, they're all dead, Crema.
The showstopper's not even needed.
It's not bias, it's domination.
We talk about
Bren
how
falling apart.
We talk about how the show must go on in this case, but also even the show stopping doesn't seem to work. this is rolling right now. This is live, and there's no way you can back out. There's no way you can run away. Bren, they're having to stare this down, and where they have a lot of ults available for this round, they just don't have the firepower. A Bucky on Xavi, a Sheriff on Brain Freeze. This isn't how you want to end your half.
Multiple pings right here. Someone forgot to destroy that. Berserks gets an easy shot onto Josh. That's going to be some peel there. Oh, Berserks! Oh my goodness! Xavi can't even finish! curtains! Here comes the party, and the party is Derek. Once again, it all falls on the shoulders of the superstar Viper. They have themselves a Viper's Pit if they want it. And they've got time to rotate, but moving across this area when the operator is here could be untenable. They didn't want to put up the smoke and run. They wanted to fight for their life. But Frostmind and Berserks, they're on point.
11-1, Harry. 11-1. EJ, he hasn't killed. This is getting dire. This is really looking bad for Bren. A comeback, I mean, sure, it's possible, but this pistol needs to be dominant, and I mean seriously dominant. For Boom, the only way I see them losing this is if they get so cocky, they start handing kills, like physically handing kills to Bren. This is a defender-sided
Load up the
map.
Bren Hopium.
This is a defender-sided map. So there's a chance. But it's a chance enough, Harry.
Bren are a newer roster, but they are seasoned competitors. Sometimes the pressure of the higher levels of competition, the singular limb, can start to get to you. Derek is the first one to fall. That's not good news at all. Josh, will they be able to get anything more than this? No, already 3 members of Bren have fallen. But Xavi coming round from the back. We know that Xavi can absolutely activate. They haven't been having the worst game so far. Out goes the bomb buddy. The boom buddy even. And a varied post-plant position here. A tap from Brain Freeze, who will peek it. As Xavi isn't in place to try and work off the back of that tap. They have to give it one themselves. There's the recon dart. Xavi will avoid being pinged. They know exactly where Berserks is, but they can't afford to stare it down. Xavi, could you do it for yourself? Could you do it for the team? The right click is good, but the clusters are avoided. And now Xavi just has to try and make a mad dash. Frostmind knows what's up. They've won the timing. They might not win the gunfight, though. And Xavi's going in.
He threw the gun! He's thrown his gun!
He's thrown the gun.
He does it in Brack and in tournament.
See you in tournament, Kremer. And see you in tournament. They have Bren 12-1.
Is it
Match
BM
point
to
here for
you?
Boom.
Is it BM to you, Harry?
It's a funeral dirge. If Bren can bring this back, it would be one of the greatest matches of Valorant in history.
It would be. But it's all going to start here. With a broken buy, a couple of pistols, and limited. Oh, so very limited utility.
Their Birdles already just rolled on forward. They didn't even need to use a blast pack there, so I'm not sure how they got that kill. Berserks will follow this drone forward. The success of self-built esports doesn't appear to be mirrored right here. It's a big engagement. Those are what the blast packs are for. So Birdle's going to be punished. And Josh, the Sheriff Demon, the Filipino Sheriff. We've heard of the legends. But things have just got complicated. The stars have come on down. They're joined by EJ. Can EJ get their first frag? The answer's still no. But Josh is at the backside and Derek's at their back. What more could you ask for on Bren than these two? Josh needs to take the swing. They found Frostmind. They haven't been able to connect enough, though. And now Derek's 1 versus 2. Tapping the spike will be so difficult. Out goes the classic. Attempt at the thrown weapons right here to bait out something from Derek. Time has made fools of us all as it has made fools of Bren. This Kremer is over.
Harry, what a game we have just seen. Boom, they showed themselves not only as a competitor, but as a titan in this tournament, running Bren out the competition in a dominant fashion. We had Bren sort of craft this kind of delicate way out of their group. They look so strong, but boom, they've just come in with a sledgehammer. It's the most one-sided map we've had all tournament, and it's off the back of Boom playing out of their minds.
Commiserations to Bren, but Boom. We had our doubts about whether Group A was going to get anyone into our semi-finals. Those have been put to rest. Boom, in the 5-day break, appear to have been scrimming hard, and it's paid off, Grammar.
That it has. We're going to go to a quick little break. When we return, we're going to be able to get an interview from the members of Boom, just to see just how they feel about this victory. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
welcome to a brief little interview we have now with the victors Boom, having toppled Bren in one of our most dominant fashions we've seen all tournament. They're here to just share a bit of thoughts with us, kind of explain what it was that led to that victory. In our top left, we have Flipsider. In our top right, we have Frostmines, two instrumental weapons, you could say, to what was a very, very dominant victory. How are you guys feeling about it?
Actually, we are feeling very grateful and happy because we just form in 1 month, 1 or 2 months. So it's actually like we expected our goals, I think. So yeah, we are feeling very grateful and happy for advancing in this tournament.
What's the process been like for you guys integrating Teibodal and Berserks into the roster more recently?
Um. I think we just need more firepower in the team, because we feel like we lack of firepower back then. So we need like a stronger guy, younger guy, new fresh air to fill the role. That's why we bring them in.
Seems they did that quite well, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, the obvious question to ask is, you guys historically haven't really got along with Bren. You've seen the famous tweet that gets spammed in chat all the time. Would you consider them your rivals? Would you say that you've sort of got made up since then, or do you still not like them that much?
If you say they are our rival, I don't think so, because like we never really meet them in the Southeast Asia playoff. We only meet Bren, we meet who is that, the other like Galaxy Racer, but we don't really meet them because that's why we don't really care about what people say. We just play our game, and then we wanted to win the game and then prove that everything was not everything good in practice, you know.
Yeah, can agree.
I want to ask about the agent picks in
Oh, yeah.
in that second map, because it seemed a little bit weird to me. It seemed like you guys were moving away from a more classic agents, like you had Teibodal playing on the Rays instead of Flipsider, where you usually play the Rays. Were you guys having a bit of experimentation? Was that something that cropped up in scrims in the last 5 days?
We actually play a few tournaments before this, right? And then the result in Bayern was not really good when Tebotal using the bridge. So the coach like wanted to try another thing, and put me as the risk. Put me as the bridge. And then when we practice like 2 days for the agent, it going well. It going so well. That's why we stick with this.
Well, I mean, it clearly has gone well. That was a insane performance there. Do you think that in the Sharper Paper X game, who do you think is going to be winning that? And do you, assuming it's Sharper, can you beat Sharper? Assuming it's Paper X, do you think you guys can beat Paper X tomorrow?
I really think Pepper X will 2-0 Sharper. No offense to Sharper guys, they are so kind, they are so nice, right? But yeah, I think Pepper X is just not little bit. Pepper X just too strong for them. And then I think we're gonna face Pepper X tomorrow.
Do you think you can beat him?
Beat them? Of course, we can.
Of
course. We need a confidence, right? We need a confidence.
Not a single doubt. To ride off that confidence, this is the roster that Boomers ended up with. Meow claimed that they were generating a super team from the best players in Indonesia. Do you guys think you've landed on the right roster for 2022 to make it Boom's year?
I don't think that we can say that it's right or wrong in just 1 or 2 months, because as we know as well, something like we have to trust the process, right? Not everything can done instantly. So I think on paper it should be, but we have to see how it goes in the future, because as you can see maybe as well, our agent pick on every map is quite you can say all over the place, because we know 5 of us can play everything. I mean, we can play any field role, I guess. So yeah, I think it's a good weapon for us in the future, and hopefully we can work it out as we wanted.
Of course, right. On the other semi-finals, you assume you saying you can beat Paper Rex, push you through to the finals. You would be against the winner of South Built versus Bleed. who do you think is going to be winning that semi-final?
In my opinion, I don't know. Southville just won the local tournament at Philippines, right? They seem quite strong, but Bleed sometimes when they like have like their timing and their moment, they're just unbeatable. So I'm gonna go with Bleed, I think, because Bleed is more like they have the longest time of the roster. I think SBE, they just maybe a few like months earlier than Bleed. So yeah, I think Bleed will come up on top.
Cool. And before we let you go, do you have any words to broadcast to your fan base or in the chat, whether those be in Indonesian or English?
But
Lu aja.
so I just want to clear this up. I think we have no like hard feelings towards the brand, guys. We actually like it's what to say? Maybe like a issue of the maybe like the scrim back then. But after that, it's all clear. We have no hard feelings against all of them. They are like good players. We know they only just joined brand, so I think they're just like maybe like a miscommunication back in scrim. But then everything was okay. So to the fans that support us, thank you for supporting us. Keep supporting us. Hopefully we can make you guys proud in this tournament and came out to the number 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. What an awesome interview. With that, that's Boom having progressed through to the semi-finals, the Royal SEA Challenge. Will they be able to beat the winner of Paper Rex versus Sharper tomorrow? Stay tuned, give the channel a follow. We'll have to see then. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light.